Hey guys, thank you for joining so early. It feels a little weird. I feel like we just got done streaming, doing our a late night stream yesterday, and here we are. So we are going to be looking at day 123. If you guys missed yesterday, I think we're starting off this morning with a potential juror issue. There are a bunch of rumors floating around, so look, I'm gonna wait to see what happens in the courtroom. Um, I'm surprised they didn't start already though, if they have something to take care of. But who knows? We'll see. And thank you so much, Steph JK, for the reminder. As you guys enter, please hit that like button. It is free to do. And good morning, everyone. Everyone seems ready. Now let's see. And thank you for becoming a member, Dream. And then other than that, whether or not we actually address a juror issue this morning, because remember Doug Weinstein said, hey, I don't want to bring a rumor up to the bench. Oh, they talked about it already? You guys said rewind it? I don't see anything. Did they do two separate streams? Maybe Law and Crime didn't catch that, because sometimes that happens. We'll go to, let's find 11 Alive. If 11 Alive, did they pull it already? There's nothing under their current live. Their most recent is 9 hours ago. So, oh, what if is it something, since they were talking about a juror, maybe they didn't want to keep it up. Maybe they had to cut it. Okay, Atlanta News first. Good call. Oh yeah, their stream is like 30 minutes long. So let's see. Thank you so much, you guys. And I'll keep Law and Crime open. That way we can toggle back over as soon as, well, we'll get through this, but we'll speed it up in case
I guess it was
court starts
Mr.
soon.
Weinstein that brought it up, but gonna look into whether there was something that you needed to bring to the court's attention about a juror issue. Anybody have any follow-up on that? Can you speak into the mic? You have to just kind of pick it up, unfortunately. It's not an ideal setup, but
Oh, we got Katie Hingerty.
there you go.
Hello. Good morning, Judge. My understanding from Mr. Weinstein was that there was some question about a juror potentially having seen some information on Instagram where they were being given nicknames or seating charts were being discussed. And so I'm trying to find out some more information from my co-counsels about that now, about whether it was Miss Sylvie. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I don't know that a juror saw it, but one of the deputies brought that to my attention yesterday afternoon. And yes, it is the woman who's named Sylvia who had a Rule 22. And she, I guess in her, whatever you call those things, where they, I don't know what you call them, where they sit and they talk endlessly online. I guess, I don't know. Yes, was giving all of the jurors nicknames, and it was derogatory. She does not appear in the clip that I watched that the deputy brought to my attention. She doesn't appear to have really provided any kind of personal identifying information, but it was like, oh, in the first row we've got, and then smart alecky names for all of the jurors, and in row 2 we'll call them blah blah blah. My understanding is that the deputy has escorted her out when he found that out. And I'm thinking that when we've got Rule 22 hearing scheduled for Friday lunch anyway, that maybe we speak to her about that at that point in time. But I mean, that's what
Okay, so that sounds like there was a Rule 22 anyway. Right? Is that how you guys just took what Whitaker said? We have a Rule 22 hearing on Friday, and like maybe we'll speak to Sylvia then about it. But it doesn't seem like the Rule 22 hearing is being called for that reason, but it's going to be an afterthought to deal with it then.
I know about it.
I understand, Your Honor. My only question was, we had gotten some information that perhaps Cameron had told her the judge that the jurors had been complaining about it. So we just wanted to make sure that the jurors hadn't seen it, hadn't had exposure to that video.
I mean, I can voir dire them if you would like me to. What we knew before was that, you know, the juror who we talked to a couple of times about a potential job change had people that she was close to call her and, you know, say, hey.
Rule 22 is the application for media access to the courtroom. They have to follow certain rules, but it's interesting because the judge, she says trash talking and derogatory, smart Alec, but she does concede that it wasn't anything that would, you know, be a protection issue for the jurors. So the thing that seems like it would be an actual violation of Rule 22, the judge has already made an indicta, we'll say, kind of judgment. I don't know if it's indicta or an actual judgment here, that there doesn't seem to be that thing that would actually violate. So we're going to watch this on 1.5, you guys, to catch up to real-time court.
I heard something that sounded like it was you. So we know that, you know, that occurred. I don't know about anything else. I mean, if y'all have got information, if you please share it.
Judge, if you would, this might be more instructive. If you can simply inquire of the deputies as to where they got the information
Okay,
from,
sure.
that might answer the question for us.
All right. I can do that. Is there anything else for the morning? Okay.
All right, so I think that was the end of it. So we'll switch back over to Law and Crime. They tend to have captions. We're about 2 minutes behind, so we'll do 1.5 till we're caught up. Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder what now we'll have to tune into tomorrow's Friday, right? Yeah, so my days are all thrown off. But we'll see what happens with the Rule 22 tomorrow. And what does that mean for Kayla? Remember, her application was denied because just use Sylvia's pool. And then thank you so much to Steven Satchel here, who gifted 5 kattnotwilliams memberships. You guys put a double S in the chat here. And yeah, with this Mounk Tounk Antonio Sledge, it was estimated by the state that they would need 3 hours of direct. Thank you guys for tuning in, watching it yesterday. We watched a lot of that at 1.5 speed. It was still a 6-hour stream. And then Love at the end of the day tried to say she would need until about lunch to finish direct.
I've spoken to the deputy who had brought that issue to my attention yesterday afternoon, and he doesn't know it from any of the jurors saying anything to him. He had just observed it himself from checking on her page.
Thank you.
All right, sure. No.
So the deputy, what? So hold on. So this is why, and I'm not upset with you guys for trying to, and thank you so much for showing love to Mr. Satchel for giving us some gifts. But this is the problem here, right? We're like, oh, some juror gave something to the deputy. Thank God they inquired. Shout out to Keith Adams. Keith Adams said, can we find out from your deputy? Whitaker just said the deputy on his own, or on her own, just went and looked and then raised the issue.
No problem. Is the jury ready? Okay. And do we have Mr. Sledge?
I'm excited to see if tomorrow they talk to the jurors or whatever, if they do it today.
All right. And what's the second one? Not the Garlington one. It's definitely not that one.
Yeah, the deputies are all sorts of involved.
Well, it definitely wasn't that. So there's another question because can I see my thing again?
And this is always the caution, you
I don't know how to
guys.
search for it, but it's,
People are
I'm
curious,
definitely
people
seeing
want to
this
speak
one.
about things, and sometimes
What was the
they're
name?
speaking, but it's not known for sure. And then it becomes a telephone game. But now we're hearing from the judge. We're hearing from the judge that it's something that a deputy brought forward and not a juror. And this would be separate from the anonymous letter that was apparently submitted to Sylvia and or maybe the court. Definitely excited to look at whatever happens tomorrow. There's no talking right now. The court feed is silent. And then yeah, with Mounk Tounk, Hilton and Atkins like nudged Love yesterday when she said she thought she'd be done by lunch. And she's like, okay, it'll probably take most of the day tomorrow. So all day, possibly on the rest of Direct with Mounk Tounk. I mean, I'll pull it back up and see what the hot mic from the judge was there. But it was audible. And then the court got silent.
All right. Y'all can see it. All right, you can continue.
Good morning, Mr. Sledge.
Good morning.
Yesterday, while we were talking, you said that, rather, did you testify that YSL was a neighborhood gang?
Sustained.
All right, following up on that. Did Thug's music career give the gang YSL any national attention?
Overruled.
No, his music didn't get a game. I said no.
Now, when you joined YSL, the gang, in 2012, would you tell the jury what things you did with the gang?
You keep making it seem like it's a game. It's not a game. It's just a group of people that know each other. It wasn't like a game.
Are you saying that what you said yesterday regarding YSL starting out as a neighborhood gang is now something that you want to take
Basically,
back?
I missed
You
the
have to let me finish,
Okay.
okay? Are you saying that what you said yesterday regarding YSL starting out as a neighborhood gang is now something that you want to testify differently about?
No, what I really was saying yesterday, Ms. Love, you know what I was saying yesterday, that we're not a gang. I explained to you yesterday why we couldn't be a gang, but we were some neighborhood people that hung together.
Is it fair to say that you considered yourselves a gang regardless of what the legal definition is back in 2012?
Overruled. Well, overruled.
Repeat it.
Is it fair to say that back in 2012, regardless of what the legal definition of a gang is, that you considered yourselves a gang, a neighborhood gang?
Not us,
When you spoke yesterday about YSL starting out as a neighborhood gang,
But
at that time, did you consider yourselves being YSL in 2012 a gang, regardless of the legal definition?
you can say,
I'm going to object to vague, regardless of the legal definition. I have no idea what the man talked about, so I object to the question. Before the vague.
Overruled.
You may answer.
could you repeat it?
Yes. When you spoke yesterday of YSL starting out in 2012 as a neighborhood gang, did you consider yourselves, that is YSL, a gang, regardless of the legal definition of gang?
I don't know why she's adding that part. And frankly, he testified yesterday already. So
All right.
let's move on.
All right. What types of things did YSL do together back in 2012?
Barbecue, hung out together, played basketball.
Uh-oh.
Was everyone that you hung out with YSL?
No,
How did you distinguish your friends who were YSL from the friends who were not?
like I told you yesterday, Ms. Love, anyone and anybody in the world can say they was YSL.
Back in 2012, how did you distinguish? Because just now, did you testify that all of your friends were not YSL?
I didn't understand because I didn't really understand in 2012 it was illegal to be a gang.
Mr. Sledge, do you understand that I'm not asking you about legal or legalities or legal definitions? I'm simply talking
All right, we're
about
caught up.
your understanding. Do you understand that?
My understanding was just gang could be a group of people that hang around each other.
All right. And so how did you identify the friends of yours who were YSL as opposed to the friends who were not? How did you distinguish between those two groups of people?
I personally, that was something I never even worried about, ever thought about.
Then why did you just tell the jury that not all of your friends were YSL?
You asked the question, I answer your question.
Okay.
All of them wasn't YSL.
How did you
Some
grab?
of them never even, can I finish? Some people that I hung around would never ever probably say YSL.
Okay.
They
How-
probably didn't know the group of people that I knew.
What group of people made up YSL that you knew back in 2012?
Well, I wasn't around when it was made up. Certain people were saying it and I started saying it.
What did you do to rep YSL in 2012?
You lost me because you saying rep is like broadcasting it.
Represent.
Yeah, nothing.
How did you identify yourself as a member of YSL back in 2012?
I don't know, Ms. Love. I'm be honest with you, I don't know.
How did your friends who were YSL back in 2012, how did they identify themselves as YSL that you were able to see?
Some people just say YSL.
Is that the only way?
Well, to be honest, I seen people do the little handshakes and stuff that's just a handshake. That's just something that we go by saying, basically we love each other.
Did you use the word slapped?
Yes,
And what does that stand for?
I never knew what it stand for, Ms. Love.
As far back as 2012, you were using it.
I never knew what Slug stand for.
How did you use it?
When I see my brother, I'm like, that's love, Slug. And hug you and keep going, however it go. I never used it like for the purpose of the harm and the thing or anything like that. I just slap. When I see my brother that I love, I say slap and keep going.
Did you ever understand it to mean slime love all the time?
No.
Okay.
I didn't come up with the word, so I didn't know what to say that.
Okay.
I didn't know it mean that. I'm sorry.
Did you refer to yourselves or did you use the word slime in 2012 as a member of YSL?
I don't recall.
Do you use the word slime now?
Yes.
Okay. And when you use the word slime now, do you recall how long you've been using it?
No, I don't recall how long I've been using it, but I see people right now that's not YSL, and I said, what's up, slime? It's just a slang word for the streets, too.
Is there any reason that you would not have been using it in 2012?
No, I just don't recall if I used it in 2012. That's so long ago, Ms. Law. That's what? How long that is? 12 years or something, whatever. it is. That's a long time ago. To remember a word if you use it or not.
Okay,
It's a word.
all right. You said yesterday that Mondo claimed to have started YSL.
I
To-
see- Go ahead. I thought you was finished. Go ahead.
And Your Honor, there is an echo. I don't know what it is.
I don't know what it is.
It's on
It's
this.
because you're close.
It's echoing on the computer too. Yeah, it's this. I don't know.
Would Your Honor mind if I just muted it?
Yeah, that might cure it.
Thank you also to Iron Rabbit for gifting 5 memberships.
Oh.
We're gonna act like these gifts are how we're gonna get through a day of love doing direct questioning again.
You're fine.
Okay.
And we're also doing bets, you guys. So we have Mason Martin and Andrew. We're turning this into Vegas here. What's the over under? 2 mistrials today, you guys think? Do you think we'll get less than that? 2 mistrial motions? More than that?
Go ahead.
What do you guys think?
My apologies.
Thank you so much to Mason and to Andrew. But this is a great question because
You
we
said
had 2 yesterday.
that Mondo claimed to have started YSL. To your knowledge, did a person by the name of Walter Murphy, who also answers to DK, ever also claim to have founded YSL?
I don't know how I knew Mondo because it was on the internet, but DK never ever said to me he started or founded YSL.
How familiar are you with DK?
I never really hung around him like that, but I know of him. Like, me and him didn't have a personal relationship to where me and him hung together every day or I seen him every day.
Okay. Do you know DK to be YSL?
I heard him say it.
Do you consider him a member of YSL?
I can't answer that question for DK.
I'm not asking about DK. I'm
Well,
asking if you recognize him
no,
as a member of
no.
YSL.
No,
Have you ever recognized DK as a member of YSL?
I don't know if I could say what I wanted to say.
Say that again?
I said, I don't know if the answer I want to give you, could I say it?
What, is it the truth?
Yeah, it's the truth. It's the
okay.
truth.
So is it responsive to the question, have you ever considered DK to be a member of YSL? Is it?
No,
in
you
res-
said something different last time. You said something like, did I ever notice or know if something was DKYSL or something you said? You switched it up.
Okay. Can you answer whether you ever considered DK to be a
I
member
said
of
no
YSL?
to that answer already.
Okay. And what about Trontavious Stevens? Have you ever known him to be recognized as a founder of YSL?
I didn't know he was a founder, but I have heard him say YSL.
Is he one of the members of YSL that you recognized as YSL in 2012?
I think so.
Was that before a record label named YSL formed?
Well, by my knowledge, when I first heard of YSL, that's what it supposed to be, but it wasn't what you want to say legal yet, copyrighted yet.
What are you saying?
That was the whole attention. My understanding for YSL when he started saying YSL.
Who is he?
Stevenson. There was a couple of guys that rap. I don't remember all their names.
So when you testified yesterday that YSL started out as a neighborhood gang, and then later Jeffrey Williams formed a label called YSL, is that any different than what you're saying today?
No, I know Jeffrey Williams started a company called YSL.
Okay.
I know that much.
Feels like deja
All right.
vu.
And is that what you are referring to that you were a part of in 2012?
In 2012, yes.
You were a part of Jeffrey Williams' company in 2012.
No, he wasn't. Ms. Lord, come on now. I just said he wasn't. He was saying that our belief is when Jeffrey Williams started rapping, he was gonna be famous. That was our expect, and then he started saying, "I'm gonna do a label called YSL."
When you refer to our, who are you talking about?
I'm saying when he talked to me about it, me and his conversation, put it like that. I'm sorry about me and Jeffrey Williams conversation. He was telling me he was gonna do the label called YSL.
And was Jeffrey Williams the head or the founder of the group you referred to yesterday that started in 2012 as a neighborhood gang?
No, not that I know of, not my understanding, not from my understanding.
Did Jeffrey Williams, to your understanding, have anything to do with that group that started as a neighborhood gang in 2012?
He used to be around, but I can't say to be honest with you, I can't say that he probably was repping a game. I can't say that because he had been rapping for a minute. So I can't answer that question.
Do you know or can you answer whether Jeffrey Williams, have you ever seen him rep that group you talked about, the two guns stood for yesterday, sex, money, murder?
I don't think I was really around. I probably seen it on a picture. I seen it on a picture, but I don't know if he was part of that because if he was, I wasn't there when he became it. So I seen a picture probably, I think.
Okay. Now, when you started out the answer just now, you said, I don't think I was around. What was the rest of that?
I'm saying I wasn't actually I knew him, but me and him see each other in the park and stuff like that.
Yesterday, did you tell me that you had known, did you tell the jury that you had known him since 2009?
That don't got nothing to do with me being around. Just because I know you, that don't mean I have to be around you every day to know you. That's what I'm saying.
How often were you around Jeffrey Williams between 2009 and 2012?
Whenever I went to Cleveland Avenue and he was in the park.
And how often would you say that was?
I can't say because sometimes he wouldn't even be in the park. So I can't say that.
And DK, how often were you around DK during that same time frame?
I probably seen DK every now and then, but I wasn't never really around DK.
And whatever it was that you wanted to say about DK earlier.
The longest I've been around DK is when we was incarcerated in the same cell.
Okay. To your knowledge, is DK signed as an artist under YSL?
Not that I know, but I know DK used to rap.
And to your knowledge, is Tick signed as an artist under YSL?
Not to my knowledge, but he used to rap too.
Do you know Defendant Williams to ever have recognized someone other than himself as a founder of YSL?
No.
Okay. I want to show you what has already been admitted as State's Exhibit.
This is already mind numbing. Yeah, we need little things like this to keep ourselves occupied. Here we go with the smart water. We've got to track the chair squeaks. What else can we do to keep ourselves engaged?
10 Uniform Bravo.
She even read the exhibit number slow. Thank you so much for the super chat, Kristen. And guys, while we have this poll going about the over-unders on this mistrial, We're going to apply the Harvey rule to this poll. The poll's already going, but hilariously, remember that unless someone opts out of a motion for a mistrial, it's adopted by the 6 co-defendants, all 6 co-defendants. Well, 5 when one does it. So technically 1 motion for a mistrial that's adopted,
All right, can you
kind of
pull it
like
up?
6 motions for a mistrial. That's a
And can
great
we
point
zoom
I
in
was
on the picture
thinking.
of the face?
Let me move myself so we can see this.
Do you recognize the person shown in 10 Uniform Bravo?
Yes.
Okay. Could you scroll up to the caption and make it larger? Make it a little bit larger.
Yeah, okay, I can't see that.
Are you able to read the text at the very bottom?
Is that
of
highlighted
that
by them?
exhibit?
Should they have that highlighted?
It say YSL Slime Life Hated Baby, original Slime Slug.
Okay.
I
Him
feel
and
like-
I are the
I feel like this is a problem for Foundation. This looks like it's currently highlighted by the computer, and if nothing else, they shouldn't have highlighted it this way. Because that's, if they're trying to say, do you recognize who this is, and it's highlighted as Slug, they're prompting the Foundation
I
being
don't see
laid.
nothing else.
Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like. That they hit like Control F or find in page and left it
Have you ever
highlighted.
seen that post?
in
Yeah,
green.
no, since you showed it to me.
Prior to now.
Yeah,
You've seen it before now?
no.
Okay.
Just now. But anyone could have posted that. That don't mean like you, like somebody could post something on my account. That don't mean Miss Love can post. That don't mean I posted it.
Whose account do you believe that that's posted on?
I seen it say Thugger Thugger or something like that, but what I'm saying is, I have a daughter that posts on my account every day. What I'm saying is, that don't mean Mr. Jeffrey Williams is the one that made that post.
Do you know anything about his Instagram account or who makes posts on it
I don't see
personally?
personally, like since I've been around, I don't seen a lot of like his secretary post stuff on his page and different people share passwords and be on share pages from my knowledge. That's what I know.
Have you ever seen him take something down that he didn't want posted on his account?
No.
So if someone posted something, he always just keeps it up there.
I don't know.
Dang.
Now, do you still claim to be a part of the YSL that you said you joined in 2012?
I don't claim nothing right now but me.
When did you stop claiming YSL?
I don't recall what year it was, Miss Love.
Do you recall what you were doing or what was happening around that time?
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall what made you stop?
Some things you just outgrow, me, love.
What was it that you outgrew?
I outgrow ripping anything.
Now, when you say you outgrow repping anything, what exactly are you talking about?
I'm saying anything, neighborhoods, zone 3. I used to say all that, zone 3. I don't rep a lot of things, but I outgrow just doing whatever you do.
What made
That
you
don't have
outgrow YSL?
no personal reason.
You mentioned hand signs or shakes with YSL that you became a member of in 2012. Were you wiping your nose? Were YSL members wiping their nose?
I wipe my nose. I can't speak for anyone else.
Were you wiping your nose in 2012 as part of YSL?
I don't recall. It's been that's so long ago, my lord. Let's try to get on 2012. So long ago, I don't remember nothing from 2012. That's a long time
When did
ago.
your memory of anything from 2012 go away?
That ain't. I don't know. I don't know.
Did you remember things from 2012 yesterday?
No, you showed me and I told you that 2012 that I was, what you call, I don't remember nothing from 2012.
And did you talk with anyone about your testimony from yesterday?
No,
Did you ever rep Summerhill?
I used to be in Summerhill, my father from Summerhill.
Okay. Did you ever rep it?
Yes, when I was a child, when I was younger, I used to stay with my father in Summerhill.
Did you ever rep Nine Deuce?
Well, I never been 9 Deuce, so no, I never rep 9 Deuce.
Did you ever rep Crips?
No,
Did you ever rep Famerica?
Fam America.
Yes.
No, I never hung with Fam America.
Okay. What were some of the, would you show the jury how it is that you wipe your nose when you said that's the symbol that you use?
I prefer not to wipe my nose, Ms. Love. My nose not itching right now.
Do you only wipe your nose when it's itching?
When they running too.
Is the only time that you wipe your nose when it's
No,
running
Ms.
or
Love.
itching?
No,
Would you please then tell the jury when the other times are that you wipe your nose?
I just wipe it now.
Okay. And is that something that you were doing back in 2012 as a member of YSL?
I don't recall about 2012.
When did you start talking with Jeffrey Williams about YSL?
I can't really remember, Ms. Love. It's been so long ago, Ms. Love. We were all young. It's been so long ago. I can't remember when specifically, when we had these conversations.
What were the conversations?
He was just, when he started rapping, he was just saying like, when I get famous, he used to say Lil Wayne was his idol. When he gets famous, he was gonna start, if it go the way it's supposed to go, he was gonna start his label called YSL.
Did he tell you why he was going to name it YSL?
No, he never told me that. But I actually knew what YSL supposed to stand for, Young Stoner Life, at the time.
Did you ever call it Young Stoner Life back in 2012 when it was a neighborhood gang?
Yes,
Did you ever call it Young Slime Life?
yeah, I said that too.
Okay. And when you were talking with defendant Jeffrey Williams about YSL, did he as well refer to it as Young Slime Life?
He never said that to me.
Have you ever heard him refer to it as Young Slime Life?
No,
Have you ever heard defendant Jeffrey Williams call someone else slime?
he don't call me slime before.
He has?
Yeah,
Okay. And who is it that he is, how does he use that term to your knowledge?
I just told you, when he see me, he'd be like, "What's up, slime?" We normally don't do a handshake. He normally hug me and bump heads with me.
Okay.
Now we are on a roll here. And shout out to everyone sending in the super chats, especially you guys are making me laugh over here. But we are going to say what's up slime to Hubba Hubba, who just gifted 20 memberships. So show Hubba Hubba some love. You can make this what's up slime into a joke here. Everything is pinned. We're going to get to the super chats, but we're going to keep the breaks limited today. Thank you so much for gifting 20.
And when you spoke about working as head of security for the record label that is owned by defendant Williams, how familiar were you with the record label itself?
How familiar was I with it?
Yes.
Well, you know, I knew the manager and stuff like that.
Who was the manager?
He ain't on his trial, my love. I'd rather not say his name.
Who was the manager, please?
I know him by G-Off. G-Off,
Gia?
yes.
Do you know his full
I don't know
given
his,
name?
I don't know his government name. I don't try to learn people government name. People that I know in this courtroom, I just learned their government name by you putting it on the document.
Did Geoff sign your checks?
We answered this question yesterday. I told you they sent it straight to my account.
Did you ever see a physical check?
No,
Did you listen to Defendant Williams' music that he made under that record label he talked to you about years ago?
I listened to his music way before he became up under that label too.
How often do you listen to his music?
I listen to his music every day now.
Are you familiar with all of his songs?
A lot of them.
Okay. Do you hear references to Young Slime Life in those songs?
Yeah, in the song.
Okay. And how does he reference Young Slime Life in the songs that you've heard?
What you mean?
Just that.
Huh?
Exactly.
Could you
what I said.
repeat? Could you repeat it?
How does Defendant Williams reference Young Slime Life? How does he use it in his songs?
You gotta ask Mr. Williams that because I don't know how he's represented in the song. I just hear him say slime in the song. He right there, you can ask him.
Now, when I'm speaking
Ask
to
him
you, and I'm
again.
asking you about listening to his music, and you said that you did and you listened to it a lot. How have you heard it used in his songs?
I don't know, Miss Love.
Is it that you don't know or you don't want to say?
What you mean? I hear him say slime in the song. I just told you that. What other way you want me to say it? I'm telling you, I done heard him say it in the song, but I don't have a song refer in my mind that I could just say. I have to listen to it. I'm not good with, like, if the song not on, I might not even know the words to the song.
Do you remember any of his songs that you know the words to?
No, not right off the top of my head.
Okay. Have you ever heard Jeffrey Williams claim to have started Young Slime Life?
We already answered that question. I said I never heard him. He never said it to me. I don't know what he said to someone else. I said it to me.
All right. Are you familiar with a group called Raised on Cleveland or Rock Crew?
My gosh, we're starting with this.
I heard about it, but I'm not familiar with Raised on Cleveland. I heard about the Rock Crew.
This is really true,
Jay-Z
Touche.
claim the Rock Crew.
Have you ever heard a Cleveland Avenue group refer to itself as Raised on Cleveland or Raised on Bleedland?
Raised on Cleveland.
Have you ever heard Raised on Cleveland refer to itself as Raised on Bleedland, replacing the C with a B?
Maybe.
Do you remember where you might have heard it?
Just in the streets, people said it, like on Cleveland Avenue. I don't hear it like. I know I'm not from Cleveland, so I can't tell you, but I have heard people say it.
Yesterday, you talked about meeting a number of people on Cleveland Avenue. So how frequently did you find yourself on Cleveland Avenue back in 2012?
I just told you I can't remember now from 2012 how often I used to be over there. I can't tell you that.
Do you remember anything from 2015?
Yes,
Okay. Did you go on Cleveland Avenue in 2015?
I want to say I stayed on Cleveland Avenue in 2015. Well, off of Cleveland Avenue. It
Okay.
wasn't on Cleveland Avenue.
And when you heard people refer to Raised on Bleedland, have you also seen it abbreviated as ROB?
No, I used to see ROC.
Okay. Have you heard Jeffrey Williams reference Sex, Money, Murder in any of his songs that he's made under his record label?
Yes, I think I heard it in the song. I'm not for sure.
Have you heard any songs with lyrics ROB, SMM, now we YSL?
I don't recall that song.
Have you heard any song where defendant Williams says slime thugger with it, slime DK with it, slack, slime wicked with
I'm
it,
most
slack.
definitely heard of that song.
What's the name of that song?
I don't know the name of the song, but I know the song.
So do you recall that first line that I asked you about being a part of that same song?
You said me being a
Do
part of
you-
that song?
No.
Oh, okay.
The line ROB, SMM, now we YSL.
I never caught that part.
You never
but-
caught that part?
No, but I caught the part where you say what you said, slime, DK. I know that part.
Did we see a caption that you made under a post yesterday that said YSL won't fold?
Yes.
Is that also a line from one of the defendant Williams songs?
I don't remember, but if on my basis it might be, I don't know.
Have you heard defendant Williams referencing pick his ass off the balcony?
All music is entertaining, so he probably did say it in his song, but it's only entertainment. That don't mean what he rapping about in the song got to be something he doing.
Okay.
Anyone doing.
Did you understand me to be asking about what he was doing or what
I'm
the
just
song
saying
was?
that's what the song say, but that's your basic you trying to get at. I ain't retarded. I know your basic you trying to get at now.
Now, why do you suppose that you know my basis? Why are you answering questions in that way?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Do you recall hearing defendant Williams referencing YSL wipe a nigga nose in one of his songs?
Yes, it's a song.
Go with the nose. Chloe,
What
get the
did you
Brillo pad.
understand that line in the song to mean?
I don't know. But my understanding, I just thought it was entertaining words, rhymes that go together. That's my understanding of it.
We're quiet okays into the mic. Okay.
Now, have you ever appeared in any videos that were posted online with defendant Williams talking about testifying in court?
You say a video?
Yes.
I never seen me in a video with me and Jeffrey Williams talking about testifying in court.
Before yesterday, did an investigator, Lancico, meet with you, your attorney, and me outside of Fulton County several weeks ago?
Right.
And were you asked about a video that referenced testifying in court?
And I told you about that video.
What did you say?
That's Jeffrey Williams in the video. That's what I told you. You don't see me in a video.
Did I show you that video?
I don't know. Yeah, I think so. I'm not for sure.
Did I
don't
have a
recall.
computer with me?
You did have your laptop with you, Ms. Love. Yeah, laptop and your phone with you.
Is it your
Oh,
testimony today
you
that
take
I
notes?
opened up that laptop and pulled up a
I
video?
never said you open it up. And of course, I seen the video all over the internet.
So
I
you,
didn't say you opened it up, but you brought it to my attention at the meeting that Jeffrey Williams and me in the video. And I told you, you don't see me in a video.
let me ask you this. Did the question come to you, are you familiar with the video, or do you recall Jeffrey Williams' name being mentioned?
I don't recall. I don't remember.
Was it not you who said that wasn't me?
I still say it's not me. If you
And
can't,
did
I said it wasn't me because I don't see me in the video. So I don't know if I was there for the video or I wasn't. So I'm telling you it wasn't me.
When you said it was all over the internet, where did you see it?
I seen it on Instagram. It was on a lot of places when people showed the video.
When did you see it?
I can't recall when I seen it.
Did you see it since this trial started?
I think so, if I'm not mistaken.
Have you been watching or listening to other people's testimony?
No. I knew I couldn't watch the trial. My attorney advised me that you can't watch the trial, so that's why I never got it on.
All right, I'm going to show you what has already been admitted, Your Honor, but the number is not on the exhibit. So we would, for the purposes of this examination, label it 447 Yankee. We will not be tendering two separate copies.
All right.
Could you just pull it up?
And I think it's weird that she asked what is the government name.
That
I'd
was
say
what we
legal
were trying
name.
to get our hands on. That was what was not on the list of exhibits.
Right? Because government name is kind of
I'm going
like
to show it to counsel for the
casually,
defense before I walk up to the witness. If anyone would like to see it.
but the real term would be legal name, right? So I feel like the state and the attorneys in the courtroom should say legal name, not government name. Okay, so is it? Because I thought it was more like, I don't even want to say slang, but just like colloquialism to say like, what's your government name versus legal name. Like I've never seen a paper form that
Showing the
said
state's
government name.
447 Yankee. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
Is this the video that you were referring to?
Yes. I can hear what it's saying. Okay.
But you said you've seen it?
Yes, I've seen this video a long time ago too. Do you see me in the video? I don't see me in the video. I only see Jeffrey Williams in the video.
Your Honor, just for the purposes of this examination, not to tender it twice, we are tendering 447 Yankee and we will not.
So,
Just so that I can have it.
And hold on, I know like what government name means, and I've heard the term, I've used the term, but I'm asking, when you get a form that you need to fill out, does it ask for a legal name or does it ask for a government name? Because the state here is using government name, the casual language, instead of like the term. I've never seen government name used as the phrase on a legal document that you'd fill out to apply for an identification card, for example.
okay, so it's in as an exhibit that's already been admitted once under some unknown number. Okay,
My apology, Your Honor. We'll rectify that and
Okay.
clarify it.
all right.
And so I'm now going to play the sound of 447 Yankee and the video break.
Lucia says, I'm convinced Miss Love will be teaching a lot more lawyers through this trial. I was like, oh.
So nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, they didn't get ready in the courtroom and tell the God honest truth.
Fuck, nigga.
Don't get it.
Bro.
Y'all nigga need to get fucking killed, bro.
You snitching bitches.
From me and YSL.
Do you
How many times are we going to see this video?
It sounds like it.
And are you the one saying snitching bitches?
I said sound like. I can't say for sure if that's me just saying that, but it sounds like me.
Is the voice that says snitching bitches the one that sounds like?
Yeah.
Do you recall being in that room where
I don't.
President Williams is?
I don't recall. That's why I said it sounds like me, but I don't recall if I was there that day or not.
Do you recall ever being present in a room back in January 2015 when defendant Williams made statements like that?
No, I don't recall.
You said you've heard that a long time ago. When's the first time you saw that video, to the best of your recollection?
I can't recall because I can't recall the first time I seen the video.
Was it prior to 2024?
No,
The first time you saw that video was in 2024?
I said no.
So was it before 2024 that you first saw the video?
Yeah, well, before 2024, I don't seen that video before.
Did you see it before 2020?
Maybe.
Okay. Did you see it before 2015?
It probably around that time, 15, 16, somewhere in there.
What did you understand the message to be in that video?
To me, I thought it was just a saying, like, because a lot of people say it all the time.
A lot of people say what?
A lot of your mom, a lot of your kids. He ain't the first person I heard say that.
Is he the first person you've heard say, y'all need to be killed?
That's what the video say.
Is he the first person you heard say that?
No, I've been in the street for a long time, Ms. Lord. I don't hear a lot of people saying people need to be killed, but I don't know the reason they saying.
Did you hear him say, that's from me and YSL?
I heard in the video, yes. Of course, everybody in the courtroom just heard. You played it.
At the time that this video was made, or even at the time you first heard it, did you consider yourself YSL?
Yes.
Did you believe that people who get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth need to be killed?
No, that's not my belief. I believe everyone do what's best for them. So I can't determine what no one else feels. I can tell you how I feel.
Do you believe that people who get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth are snitching bitches?
I'm telling you the God honest truth.
That's
Is
not
I'm
what
a
I asked.
snitching?
I'm asking you if you believe that people who get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth are snitching bitches.
No, because a snitch to me, my understanding is a snitch is a person who lied on another person. So I can't say that.
You grew up with how many of your siblings?
I grew up with all my brothers.
Did any of them ever go and tell on you about stuff you did?
They used to tell my mom all the time, but I never got mad.
Okay. When they told your mama, did they always tell the truth?
No.
Okay. Now, when they told your mama stories about you, did your mama come to you and say anything about it?
Yes.
How did you respond?
He lied, Mom.
What about when they told your mama stuff that you actually did? How would you respond?
Take it on the chin.
Okay. Did you ever complain about somebody telling about stuff you actually did?
No.
Okay. Did you ever talk about it?
I probably talked about it to my mother, not no.
How would you describe somebody telling on you about something you actually did?
I don't feel no way, man, Lord. They did what I guess they feel like they did what was best for them. So
No, I'm not asking you how you felt about it. I'm asking how would you describe it? How do you speak about it? What do you say when you're talking about someone telling on you about something they actually did?
I don't speak about it.
Would you ever consider it, they told on me? Is that how you would?
I don't really know how would I put it. There's a lot of ways to put it, but I don't.
Now, telling on you, would you consider someone telling on you talking about something that you actually did?
Maybe.
Why maybe?
Maybe. If somebody tells something on you, maybe that's what they want to do.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with a person telling on me.
Is that a phrase that you've ever used? Like, my brother told on me.
But, Lord, what we getting at? That's pointless.
Mr. Sledge, will you please answer that question for the juror?
No, then. No.
You've never said that.
You said I said it to my mother, no.
No, not to your mother. Have you ever used a phrase like, my brother told on me?
Maybe.
And in using that phrase, are you just referencing something your brother done told somebody else that you did?
He probably wouldn't tell nobody else what I did. He probably told my mother, like, if me and him, if I slapped him across the head or something, he probably told my mama, like, I'm picking on him or something.
Okay. But you would consider that him telling on you.
That ain't,
Is that right?
yeah, because it probably wasn't true if I slapped him on the head.
Okay. And if you didn't
'Cause he
slap him on the
seen me.
head,
He was there. I don't want to hit him on the head, so he know.
and if you didn't slap him on the head and he told your mom you slapped him on the head, rightly so, you'd say, you're lying on me.
No, I probably.
What was your answer?
Probably.
Now, we talked a lot about State's Exhibit 444 Yankee yesterday, those factual acknowledgments. You recall that?
No, you got to refresh my memory.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach Ms. Jimenez? Showing you what was shown to you yesterday at
Oh, yeah.
State's Exhibit
You showed me
447.
this yesterday.
All right. Now, at the time that you made the statements that are referenced in that document on December 28th, 2022, did you know that you were going to have to come into court and testify about those statements?
No, I actually didn't think I was going to have to come in the courtroom and testify.
Why did you think that?
Because it said if needed. So I didn't know if you was going to need me or not.
Do you recall who all was in the room with you at the time that you made those statements on December 28th, 2022?
When I initially,
No, when you said that they were true.
I never said they was true, Ms. Love. I initially, but this ain't nothing that I brought to your attention. You brought this to my attention. I never been in the room with anyone and said this stuff was true.
All right, we'll come back to that.
Right.
All right. At the time that do you remember addressing these statements in court ever?
Yeah, I remember, like I told you yesterday, I remember when I signed, I was gonna be able to get on the stand, and if you call me and explain my truth of this, but this nothing that I directly told you. This agreement, I never stated any of this stuff in this document to you or anybody else.
All right. Do you remember initialing certain terms of your plea agreement
went-
called
we-
sentencing acknowledgments.
We went through this yesterday, Ms. Love.
Do you remember initialing
No,
terms?
I don't remember.
Looking at page 5 of 7 of State's Exhibit 440, 444 Yankee. Without reading it out loud, does that refresh your memory?
What number you say?
Page 5 of 7.
And what you want me to read?
Looking at section 5, which goes on into page 6, does looking at that refresh your memory as to whether or not you read and initialed sentencing acknowledgments?
I probably didn't understand it.
Does looking at that document refresh your memory as to whether or not you read and acknowledged sentencing acknowledgments on December 28th, 2022?
You guys do not play about the smart water. Oh my gosh. Woody talked for 6 months straight without
You
even
said-
being
could you
offered an
repeat what you
Aquafina.
said?
Does looking at 444 Yankee, the document in front of you, refresh your memory as to whether or not you read and acknowledged the sentencing acknowledgments contained on page 5 and 6?
I don't even remember reading it, but I see my initial, but I never read it to understand.
So then the document does not refresh your recollection?
I see my initial right there, and I just read it.
So do you now remember reading and acknowledging?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
And yeah, this is the reference, Kara, that Woody said he doesn't drink water. Thank you so much, Chloe. Always
Would
with
you
the
look
comedy.
at number 4 on page 6 of 7?
Is that number 4?
Yes, sir.
And thank you, Crystal, for becoming a member. Welcome to the green.
Yes, I see that.
Is there any part of the sentence contained in number 4 that today, right here and now, you do not understand?
No, I didn't understand.
No, I'm asking you right here and now, is there any part that you do not understand?
I don't understand. Could I talk to my lawyer? Miss Judge, could I? Thank you.
Go. Here we go. He's talking to his lawyer again. I always think that's not a great look for the questioning party. In this case, the state is asking the questions. It's love. I never think it's a good look. Can I talk to my lawyer? So, oh boy, you guys. Thank you so much for the super chats. I was bookmarking these to be able to talk about without cutting into what they are saying. Marlena Mack says Sylvia said on her live yesterday that the deputy told her that the juror told him. So, again, this could be true. It could be the deputy said it and maybe it's not true. I think our best would be to wait till Friday's hearing, tomorrow's hearing, to actually hear for sure what a juror did. Did they
All right,
just
I'm
hear?
sure
Did they
everybody has
watch
time to
stuff
use
about the
restroom
case?
If they need to while they confer,
What did Love just say to the camera?
while they confer.
We'll catch up a little bit. But yeah, tomorrow they're going to have this Rule 22 hearing. That'll be interesting to watch. But it really, I don't know, it seems like they're calling that for another reason. And then Terry Brown also says on the same topic here that Sylvia said on her channel that the deputy told her the juror told him. So thank you, Terry. I wonder if they'll question this deputy then. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. And Nick Star, always good to see my friend Nick over here. Fulton County Rule 22 only regulates how the recording is being made, not on how it is reported on. The term derogatory is security detail's opinion. It was not offered as evidence. Okay, so the word derogatory is something that's coming from the deputy to the judge. I wonder if where smart alecky or whatever's coming from too, because I feel like at least one of those characterizations had to have been from the judge herself. And I still think the issue is the judge herself said, there's nothing really, violating the security of the jurors, doing something that would prevent the jurors from being able to come to the courtroom and have their identities protected. To me, the judge conceded that, at least from what she knows, what she's been told, that Rule 22, the criteria, the line hasn't been crossed. So, I don't know. I did hear that Sylvia was saying she was taking a break, so I'm curious if she's for sure not allowed to actually be in the courtroom streaming, or if that's voluntary right now, because that could be a stressful thing to have someone sending you letters and coming into the court and talking to the deputies about you. So I don't know. I would think it would be kind of shocking if tomorrow we find out that they're going to revoke Sylvia's Rule 22 if the judge doesn't think the jury's identities are at risk. That's my take on what I know. And again, I don't know. You got I feel like my head's been filled with speculation too that I'm trying to keep out. So I'm not making any conclusions here. just postulating out loud. Okay, and then she's still streaming. Well, she's not in the court, I assume, right? And that's what I thought. I think she's taking the break on her own. So, and then yeah, and again, it goes back to that curiosity here of if the reason Kayla's Rule 22 was denied was because Sylvia's recording anyway, can't you just use Sylvia's? Well, are we going to have that issue come back up? Can that application be renewed? And then what happens? If it's denied, what's the reason? Will they say just use law and crime, and we'll have Kayla say, well, law and crime, sometimes. I mean, I'm pretty relaxed with it. I do try to cover the logo, but their logo happens to be on the left-hand side of the screen anyway, and that's kind of where StreamYard by default wants to put my picture. So the logo is obviously peeking through right now, but I'm not really that careful about it. But it is a valid concern, this is a public trial, should be able to restream it, should be fair use, but that logo could get you. So, I don't know. It'll be interesting to watch tomorrow, guys. That will be the best way to see what actually will happen moving forward. And if we think the court oversteps, if the court tries to revoke media access, if this is something that affects transparency into the case, we can totally take issue with that. I am pro access to courtrooms, pro transparency. I think sunlight is a good disinfectant. Pretty happy. I know Florida gets a lot of slack for things, but Florida does have a decent sunshine law where it should be pretty accessible if we want to access public records. It was very easy. I've never had a better experience trying to get public records than when I wrote to the Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office to get discovery exhibits from the Courtney Clenny case. It was they turned it around, videos, large files in 30 minutes time. And other places, other jurisdictions, other states where I've tried to request records, it's like pulling teeth. It's not fun. So Rule 22, excited to see what happens. Shout out to transparent courtrooms and cameras in the courtrooms. Noble, thank you for your super chat earlier. Yes, Mounk Tounk finally. Stephen Satchel says, go to a dictionary and look up gang. You'll see that love is making assumptions. Just for the fun of it, what do we get, Merriam-Webster? Let's look at, this will be a fun exercise. All right, so a group such as a group of persons working to unlawful or antisocial ends, especially a band of antisocial adolescents. B, a group of persons working together. 2, a group of persons having informal and usually close social relations, like watching TV with the gang. Oh. Gang could also be a set of articles, like a gang of oars. Or a combination of similar implements or devices arranged for convenience to act together, like a gang of saws. And then gang can also be used as a verb, to move or act as a gang. See also gang up. To make a joint assault, to combine for a specific purpose, and to exert group pressure. So there we go. There we go. I mean, some of this is consistent with the three people hanging out type of definition. And we'll switch back here so we don't miss anything. That was pretty good, Stephen. Love, you're right. Love is making assumptions. FFS says, Kat, I'm sorry I can't do this today. I can't listen to Love. I'll be here, but muting until I see someone else talk. I don't blame you. I think the chat can relate. The chat is like, make it stop. Please end this. Chloe says, the echo was her conscience repeating her words to her, hoping she'll hear how dumb she sounds. Am I the only one that's catching? The feed is pretty quiet today. But sometimes when Love gets an answer that wasn't what she wanted to hear, she gives a quiet, okay, into the microphone. Like she has to now think of something else to say, because without getting the answer she wanted, she can't follow up with what she planned to respond with. She just gives a quiet, okay, to buy her some time to move on. Thank you, Chloe. Taylor says, have you seen the body cam footage of Fonnie and Wade talking to the police after Fonnie's daughter was arrested? Yep, so I made a small post about it. You know, I think it's interesting that there's some people like, why does it matter? And if you want to hear my reason and still think it doesn't matter, that's okay. But one consideration I had is, you know, she may have lied on the stand about the time frame of their relationship. And when this $750,000, $750,000 in special contracts that was paid to Wade during his time as a special prosecutor, when those contracts were being determined, the amounts, who was approving them. And it would be a conflict of interest if that relationship was ongoing when any of these payments were decided and made and approved. Then also dishonesty to the tribunal. If she said that the relationship ended, but the relationship isn't actually over, that's the surface level, right? Why there could be some curiosity here, why this is interesting. But what's really interesting to me is we have this YSL trial where so much of it, we're watching 2 days of questioning now with Mounk Tounk. Were you ever at the club with so-and-so? Just general association within the same physical space. And then she would list off a whole list of names. Love was like, Quandarius Nichols, Trontavious, like Huey, all the names, everybody. Anybody from Rock Crew now are getting into Cleveland and Breveland today. So if we're building a case around physical proximity and who you know, who you might have hung out with, I think it's only fair to think it's interesting when we see footage of Fonnie Willis showing up on the roadside in casual clothing with Nathan Wade. Just apply the standard both ways. Because we're building a whole Rico case about associations over here on the flip side. So I personally think it's interesting. I don't think it necessarily means anything will come of it. I think it sucks for the daughter. Like, the whole internet's tuning in. You know, if she was driving without a license, she probably shouldn't have been doing that. I don't know the details. But I do think it's really interesting that I'm supposed to just act like it's not relevant who's hanging out with who when we're having Rico cases built around that same principle. So that's just my personal opinion. Thank you for the food for thought, Taylor. Sweetie says, Kat, you should do a vote and see if people would rather listen to Love Cross or deal with Hilton saying sure instead of sure after every other question. We don't need to promote sadism, masochism in here. We'll just hope that this day speeds by and we get to some cross-examination with the defense. Do you guys, now that you put the idea in my head, I think it'll be interesting to see Love do cross-examination of some of the defense witnesses. Because we've really only seen them do direct because it's still their case in chief. That's popcorn on the horizon. Thank you, sweetie. And then Dream, thanks for being a member for a month. Joanna, good morning. Joanna says, morning from Cali, Cat and Gang Gang. We got the 2 green hearts going. Good to see you. Noble says 12 years ago, how many King Slime tweets did you post with an iPhone? And how come we don't have that in evidence? Because that's what Detective Gaither seemed to have been doing all day, is just scrolling social media. Lisa says Miss Love is hostile to all the witnesses. Don't understand why. Did I miss? And I know hostile could describe tone of voice. But did Love request to treat Mounk Tounk as a hostile witness and I just missed it? Because she's been asking him a ton of leading questions. And I don't think the defense really cares because Mounk Tounk's answers aren't all that helpful. I think the leading questions are inviting more trouble for Love, but she's doing it anyway. But I didn't really hear explicitly her ask for the permission, but maybe she did. Yeah, like no one heard it either. Okay, thank you guys. And no, not yet. But there's sure as heck, like a lot of leading questions. Look at me all gaslit over here. I'm like, surely maybe she asked to treat him as a hostile witness, and that's why we're getting leading questions. Adrian Love. Mark Lyon says, odds that the jury will ultimately be instructed to forget more information than they retain. I mean, I think we're already crossing that balance. Just what a reasonable person could pay attention to and decipher. And I still think psychologically it's difficult when you tell me not to do something. Now I'm thinking about it. Like, don't think about blinking. And you start thinking about blinking. Don't think about breathing. And now you're thinking about breathing. You're going to reinforce the thing that I'm supposed to forget by telling me this thing, this line, this thing, this specific thing that I'm repeating in open air to you now. Forget that. Like, no, it just got reinforced. So I think they've been asked to forget things enough times that they might tune out these instructions. They've heard it enough. They're just jaded to hearing it. Good point, though, Mark Lyon. Very interesting to think about in the context of a super long trial. Marlena Mack says he needs to stop talking so much. Yeah, and there are some times where he could just say no. And it's like he wants to think of an answer, something that's more than a no or a yes. But otherwise, I mean, I think the defense has plenty to work with when they get their chance at cross-examination. Thank you so much for the 2, Marlena. Fletch says, if they want to break a prisoner at a CIA block site, they fly in Miss Love to question them. No. Oh my goodness. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that Love would make someone talk? Not because of her strategy in questioning, but the make it end, make it stop. That's a good point, Fletch. That's funny. And then Hubba Bubba, this was so sweet. Hubba says, I just wanted to give you a shout out, Kat. I recently found your channel and your commentary, insight, and positivity is spot on and a breath of fresh air. Rest in peace to the Law and Crime stream. Yeah, we're covering that logo right now. But I'm always so happy to hear that because I've seen people come into the chat and be like, it's really exhausting over in Law and Crime. They're so mean over there. You know, even though I've seen we get some heated debates in here once in a while. I think everyone gets along. Our mods do a great job when things get haywire, so shout out to the mods. And, you know, as far as trying to keep it entertaining and positive, it isn't always exciting to watch trials, right? But if we make little inside jokes, I mean, the chat, you guys come up with so many jokes in here. It was JR. Where's JR? The day JR used the buffering emoji when Love was just silent, trying to think of what to say next. Like, that is funny every time, ever since. The chat will just start doing the buffering emojis. and also in the stream buffers. And all those little jokes just make it so much easier to pay attention and get through stuff like this. So super appreciate your support for the channel today. You had also gifted 20 memberships and started off a whole What's Up Slime trend going through the chat. So thank you again, Hubba Hubba. And then another 10 from Hubba Hubba, objection bumulative. Yeah, that's an exercise today, guys. We are switching C's for B's. We're here all day. FFS says, loves the type to wipe herself using single-ply toilet paper. Environmentally friendly. That's actually, I can picture the chat if I toggle over starting a debate about preferred toilet paper brands. Like, I know if I toggle over in a minute, I will see the debate. Chloe says, lady, the only thing you need to ask him right now is why his name is Mounk Tounk. Then take several seats, please. Yeah, she hasn't really asked that, has she? She's just asked... Well, oh, one of the Instagram handles was like Money Mounk with numbers or something. And she asked him if he also went by that. And he was like, I don't know. So we haven't really drilled down into the origin of Mounk Tounk. The people want to know, love. The people want to know how we got here. And Kat, if you guys in the chat watched day 122 yesterday, it was like burning through the screen what was going on at the states table. Kat here lays it out and says, anyone see how Miss Hilton was glaring at Miss Love yesterday after the Alfred thing? Yeah, and it was like the rest of the day too. And her shoulders were like sunk all the way down. The states table behind the other ADAs that were sitting at the second table seemed like they were laughing that this was really happening, that she was getting rebuked in open court in front of the jury. Just a whole time. Thank you so much, my fellow cat. And then Anthony says, we are going to see at least 3 separate mistrial motions today, all spawning from Love releasing info to the jury. This jury is tainted now by Love. And that's the crazy part too. So for everyone that didn't watch yesterday, yesterday was a day worth watching. I did clip out all the stuff related to the Alfred plea. I was up late, so I didn't get to upload it. I'll upload it at some point today if you just want to catch that part. In short, there's 2 plea deals that are relevant to Mounk Tounk's history here. One that he took in 2017 that was an Alfred plea, which means he wasn't actually asserting, yes, I did these things that I'm being accused of. An Alfred plea is a way that you can maintain your innocence and then still take a plea and, not face the full risk of sentencing. You can get a reduced sentence. Well, all morning, before court started, they did arguments. Bruce Harvey, Max Sharp, Brian Steele, and the state did arguments about a limiting instruction for the 2022 plea deal that Mounk Tounk took for the charges related to this indictment. They wanted limiting instructions. They had all morning to think about it. And suddenly, in the middle of the day, Love starts reading a different plea agreement onto the record. And it turns out it's the Alfred plea. But she's reading the factual bases, what we're accusing you of, into the record, as if it were factual acknowledgments. Huge problem. The judge didn't realize it. The defense at least expressed that they didn't realize that this was an Alfred plea, a separate plea, and not the 2022 plea, until after it was already being read into the record. Had to send the jury out, and judge got to rebuke Adrian Love in front of the jury. And for the first time yesterday, because Love had messed up so bad, she actually sat down in her seat, and instead she was about to say something to the judge to keep the argument going. She went and actually decided just to be quiet. And it's the first time I remember seeing that. So yesterday was definitely worth watching. But yeah, she keeps testifying and saying things she shouldn't say to the jury over and over and over again. You are spot on, Anthony, and I'm sure we'll see it today.
2 things. One, when we have the next opportunity, would the court be opposed to asking IT if they could come? And every time I move this thing, they had another one that stopped doing that.
Well,
whole-
IT was just here because apparently yes, I'll ask them. Yep.
My apologies. I guess I should have dealt with it. I didn't want to stop him from doing what he was doing.
No, that needed to be done too.
And the second thing was I checked with members of my team about whether or not any of the jurors' faces were displayed publicly at the time that I went to mute the mic. And from two sources, I have been assured that the camera did not leave Mr. Sledge
Okay.
and did not publish to anyone the jurors'
All right.
faces.
That's good. Thank you.
So would the court be opposed to reassuring the jury? I know that I wasn't looking at them, so I didn't.
I'm not going to do that out here. The deputy will
Thank
let
you.
them know that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think that hopefully the IT fix from last night, which messed up the juror chairs, was to move the camera that Zoom uses for the witness. And so hopefully we can use that camera from now on without it showing anybody other than the witness. And then we won't have to use this laptop, but yeah, we'll.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we know whether Mr. Sledge has had sufficient time to consult with his attorney?
Unless he's talking to him about something else, Mr. Wright came in and said that he had,
They are ready.
yes.
Okay. Well, I don't know if we are, but if you do want to let them know, it is what Ms. Love relayed. Thank you. And then, yeah, they are ready. We are ready. I don't know if you heard or not.
Thank you, LB, for the 2. And thank you, Red Bunny, for the 10. I'm thinking of the other
Did you
Red Bunny in
find
the
the-
chat. And yours is like on fire. I'm going to treat you guys in my head as if you guys are like alter egos. Hey, look at the toilet paper debate. Chloe says, I disagree. She loves herself too much for one ply. I think she uses those do not flush moist wipes and then flushes them. Just causing chaos. I mean, this would kind of be, you might be joking, watermelon juice, but asking Mr. Sledge, please show the jury how you wipe your nose, could be pretty effective, because to make him actually try, if he demonstrates it like this, like, that would be a little bit eyebrow raising, I think. I always feel nosy when I see the investigator come up here. Thank you so much, watermelon juice. Yeah, and Trevelyan, I'm with you. Forget what I heard. You can't unring the bell. I'm with you. I'm gonna hear it more. Like the squeaky chair. If you tell me to ignore the squeaky chair, I'm gonna make a counter for it. That's so funny. Honeybee says asking Mounk Tounk to demonstrate how to wipe the nose would be like when they told OJ to put the glove on his hand.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Yeah, if we get one more Red Bunny in
Welcome
here, we
back,
can have a
Mr.
Red Bunny
Sledge.
gang.
Have you had enough time? Your Honor, is this working?
Doesn't sound like it.
I can hear you right here.
Judge, I'm going to use my outside voice. I don't think either of these working.
Let's try. No, mine's doesn't seem to be either. What a
Okay.
shocker.
Mic check. Mic check. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? No, no, no.
Let's stop tapping the mic.
I mean, maybe there's something going on with it, but
That perhaps when they, I don't know.
I mean, who knows what it is? And they are allegedly urgently dealing with a fix, but thus far, every fix they've tried has not been a fix. I will send yet another email.
And yeah, I know the judge told her to stop the
Judge,
arguments.
I will do as the court instructs. What would you have me do?
I guess yell. I mean, we have supposedly a backup, but I think the only one who knows how to run the backup that didn't work a few days ago is my staff attorney, who, while not an IT person, is the best we have, but she's not here with us today. So I don't know what to say. Just
Shout out to Miss
just
Percifield.
Speak loudly.
All right.
But yeah, I know she was told to stop arguing yesterday, but that never stops her other times.
If they would just let the court know, I will speak even louder without bursting anyone's feelings. Mr. Sledge, have you had enough time to speak with your attorney?
Yes,
Having spoken with your attorney, are you able now to tell the jury whether you recall looking at number 4 on page 6 of 7 on December 28th of 2022?
yes,
Did you understand number 4?
yes,
Do you understand number 4 today?
yes.
What is your understanding of number 4 of the sentencing acknowledgments?
I guess it says you fail to refuse and promise to make this eternity.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
If you refuse to,
Mr. Sledge, do me a favor. I want you to read it,
oh,
and I need you to use as
I,
loud a voice as you can.
it's gonna be hard.
But
If I,
tell the jury without reading it what your understanding of number 4 is.
my understanding for number 4 is, if you refuse about count 30 in indictment. We got to figure something out.
Okay, so Bruce Harvey is asking, if you guys couldn't hear that, if it's possible for the witness to face the other way when he's speaking, because it's hard to hear all the way back there. And then Mounk Tounk says, gonna have to figure something out. That's what Bruce Harvey was saying.
Can you speak up any louder?
No,
Can you hear me?
it's gonna be hard, man.
So
I'm talking loud as I can.
Sandy,
I'm talking loud as I
Now
can.
can y'all hear it?
If you need to move, I understand.
Use that mic.
It's not working.
No, when you were talking loudly a second.
Something's working.
I can hear the judge in his mic. When you was talking in that, I can hear you in his mic, but it not letting me.
Right.
Yeah.
So that everybody in the
You
court.
can move if you need to. You can hear now? Okay, well,
This one,
the,
this the one I'm talking to.
pull it down some, it moves. All right.
Yes.
tell the jury your understanding of what the fourth portion of your sentencing acknowledgement requires.
If you fail to testify,
Testify about what?
acknowledgement,
When you say acknowledgments, what do you mean?
by truthfully what I know, I thought. That's what my understanding.
Did you have the same attorney you referenced yesterday in court?
Yeah. Yes.
The one that you had for 15 years? Did you have him with you when you were looking at the sentencing acknowledgments that are contained in 444 Yankee?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to go over each of them with your attorney?
I did, but it was a short time. It was kind of fast.
During that short time, were you comfortable enough expressing to your attorney things that you didn't understand?
Yeah, I did tell him certain things I didn't understand, but
And did you,
not everything. Not everything.
what things did you not understand that you did not talk about with your attorney?
When I signed that agreement, I just thought when I get up there, I would be able to explain my truth.
And going back to all that is in the document, do you recall raising your hand and swearing under oath to tell the truth on December 28th, 2022?
Yes, I'm telling my truth. Yes.
Is your truth different than just any other truth?
Great
I
question.
guess.
And what do you mean by that?
I thought I would be able to explain an explanation of the reason of me signing the plea agreement.
Okay, let me ask you this. On December 28th, 2022, did you go into a courtroom in front of a judge?
Yes.
And did you swear an oath to tell the truth of every question that was asked of you?
Yes.
At the time that you swore that oath, who all was in the courtroom with you?
I want to say you and my attorney
Who else?
and Mr. Glanville.
All right.
I don't know the other people, the court reporter and stuff like that. I don't know they not.
Other than me, people that you recognize as being a part of my team, the judge, the court reporter, and deputies, was there anybody else in that courtroom with you when you raised your right hand and swore to tell the truth?
No.
After raising your hand and swearing to tell the truth, were you asked about the factual acknowledgments contained in State's 444 Yankee?
Yes.
As it relates to the factual acknowledgments, did you swear under oath that each of those factual acknowledgments is true?
Not to the ones I was trying to have you to change.
So, Mr. Sledge, would you please tell the jury your truth today regarding, let's start with the numbers. And in fact, Your Honor, the state tenders pages 3 through 7 of State's Exhibit 444 Yankee.
I object to coming into evidence, Your Honor, if it's being used just as a demonstrative and not as an objection.
It is,
Go ahead.
I'm not using it as a demonstrative. I am tendering it as substantive evidence, as a prior inconsistent statement, given the witness's testimony, and given that he seems to lack an independent recollection of certain portions of it, as a past recollection recorded, and as impeachment by contradiction.
I did not hear anything that needs, does not recall, I have not heard that, and he acknowledged it, he's explaining his answer.
So some of this is certainly a prior inconsistent statement. I mean, it may be that it needs to be more narrowed down than that.
Mr. Sledge, I'm going to show you pages 3 through 7 of State's Exhibit 444 Yankee. And Your Honor, I separated out the first two, and I'm
All
going
right.
to pass them back to Ms. Moore. Mr. Sledge, would you please take a look at pages 3 through 7, and without reading out loud all of those lines, read to yourself and tell the jury what numbers you are testifying today are not true. Name all of the numbers that you're saying on 444 Yankee, pages 3 through 7, that are not true today.
Still tapping the mics to see if it'll work. Yeah. Sonia, or maybe it's Sonia. This trial is so pathetic, it's an embarrassment. We're literally yelling in the courtroom. The sound isn't working. We're yelling to repeat the same questions we've already went through yesterday. And this is about 2022 plea, guys. This isn't the Alfred plea.
7.
On pages 3 through 7, sitting before you now.
Okay.
You want to just use this piece of paper?
Yeah, but I
and
thought,
jot down the numbers. Just jot down the numbers of everyone that you're saying today are not true.
from my understanding, I thought we couldn't talk about 3 through 6.
Oh, no, I need for you just to write down on the piece of paper in front of you each number that today you are testifying is not true. That's all I need you to do.
Put it in writing.
So there's a part 4 that is numbers 1 through 16, and then a part 5 that's 1 through 6. So just do part 4 and then part 5.
What the judge said. I feel like Love doesn't really understand why Whitaker made that clarification. That way we don't, if he writes 1, we don't have to ask which one are you
I don't
saying is
see one
wrong.
on this one, Ms. Love. Not on 3 through 7. That what you said? Or do I need to flip on the rest of the pages?
Mr. Sledge, Mr. Sledge,
Yes.
do you understand what I'm asking you to do?
Yeah, you said write down the one that I'm saying not true today.
Do you understand what the judge said?
You know what? Maybe just go through it one at a time. Have him look at part 4, number 1, and say, is that true or not?
All right, let's do it that way.
Okay.
T-Vel is checking ZipRecruiter for an IT job in Fulton County.
Okay.
Oh
All
my
right.
gosh.
Let's start with number 1. Today is your testimony that it is true or false? And to be clear, today, your testimony today, is it true or false?
What do you think he's going to say?
Is it true or false? Number one.
Let him read it.
I agree with some of it, not all of it.
So is number one as a whole, like the whole part of number one, is it inaccurate or accurate?
It's accurate.
Even the
As he
parts that
shakes
you
his head
don't
no.
agree with, you're now saying are accurate?
I agree that it all accurate
Why did you say that there were parts you didn't agree with?
because I was looking at the increase of notorious street credibility.
Mr. Sledge, has anyone encouraged you to do anything other than be honest today?
No,
Okay. So would you please tell the jury whether the factual acknowledgement labeled number one under section 4 is true or false?
true,
All right. Number 2, is it true or false?
true,
Number 3, is it true or false?
true,
The whole thing.
I see the part where it say threat, the harm. I didn't threat to harm him. I just made a statement.
So let's put it this way. If any part of either one of these
But
to your testimony today, if any part is inaccurate, then we're going to call it false. Okay?
He's trying to not let this be like tendered to the jury.
But from my understanding, I thought when I signed, I'd be able to explain, but okay, you can say true.
Mr. Sledge,
Hang on. Yes. Use your mic. I think they're back for the moment.
May I object to the form of that question, please? We're just going to call it. Let the witness testify, not the state.
Your Honor, I'm framing my question in a way or manner that the witness hopefully can clearly understand. He seems to,
Okay,
I'm trying to frame
Can we
the-
not argue?
Hang on.
I'll rephrase the question.
Thank you.
Mr. Sledge,
Yes,
for the purposes of my questions to you right now, if you disagree with any part of any one of these statements, we will call that, for the purpose of this question, false. If you agree that the entire statement is true, we will call it true. Do you understand what I'm saying?
yes,
All right. So, understanding that, number 1, is it true or false?
true,
Number 2, is it true or false?
true,
Number 3, is it true or false?
true,
All of it.
yes, true,
Number 4, true or false?
true,
Number 5, true or false?
true,
Number 6, true or false?
true,
Number 7, true or false?
false,
Number 8, true or false?
false,
Number 9, true or false?
false,
Number 10, true or false?
I could say true.
Number 11, true or false?
True.
Number 12, true or false?
True.
Number 13, true or false?
True.
13
Now,
was the Donovan Thomas
Looking
one.
at page 5, the sentencing acknowledgments. If you today understand the whole sentence, tell me yes, I understand. Because my question is going to be, do you understand each of these sentencing acknowledgments? Okay?
Yes.
All right. If you today do not understand any part of any particular one, then tell me no, I do not understand today.
Right.
All right. So number 1, do you understand today, number 1?
Well, we went down to number 5 right here.
Yes,
To
sir.
number 1.
Yes, sir. Page 5 of 7.
Yes, part 5, number 1.
Yes.
And number 2, do you understand number 2? Yes or no?
Yes.
Number 3, do you understand number 3? Yes or no?
Yes.
Number 4 on page 6, do you understand number 4? Yes or no?
Yes.
Number 5, do you understand number 5? Yes or no?
Yes.
Number 6, do you understand number 6? Yes or no?
Yes.
And the paragraph underneath number 6, do you understand that paragraph? Yes or no?
Yes.
Do you need time to look at it some more?
No.
My next set of questions deal with your understanding on December 28th, 2022. I'm going to ask you again about the statements underneath part 5, starting on page 5 of 7.
This is what happens if he violates his terms of his plea agreement.
All right. So now we're talking about your understanding on December 28th, 2022 with the same set of rules. If you understood all of it, please answer yes. If on December 28th, 2022, you did not understand any part of it, please answer no, okay? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're doing.
All right.
All right. Can I get some clarification? Because
Yeah.
you're saying you're asking the same thing, but
And I
for
already
two different
said-
time periods.
Thank you.
Your questions, I'm asking this a lot that.
No.
For number 4, previously were, is it true or false?
So, Your Honor, we're not talking about number 4.
Oh, you're just asking that about number 5.
That is
Okay.
correct.
All right. I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Sledge, as it relates to part 5, beginning on page 5 of 7, and your understanding on December 28th, 2022, if you understood all of it on December 28th, 2022, please answer yes. If there was any part of it you didn't understand, please answer no, okay?
Yes.
All right.
I got you. I know what you're saying.
Number 1, on December 28th, 2022, did you understand it?
No, I didn't understand that.
Number 2, on December 28, 2022, did you understand?
No, I didn't understand that one either.
Okay.
Because I didn't even know it said that.
Number 3, on December 28, 2022, did you understand it?
No, I didn't understand that one either, Ms. Lowe.
All right. Number 4, on December 28, 2022, did you understand it?
No, I didn't understand that one either.
Number 5, on December 28, 2022, did you understand it?
You just asked me about these same questions.
No, sir. I'm talking about back on December 28, 2022.
I didn't understand it.
You did not understand number 5 either?
No, ma'am.
And number 6, on December 28, 2022, did you understand it?
No, I didn't really understand that one either.
The paragraph underneath number 6, on page 6 of 7, did you understand it?
No, because I never even read this. I didn't understand.
You did not understand that paragraph?
No.
Okay. We're going to backtrack just a little bit. Would you please turn to page 5? And now, going back to the true or false answers, if any part of the factual acknowledgments I'm about to ask you about are untrue, then please answer false as it relates to today. If they are true in their entirety, please answer true as your testimony today. Okay?
Yes.
All right. Number 14 on page 507 under the section labeled factual acknowledgement. Today is your testimony that it is true or false.
Truth, I could say truth about that.
Say that again.
True.
Okay. Number 15, true or false?
True.
Number 16, true or false?
I say false, but I don't agree with everything they say in it, so I say false.
Okay. Thank you. Starting with the first factual acknowledgement you said was false. Am I correct that it was number 7 on page 407?
Yes, I told you that one was false.
Everyone before that was true. Is that right?
No, yes, I told you number 7, number 8, and number 9, and number 10 were false.
You said number 10 was false.
Yeah. Oh no, I said it was true. My bad. I had to read it over. I'm sorry.
Okay. So as it relates to number 7, is it the portion before the first comma or after the first comma that contains what you now say is false?
I say the one false by told.
So is
Yeah,
there
'cause
testimony
nobody-
that you were never told?
I was never told.
Okay. Number 8, which part of number 8 is false?
I misunderstood that the whole thing.
What did you misunderstand? What do you mean?
This is
Because I
personal knowledge of
didn't- I
Donovan
didn't
Thomas's
know it
murder.
Personally, I thought it was, I thought when my lawyer was explaining, he said responsible. I never knew it said personally. No,
Look at
because
Whitaker.
can't personally know I wasn't there.
What do you mean when you say you thought it was responsible?
Because I was charged with it, Ms. Love. That's why
Okay.
I was charged with the murder. So
This is getting really close to reading this line into the record. So, I mean, but he's saying something that's helpful to the defense
I
here.
was thinking like.
Were you
was-
indicted for murder?
No, I never got indicted for it.
Okay.
But I was
So
charged.
Yes.
That he be allowed to finish his
Yeah,
answers.
let him explain.
please continue.
Yes, I was charged by the DA office.
So how does that factor into your misunderstanding about the meaning?
Cause I didn't know it's a defenseless personally know one or more YSL member that committed the murder. I don't personally know. I wasn't there and no one never spoke it to me. So I can't say I personally know.
Okay.
If I personally knew I was there, I witnessed, I seen you do it.
Okay.
But other than that, I can't say I personally know that.
What about number 9? What part of number 9 is false? All of it or just some of it? As you testified today.
He gave YSL's associate money to lay low. And that's what it say right there.
Is it your testimony today that the portion that reads, he gave YSL Associates money to lay low is false?
Yes, that's false.
Mr. Sledge, do you have any recollection of asking?
Well, what I would say, the word, you used the word lay low. I would have used the word to get family members out of harm's way. That's what I would have used.
Is it
If I'd have gave you this, that's what I would have said. I wouldn't have said he gave us money to lay low.
Is it your testimony that you did not send those words to the state through your lawyer? Is that your testimony today?
I try to get my lawyer to change this because my words was to get out of harm's way. I don't know how it still became lay low. My words and the notes that my lawyer took down, it was to get me and my family out of harm's way because on January the 10th, I was accused of the murder. By the streets, not by your district attorney office.
Understood. All right. Thank you for clarifying all of that.
And Shart highlighted that
At what
for
point,
Woody too.
Mr. Sledge, going now to the sentencing acknowledgements, starting with number 1, where you say you understand it today, but did not understand it on December 28th, 2022. What happened to cause you to understand it?
What number 1 on the first page? You
Page
lost
5
me.
of 7,
Yeah, so you lost me.
under section 5. You want me to point it out? That one. Are you with me?
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
All right. Do you recall telling the jury a few minutes ago, you understand it now, but didn't understand it on December 28, 2022.
What if he says he's still confused?
I don't understand it now because I read it.
Is that the only thing that happened between today and December 28, 2022, which caused you to understand it, where you didn't understand it on December 28, 2022?
Yeah, I didn't understand on December 28, 20, whatever day it was, because I actually didn't read it.
Did you hear it?
No, it was basically when certain things were said, I was stopping. So I don't recall this even being read to me.
Okay. What about number 2? What happened to cause you to understand it today and not understand it December 28th of 2022?
I just said it wasn't read to me,
Okay.
but I actually reading it myself, I understood now. But on the day that I signed, I don't even recall this even being there. I just initial.
Okay.
It was never read off to me.
Is that the same answer for number 3,
Yes.
4, 5, 6, and the paragraph up under number 6?
Yes.
Okay.
She's speeding it up because she's going to try to play the video of the hearing now.
Thank you for clearing that up.
She's happy.
So, going back to page 3 of 7, number 1. Do you remember yesterday I asked you, how were the crimes that you committed? How did you mean for them to boost the street credibility of YSL?
The boost the street credit of YSL,
Yes.
brought females around, people wanting to hang.
Did it make people scared of YSL too?
No.
Is the crime that you were referring to in count 1 that drive-by shooting that you
I
committed?
thought we couldn't talk about that. The drive-by shooting.
Oh, yes, you can.
My drive-by shooting?
Your drive-by shooting?
Yes.
All right. And is it your testimony today that you committed or participated in that drive-by shooting
Yes.
to boost the reputation of YSL to bring females around?
No, not. But what I was saying, like, I just don't think it was to boost the credibility. I never knew that the question even said to boost a notorious street credibility. I didn't know the question said that at the bottom. I knew about the top part.
All right.
That's why I signed to it, because I knew me and Zachary and Gunnington
All right.
pleaded guilty to doing a drive-by shoot.
What about,
Okay. Disregard that anybody other
Oh,
than Mr.
say
Sledge may have pled guilty to anything about this crime.
Right.
and I did admonish him of that.
No, you didn't.
Yeah.
Not today. Probably yesterday, not today.
Number 3, as it relates to you only. How did threatening to harm Shell Kale count as you're acting on behalf of YSL? What did it do for YSL when you threatened to harm Shell Kale?
It didn't do nothing because me and Shell Kale seen each other 1,000 times and it never happened. So it didn't do nothing.
Because who in Shell Kale?
I said, me and Shell Kale seen each other, me and him, seen each other 1,000 times and nothing never happened. So I don't,
You acknowledge within that statement that on behalf of YSL, you threatened to harm a person named Kale?
I never said I threatened. I said if he was looking for me, I had something for him.
All right. Do you remember earlier when you were reading section 3 of part 4 on page 3? That I asked you if any part of it was false, to tell me today you count it as false, to label it false?
I probably couldn't hear you. Probably couldn't hear you as clear, but I know for a fact, like you in the video, I never threatened him. I just said if he was looking for me. I
Okay.
didn't.
So is it,
Well, that part,
Testimony
I say
that-
that part down there is false.
okay, so we're going to label that as false, number 3.
Okay.
All right. Number 4, is there any part of number 4 that is false?
Yeah, the date. That's all I can see.
Okay. Other than the date, is there any part of number 4 that is false? Read it carefully.
Yeah, and I would say the video part.
So without talking about what part, just if there is any part that is false, please just tell me false.
See, I didn't even know how to say this. Yeah, that's false too.
All right.
Um,
Mr. Sledge, did you read earlier when I was going over them? Did you read each of these?
I didn't read that part. I missed out on that. On the video part at the bottom.
Number 5, how many sentences is in number 5? Is there only one sentence?
No,
No, without reading it, is there more than one sentence in number 5?
Yes.
There's more than one sentence.
No, it's one complete sentence.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Now, did you read that one complete sentence a moment ago when I asked you about number 5 under section 4?
No, I didn't read it completely. I didn't read it and understand it at first, but now I do.
So with your new understanding,
It'll be false.
number 6, read it, please, fully.
Defense admitted.
No, not out loud. Not out loud.
I thought you
Yourself,
said
my
read it.
apologies, my apologies.
I see what it say down there, but
Is any part of number 6 false? Because if it is, I would like for you to say false.
false.
Now, do I have it correct that your testimony today is that number 3 is not entirely true?
Yes.
Number 4 is not entirely true?
Yes.
Number 5 is not entirely true?
Yes.
Number 6 is not entirely true?
Yes.
Number 7 is not entirely true?
Yeah, number 7 is not true.
Number 8 is not entirely true?
Not true.
Number 9 is not entirely true?
Not true.
And number 16 is not entirely true.
You said 16?
Yes, sir, on page 5 of 7 at the top. Number 16.
Yes, not true.
Okay, all right.
But you remember I explained to you about number 789. I try to get you the 10. I try to get you not. I say 7, 8, and 9. I try to get you to change at the time, and you wouldn't change.
Okay. That's your testimony. All right. So
Her goal is to get it admitted to the jury
all of the
in full.
factual acknowledgments contained in section 4 from 1 to 16, is it your testimony today that the only ones that are true fully are number 1, number 2, number 10?
That was a misstatement of the testimony.
Then Your Honor, that was a question that he can correct if I have it wrong.
Overruled.
Okay.
I don't- so-
I'll start over. Is it your testimony today that of all the factual acknowledgments in section 4 from 1 to 16, the only ones that are true in their entirety are number 1, number 2, number 10, number 11, number 12, number 13, number 14, and number 15?
Yes.
Have you had enough time to carefully read those to ensure that I've accurately stated what your testimony is?
Yes.
All right. So if number 1 is true in its entirety, how were the crimes you committed intended to benefit YSL?
Number 1 isn't about him. It's about YSL in general committing crimes.
What you talking about? What a hand signals?
No, sir.
Oh,
You said that it was true in its entirety, didn't you?
yes,
Number 1?
yes.
So I'm talking about the part about committing crimes to benefit YSL. How have the crimes that you've committed how did you intend that they benefit YSL?
I guess to the street credibility.
What does that mean?
Street credibility.
What do you mean? You guessed
I
it,
guess
street
people
cred-
notice YSL.
Notice what about YSL?
We're on our business, I guess.
What now?
We'll do what we gotta do.
What does that mean?
Stand up for yourself.
Stand up for yourself. How?
Defend yourself.
And what does that consist of for you? What did that consist of?
I don't get what you're asking.
What did you mean when you said defend yourself?
Oh, defend myself from anybody in the world.
How did you defend yourself to show that nobody should mess with YSL? What ways did you do that? Is that a fair question?
I committed a drive-by shooting.
To show you don't mess with YSL.
Right.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Was that drive-by shooting against a rival gang member?
They don't say that in that question.
I'm asking you.
I didn't consider it as a rival gang member at the time.
So how was that drive-by shooting going to show anybody that you don't mess with YSL?
Because they jumped on Gunnington.
Oh, okay.
All right, Evan, and we're going to need to break early for lunch
Right.
today to accommodate an issue with one of the jurors. So I don't know if I let y'all know that before, but we're going to break right now. Okay. And we will break for, let's see. Let's come back at 12:45.
All right, so they're gonna do a slightly longer lunch. I don't know if they'll let us see this juror thing, but we'll wait and see. I don't know if you guys caught what I was trying to say about the question relating to factual acknowledgement 1. Where she said the crime he committed was in furtherance. But that's not what 1 is really talking about. 1 is just an acknowledgement about YSL in general. It says Young Slime Life, aka YSL, is an organization made up of 3 or more members or associates who share common identifiers that include but are not limited to colors, hand signals, and terminology, who have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety,
All right,
street
unless there's
credibility, and
anything
reputation of
anybody needs to put
YSL.
on the record, I'll see everybody back at 12:45.
So she shouldn't have asked that. I heard a chair squeak. She shouldn't have asked that question about factual acknowledgement number 1, what crime he specifically committed in furtherance of YSL. So that didn't really make sense, but all right, you know. You know. And then lots of food for thought here. We can look at the whole factual acknowledgement and read through them. I do have it written down what he's saying is true and then what's at least false in part. And we could go through that number by number. Thank you guys for all the chats. Ricky E says, true or false? Do you think we see cross today, Kat? I don't think we're going to get to cross-examination at this rate. Because if this is going to be admitted, because now Love is going to argue, look, it's inconsistent. He signed off on this previously, and now he's saying it's not true. So she's trying to get this admitted in front of the jury. And as soon as it's admitted in front of the jury, we have to go through all these motions again to actually read the things that we can't read out loud right now before it's admitted in front of the jury. So we could spend the rest of the day, honestly, on this plea deal at the rate that Love moves. So we might have more direct tomorrow. Just saying. Just saying. I'm not very optimistic about the speed efficiency here. Thank you so much, Ricky. FFS says, be right back, gonna accidentally waterboard myself. T-Vel, okay, so I really think it might be intentional that Love is standing blocking the witness. T-Vel says, when you see this hand, I'm slapping Love's neck on the screen. Well, it's like she needs to move over a little bit. Like, she demonstrated that she was cognizant and aware of where the camera was facing. Right after we heard about, oh, I didn't show the juror's face on the screen. I think she meant when she was carrying her laptop up with her to the witness stand. Maybe the laptop camera could have captured someone's face and been broadcast somewhere, but it wasn't. After that conversation, when they came back from that other recess, Love reached over to that area maybe to grab her microphone, which she switched over to. And she like leaned as if she didn't want the camera to pan over towards the jury. So she's very aware of where the cameras are facing. So it leads me to believe she's standing where she's standing on purpose. Mrs. Hemp says, so she thinks everyone who agrees to a plea is truthful. This is not helping. It shows that he will say anything to not go to jail. I agree, and more specifically, to not go to Rice Street Jail. Thank you so much, Mrs. Hemp. Lottie B says, I'm beginning to think that it's an actual strategy by the state to bore the jury into a hypnotic trance. Put a 1 in the chat if you have been bored into a hypnotic trance by what we're looking at today. Thank you so much, Lottie B. You might be right. Princess Waku says, this is sad. It's clear he doesn't comprehend. I think he comprehends it now, but I do think it wasn't his priority to understand what he was signing back then, because he was facing a maximum sentence. That would have been like 30 years over his head. So, you know, to me, this is my opinion. It's not legally the definition of being under duress. But I think when you have a sentence hanging over your head, you're inherently under duress making that decision. That's not the legal definition of how duress works. But I'm just saying, in reality, that's a lot of pressure on you. Plus, he also has told the jury, my mom was really sick at that time and I needed to take care of her. And then, attorney's fees are also expensive to keep on going and going. So different factors could have played into him being under duress or not reading what he was agreeing to, not actually acknowledging what he was agreeing to. But inherently, my opinion, plea deals in and of themselves put a defendant under duress because they have to weigh a heavy proposition. But I do think he understands what he's reading. I think the goal of a plea deal when you're first presented with it is not to understand it. It's either this or that, and I'm going to choose that. So thank you so much, Princess. Always good to see you. Ms. Kims, thank you so much. Always bringing a nice positive message. Good morning, Cat and Chat. Have a wonderful day. So good to see you. And then Dolly Talks. I was about to when I had a chance to speak. Thank you for gifting the memberships. We had so much fun in Dolly's chat the other day looking at some of Wade Wilson's jail calls. And that's a good time. Today, you guys have talked a lot about the Alec Baldwin trial, the Russ trial, that dismissal with prejudice. Well, prosecution has filed a motion to reconsider that dismissal with prejudice, and Dolly Talks is going to be reading that this evening around 6 p.m. So I might be able to do a redirect when court ends today, and we can spill over there. But here is the link. That's, I haven't looked into that yet. It's been on the back burner because I've been busy, but I am so looking forward to this. So this is Dolly Rust. That link is now in the chat for you guys. Make sure you check that out and say thank you to Dolly if you got a membership. Thank you so much for popping in today, Dolly. And then not Dolly as Young Thug's sister, if you're just listening. Dolly like Salvador Dali. Angie Lay, thank you so much, gifting a membership. Always love to see Angie's bringing in one co-conspirator at a time, turning them green. Savvy Amira says, maybe it's Amira. Love doesn't know how to form questions in a way that the witness understands on their level and their common language. Fire her, sanction her. 100. Hey, be careful using that 100 emoji. You're going to end up in a screenshot as an exhibit in a Rico trial. Why are you using that emoji? Thank you so much, Savvy Amira. Chloe says, if printers can spy there, maybe she should talk into her shoe if the mic doesn't work. That's hilarious. And I think you guys noted, maybe it was yesterday. Yesterday there were audio issues too, and the sound was so loud. And like the chat was like, did we just hear the printer print something in real time? That's how sensitive the mics were. And then today we have the opposite problem. But this reference here, you guys, is Siri Shada Jimenez, an attorney who no longer is representing, he's not part of this trial. Love insinuated, he made a post on X saying that Love had accused him of using a printer to spy on her. And this was right around the time that the June 7th ex parte meeting came to light, and we looked at that transcript where Glanville was talking about, I'm tracking what's going on with these outside agitators. So just in a reply to a thread about that June 7th ex parte, I believe that was the context, Siri Shada Jimenez wrote this out of nowhere bit about Love accusing him of doing that. So that's the context behind here, if you guys did not catch that. Crazy thing to see. Thank you so much, Chloe. And then Lucia, the audio started earlier, but I didn't get to finish this. Lucia had said, I'm convinced Miss Love will be teaching a lot more lawyers through this trial. And this caught me off guard. I was like, huh? But it goes on. It will be used as an example of what not to do. This is embarrassing. And there's a much more effective way. I mean, she could have moved for the admission of this earlier, I think. As soon as she got an I don't recall, and as soon as she got him to say something was false. But she's doing overkill, I think. And I hope Doug brings up, can I renew my motion for a speedy trial? And then Nismi says, Cat Not Blatt, the government name. Or Blatt Not Williams. FFS is my government name, and then he does the numerics for a social security number. That's funny. SQL Knowledge, always good to see you, says, questions from the meeting. Yep, this was a good point. Love made reference to a meeting, and she was like, did I have my laptop there? So what if she took notes? Where are those notes from that meeting? Did you type anything? Did you document anything? And then did you not turn those notes over? I wonder if the defense will ask a question about that. Did you see Love taking any notes, typing on her computer? You never know. Thank you so much, SQL. And then Joanna says she's very close to getting cussed out. I think a few moments. And yesterday, I don't even remember the line of questioning, but something happened and Mounk Tounk, he like threw his arms up and put them back down on the table. Like he was just over it. So we could get to that moment sometime this afternoon today where he just loses his patience. So I would love, for the entertainment's sake, to see that. I don't know how it would look in the courtroom. Thank you so much, Joanna. AK says this is Chinese water torture. I think you and FFS are on the same page with this one. Thank you, DJ Chili, for the super sticker. Super sweet of you. Super sweet of you. Oh, and then Lottie B. You didn't need to super chat to say thank you to Angie here, but I think Lottie B got the gifted membership from Angie and says thank you for the membership, Angie. Look at that. Welcome to the family, co-conspirator. Okay, and then Nancy New says, Love whispers in her ear, get his cell ready. To the investigator. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that they're going to revoke Antonio Sledge, Mounk Tounk's reduced sentence? Because we're going to look at what he would be up against if they revoke this. We're going to look at that as soon as we get through these chats and get caught up. Thank you so much, Nancy New. Touche says, after this trial, I will never look at plea deals or the testimony of witnesses that take them the same. And I don't really think the state's witnesses that have had these plea deals and they come up, I think the credibility, the soundness of the plea agreement is already under question before the defense attorneys have gotten to cross-examine the witnesses. We're seeing that happen like at maximum level here, in my opinion, with Antonio Sledge. Like, there's already eyebrow raisers with the way the state is trying to present the terms he signed off on this plea agreement. Then they had a whole instruction from the judge to disregard the 2017 stuff that they weren't supposed to hear at all. And the defense hasn't even gotten to cross this witness and poke their own holes in their way. That's the crazy part about this. But I feel you. I think this is really enlightening to give people a feel for what plea deals could mean. And also, not saying this is the case for any particular charge or defendant in particular, but just because someone signs a plea deal, even if it's not an Alford plea where they get to maintain their innocence, if it's a plea deal where they're actually conceding I'm guilty of these things, I hope more people understand that signing a plea deal, a non-Alford plea deal, might not actually mean that someone is truly guilty of something. They're just choosing to admit and concede to the facts because they'd rather get the terms of the plea deal than face the risk of maybe going to a trial where they face, long, expensive processes. They have to be held in custody the whole time. And the outcome could be a risky jury verdict. So I think it's a good wake-up call for people that think that if someone pled out, they must have actually done these things. And maybe that's not always the case. And then Stay Tipsy DMV, I'm late to seeing this, but is this about Miss Sylvia? She's in the court. She is there. So I'm late on this, but maybe this was in reference to Miss Sylvia. So I'm not sure. Thank you so much for the super chat. An Urban Dictionary, forcing someone to become a kattnotwilliams chat gang Rico affiliate. And remember, gangs are just people hanging out, watching TV. FFS says pretty soon after a day of testimony, they'll ask jury to just have dementia and forget it all. Forget it all. It's been a lot of instructions. DJ Chili, thanks for the 99 cents. You're like sprinkling in. You're sniping from the bushes here. Shout out to you. Thank you so much. And, Jake Kellerman asks, why is Love too good for the podium? I don't know if it's because she wants to block the witness. I I think it's because she likes to be right there, like looming over them. That's just me, though. There could be other explanations, like she'd rather stand there and be able to hand documents back and forth as necessary instead of asking to approach since she's standing right there anyway. But I think it's just to give that hovering demeanor. And I don't know if it's really effective the way she thinks it is. Thank you so much for the super chat. This was hilarious, Chloe. Get her one of those auto-tune microphones. Make this fun. And then Peter Ortiz suggests that can Fani buy a new sound system? She has money. Yeah, they can get some swaggy auto-tune microphones up in this courtroom for the rest of the trial. And then Sassy Experience, and then we're going to get into this plea agreement, you guys. I'd check her for GP. Who you yelling at? Fix your microphone. I think it's funny hearing her yell just because the microphones aren't working. I know there's a reason for it, but it's just coincidentally hilarious. So let's take a look at this plea. We're going to pull it because Joseph Papp had, recently retweeted it rather than me going and pulling the document. Let's see. So these are the factual acknowledgments. Let me make this giant. And remember, this is the 2022 plea agreement relating to this case. It is not the Alford plea. This is factual acknowledgments that this was what was alleged, but now that he's accepted this guilty plea deal, this is what he's saying is true. He's acknowledging that these are facts. So these are his initials over here. One, Young Slime Life, aka YSL, is an organization made up of 3 or more members or associates who share common identifiers that include but are not limited to colors, hand signals, and terminology, who have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL. So you notice that this part, just this one, it's not anything specific to Mounk Tounk yet. It's an acknowledgement broadly that this is factually true. 2, defendant has been a member and or associate of YSL since 2012. So now this brings him into the picture, at least as far as 2012, and imply that it would also be true, if you accept this acknowledgement, that YSL has been in existence since at least 2012. 3, while associated with YSL, and to support and express loyalty to YSL. So, because of YSL, YSL is a causal factor here in what we're about to hear. Defendant and co-defendant Demikian Garlington and Quandarius Zachary appeared in a video, known as The Video, with another person, Antonio Sledge, wherein defendant brandished a weapon used in a drive-by shooting and wherein, on behalf of YSL defendant, threatened to harm a person named Kel, a rival gang member who had begun a relationship with defendant's ex-paramour, girlfriend. This is just like extra wording for no reason, but okay. 4, on or about April 28th, 2015, as reflected in Fulton County Indictment 15 CS 13 8994, defendant and fellow YSL associates Demikian Garlington and Quandarius Zachary committed a drive-by shooting using the firearm defendant wielded in the video, referenced in Part 3 of the section, targeting family members of a rival gang. And he tried to say, I don't really know about this rival gang part. Like, this might sort of be true-ish, but I don't remember that rival gang part. 5, defendant and his fellow YSL associates committed the drive-by shooting referenced in sections 3 and 4 above on behalf of YSL and to increase the notoriety, reputation, and fear of YSL. Now, all of these, remember, this is still, we're in what he's saying is false territory, at least partially false. 6, defendant admitted committing and was convicted of aggravated assault and participation in criminal street gang activity, among other charges. For his participation in the drive-by shooting referenced in sections 3, 4, and 5 above. So he's saying 3, 4, and 5 have some falsity to them to some degree. And he also specifically called out when he was asked about this part, he took issue with this part down here. He was like, myself, I might have admitted to it, but not this participation in criminal street gang activity part. If we go on to 7 says defendant was told by another YSL associate that immediately after the murder, and 7, 8, and 9 are ones that he said he asked the language to be changed. 7, 8, and 9. Defendant was told by another YSL associate that immediately after the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., YSL associates met at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia to discuss the murder. 8. Defendant personally knows that one or more YSL associates committed the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr. on behalf of YSL. We heard him call this out today, specifically saying, how would I have personal knowledge of that? So I didn't know that when I was signing off on that, I was saying I personally knew something. 9 says, on January 10th, 2015, after the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., defendant and other YSL associates gathered at the home of Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug, who gave defendant and other YSL associates cash money to, quote, lay low. And the quotes are on this plea agreement. So it says, quote, lay low. And Mounk Tounk said, well, that wasn't the reason. I didn't say to lay low. It would have just been to stay out of harm's way. Number 10 says, and this is where we're getting back to things that he's saying are true. 10 is defendant has personal knowledge that on January 10th, 2015, after the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., YSL associates traveled to Miami, Florida with co-defendant and YSL founder Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug. 11, which he's saying is true. Defendant did not murder Donovan Thomas Jr. and was not a party to the crime. 12, which he's saying is true. Defendant did not murder Shymel Drinks and was not a party to the crime. 13, which he's saying is true. And now this 13 doesn't deal with a factual thing that he's checkmarking. 13 is him agreeing that he acknowledges that he won't do something now or in the future from the point of signing this plea agreement. So 13 reads, and this is, you got to read it carefully. And this language has been used in other plea deals in this trial, and defense has done a great job blowing holes through it. Defendant cannot truthfully assert that the persons charged in this indictment with the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr. are not guilty of the murder. And defendant will make no attempt at trial, prior to trial, or after trial to exonerate the persons charged in this indictment with the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr. And I think that was actually the end of that sentence. That was the end of the sentence because the next page says 14. But remember, you can't truthfully testify that the defendants here are not guilty. But if we look back at the beginning and we look at, or is it the same page? Where was it? Where's the personal knowledge one? Okay, number 8. So if you look at number 8, which he's also saying he asked this to change, and today is saying I was confused because I don't have personal knowledge. So he's signing off on something related to the Donovan Thomas Jr. murder and saying he actually has no personal knowledge, that he didn't know that that's what he was saying when he signed this. But that defendant personally knows that one or more YSL associates committed the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr. on behalf of YSL. Now, if he's saying he didn't know that he was acknowledging that he had personal knowledge and that that is not true, that's a big wrench for this number 13. And I guarantee you we are going to see a ton of questioning from the defense in not just relation to 7, 8, 9, but specifically number 8, having personal knowledge. And, well, maybe the defense will ask something like, well, even though you have no personal knowledge, you agree that you can't truthfully testify to that. And look at all these problems. Look at all the fuss that Love is raising because he's giving these answers today to her questioning. If we go on, I think we left off on 14. The gas station. So now we're back to actual facts that he's acknowledging in this plea agreement. The gas station at 151 Cleveland Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia, is one of multiple locations where YSL associates sell drugs and do not allow other gangs to operate. He's saying that this is true. It's still true today. He understands it and it's true. He'll say it's true today. 15, the gas station at 221 Cleveland Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia, is another location where YSL associates sell drugs and do not permit other gangs to operate. So he's saying that that one is true as well. And then 16, we're back in this is false territory. So defendant has personal knowledge that he and other members of associates of YSL have either participated in or directly committed at least one of the following crimes in order to increase the notoriety and reputation of YSL. And then it lists murder, armed robbery, aggravated assault, attempted murder, theft, illegal gun possession, and illegal drug possession and sales. So those are the factual acknowledgments. Then we have a taste of this is what he's acknowledging his reduced sentence will be and what he's up against if he goes against the terms of this plea agreement. So 1, defendant understands fully that if he violates any provision or any special condition of this plea agreement, the district attorney can and will use the contents of this document/agreement during any judicial proceeding. 2, defendant understands fully that if he violates any provision or any special condition of this plea agreement, his probation for the sentence may be revoked in its entirety, and the district attorney will recommend, not may, but will recommend, that defendant serve any remaining portion of this sentence in confinement at the Georgia Department of Corrections, parentheses, prison. 3, defendant understands fully that any violation or any provision or any special condition of this plea agreement shall result in defendant being sentenced on count 30 of this indictment, and the district attorney will recommend that defendant serve the maximum sentence allowed by law. 4, defendant understands fully that if prior to the conclusion of the initial trial of this case, defendant fails or refuses to testify to any fact that he acknowledges in this plea agreement, such failure or refusal nullifies any promise made by the district attorney to not prosecute count 30 of this indictment. So this could all be back on the table. Number 5, defendant understands fully that defendant's violation of any provision or of any special condition of this plea agreement prior to the conclusion of the initial trial of this case shall nullify any promise made by the district attorney to null pros count 30 of this indictment. And we've got a typo that Antonio Sledge seems to have initialed off on. So, and may result in defendant begin is changed to being, initialed by AS, sentenced to serve as much as 35 years of confinement in the Georgia Department of Corrections, prison. 6, defendant understands fully that no promises, agreements, or conditions have been made other than those set forth in this document. I, Antonio Sledge, have read and carefully reviewed this agreement. I have reviewed and corrected where necessary for accuracy each statement contained in defendant's factual acknowledgments, and I acknowledge the truth and accuracy of each and every statement listed therein. I fully understand this agreement, and I've had the opportunity to discuss this agreement and each of its provisions with my attorney, Mr. Derek Wright. No promises other than those contained in this document have been made to me in furtherance of this agreement. I freely, knowingly, and voluntarily enter into this agreement without force, threat, or coercion. So there you go. And the next page is the signature page. Toggle back over here. Although I think we have a lot of time. I think they said 12:45, so we've got like an hour. But yeah, so there we go. There we go. Those are the terms. Those are the terms. That's a lot hanging over someone's head. Yeah, and this is the chat I'm seeing when I toggle back over here. 3 hours turned into 2 full days, and all they have is a plea agreement. And this has been the strategy for several witnesses now. You know, if they didn't have this plea, and really they only have this plea because it's Rico. They said, all right, we're going to rope up like almost 30 of these guys, and we're going to try to get a bunch of them to plea out on these terms that they'll testify against someone else. And just say it's all in furtherance of a gang, it's all related, and it's all ordained and directed and in association with this YSL gang. So this strategy Rico enables this strategy, and then this strategy is proving the Rico. It's like a closed system feedback loop. And hold on. So Stephen Satchel says, And he'll be off to Gray Bar Hotel. Oh, okay, we're talking about Mounk Tounk. Yeah. As soon as he's I think it's possible. I do think it's possible. And it kind of sucks because he is like asking to speak to his attorney. What would be interesting though, now this trial probably has a long way to go, right? So if they decide to actually prosecute somebody for something, and his plea agreement says, you know, I had no involvement in this, but now they're undoing the plea agreement, are they going to try to hold off on unwinding this plea agreement until after this trial's over? Because if they unwind his plea agreement, wouldn't it make sense for the defense to be able to call him during their case in chief? Because now he would have a different set of facts to testify to. Because he would no longer have a standing plea, a standing factual acknowledgement. It would be a prior statement possibly, but it would no longer be signed off on and honored as a factual acknowledgement if this plea deal was revoked. So I think the scary part is I can imagine this district attorney's office trying to wait until this trial's over and then going, all right, let's rope up that witness that didn't follow the terms of the plea agreement, but let's not revoke it until trial's over. And I don't really know if there's, you know, statutes in place that create a timeline for something like that. Maybe there is. Maybe it has to be done within a certain time period. That's crazy to think about, because I can really imagine if there's wiggle room, if it's not defined that they cannot wait indefinitely to revoke this plea agreement, I can imagine the DA waiting until this trial's over. I'm toggling back over. This is a good point. Obi says, are we under the assumption that the defense is going to mount their own case in chief? They might not. And I'm assuming that they will. And I think, Obi, this is a little bit unjust that the state's case in chief is so rough and kind of falling apart on its own that based on where we started until today, it might look less and less necessary for the defense to need to put on a robust case in chief because the state is dismantling their own case. And the state's direct is giving the defense a ton of opportunity to come in and attack the state's case, all before they get to their own case in chief. Jim CSI says, I'd be happy if the trial started. You guys. Survivor Speaks, good to see you, says, I'm at work listening, upset I can't interact, pink gang out. Well, it's if you're still listening, it's good to see you. I've been in that position, working and lurking is what we call it. Thank you so much for your support, and I hope your day at work is going by faster than this direct questioning from Adrian Love. This was the benefit of yesterday starting late and being able to watch it on a faster speed, which we don't really have that option today because we're in real time. David Liebold says, love is awful. Mounk may have reading comprehension issues. Well, there was a part, you know, referring to an ex-paramour and then girlfriend in parentheses. Why not just say ex-girlfriend? Like, why did we need to be like extra wordy in writing this? You know, I don't even think the legalese is the difficult part of this. I think some of it you can tell that it seems like Adrian Love's the one that wrote this. The language could have been improved, but it is what it is. What else surprises us anymore? Thanks so much, David. Moses asks, will Fani prosecute her daughter as hard as YSL? I mean, it's not a parallel. It's not like a criminal charge or anything like that. So obviously there's factual differences there. But what I think is interesting is when you show up roadside with Nathan Wade there, you know, was it a little bit too, you know, Fani is still mom, and Fani is probably still trying to show up because once you get arrested, the car is going to be on the side of the road. Someone needs to deal with the car. You know, it's good to have someone show up on your behalf, right? So mom seems like a good person to do that. But was there a part where she was trying to show her face, show who she was, and maybe daughter was name dropping? I was on the phone with my mom, Fonnie Willis, because maybe if you know who my mom is, we can get this put behind us a little quicker. So how will something like this move forward? It's in the spotlight. It's being highly talked about. So now how do you move forward? Do you even try to maneuver in a slick way that can confer favoritism towards your daughter and how this moves forward? Do you try to put your hands in the air for the sake of, letting it be fair and not trying to pull strings? Just gotta wait and see. But stuff like that is always interesting. What was the district attorney in, let's see, Sandra Dorley, is that her name? In Monroe County, New York? Where she was, I think it was a state trooper, or maybe it was Webster Police. Someone tried to pull her over. And she continued to just drive herself home, driving and driving and driving, pulled all the way into her driveway, pulled into her garage, then got out of the car finally while inside her own garage. She wouldn't stop for this traffic stop. And it was all in body cam video. This is about like 3 or 4 months ago. And she was saying that she's the one that would prosecute it. So good luck trying to write me the ticket. Go ahead and write it then. It was a whole mess. It was a whole mess. So I think if Fonnie was smart, you would do anything to avoid looking like a Sandra Dorley. Whatever. I wouldn't want to be a hypocrite in a high profile position of all things, but we'll see how that plays out. Yeah, Chloe says, the state, we don't know who did the murder, so we'll just cast this Rico net into the water and tell the victim's family he's somewhere in there. The guy that did it is somewhere in there. And what do you guys think about that, especially if you haven't heard from, this Michael Sprinkle rewind, or caught it during the cross-examination of Woody? There were other people initially charged for Donovan Thomas's murder. The streets also thought somebody other than these co-defendants on this trial. The streets also thought it was somebody besides these 6 co-defendants sitting in this room that are responsible for the murder of Donovan Thomas. But somehow, in 2024, we are 123 days into a trial where those people that were originally charged are either showing up with an immunity deal or with a plea deal. And we're still waiting to hear a little bit more from Demikian Garlington, who severed from this case. He's still a co-defendant with a trial pending. So he's not expected to be called to testify because it would, probably be a Fifth Amendment issue because he's got to fight for his own innocence in another part of this indictment. And then Quandarius Zachary, who we're supposed to hear from, but he's having some health issues, so it's unclear when exactly he'll be called. But originally it was expected he'd be right around the same time as Mounk Tounk. So I'm sure we're going to hear a lot more questions about, weren't you also accused Donovan Thomas shooting? But a lot of these original people, they're slipping out of the net. It'll be interesting to watch. Thank you so much, Chloe. I don't know, you guys. I'm tired of Rico. Yeah, 26. I don't know why I always want to say 28. Ooh, is my voice... Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Did it get better? Okay, that's weird. I don't know. Maybe the courtroom audio is like coming through the system at me. Let me know if it happens again. We'll have to do some troubleshooting. I'll have to call Miss Persefield over. Be like, please help. Taylor says they ought to be ashamed of themselves for using predatory language in pleas to take advantage of those who are less fortunate. Yeah, and especially I think when a plea still involves the risk of a trial in and of itself is time consuming and expensive. If you've already been sitting in custody and haven't even had a bond hearing, that would make a plea way more compelling than if you actually got your bond within 45 days, a bond hearing within 45 days. We know from Trontavious Stevens that we did not get a bond hearing. He kept asking for one. He had multiple attorneys try to ask for one, and he was there for 7 or 8 months before they dropped this plea deal on his table. No bond hearing in the Rice Street jail. So definitely like predatory language and just like a predatory process that seems to be behind these plea deals in Fulton County, and I'm sure the same thing happens in other jurisdictions as well. But here we get to see it in like HD playing out, and it's crazy. Thank you so much, Taylor. And then Stephen Satchel says assertion 1 in plea deal uses language straight out of the statute. Yep, so that's true. I just think it was weird that Adrian Love was asking him to look at number 1, and as soon as he said that he'd read it, she started questioning about the crime he committed that would make number 1 true in furtherance of the gang. Like, that just didn't seem like the right factual acknowledgement for her to tie that question into. But I don't know. That's just the way Love navigates her questioning, just wishy-washy, just getting through it. Black Magic, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the green. Dante says, my take, see if anyone else agrees. The state have all these witnesses plea deals. All of these witnesses plea deals and immunity agreements to say that what the state wants them to say. If they don't, the state will charge them later. It seems like something. I do feel like they expected, maybe 1 or 2 of these people will be difficult. I think they probably underestimated how difficult some of these witnesses would be, how uncooperative they would be in response to some of the questioning. I think they thought that these witnesses would get up there and just straight up, yes, 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 and repeat verbatim on their own without having the plea agreement in front of them. Just like voluntarily read these exact same statements verbatim as their oral testimony without being prompted by these plea agreements. And they never should have expected that that would be the case because, first of all, that's not practical or reasonable to think somebody will speak in the terms, in the language used in a plea agreement, for 1. 2, you're asking them about something they signed 2 years ago already. Like, why would they remember for that reason? And then 3, I think some of the terms in these plea agreements are confusing. I would think as a prosecutor, you'd want it to be simple, clear, and understandable if you want to get cooperative answers in front of a jury. If it's not clear, you're going to have moments where they're like, can I speak to my lawyer? And unclear language, that uncertainty, can prompt someone to want to speak to their lawyer, even if what they're concerned about isn't because they did something actually wrong and are scared to incriminate themselves right now in real time. The lack of clarity, the lack of understanding could prompt someone in front of the jury to ask to speak to their lawyer, and asking to speak to your lawyer is not a good look. Not a good look for the party asking the questions. So I don't know. I agree with what you're saying here. I am in agreement. Yeah, I think there you go. You guys got it. Yeah, clear language should be for the jury and for the witness. Totally agree. But instead, she's all over the place. Yeah, and I'm just wondering, what do you guys think? And trying to think of who I can ask. I'll look for someone on X or Twitter that practices in Georgia. Is there a time limit? If they want to say, hey, look, you didn't hold up your terms of this plea agreement, do we have to go after you for it within the next 14 days, 30 days? Or can we strategically wait until this trial's over and then come rope you up? Because there's big implications if there's no rigid time constraint on that. And yeah, so for the ones that were accused of something a long time ago and not with this indictment, there's all these other things stemming back nine years ago, many years ago. Oh, that's true. Ashley Merchant. Yeah, that would be a great person to ask. Especially if she doesn't know she can go to, that's one of those attorney power couples. We also have family attorneys. And then let's see, Rachel. Good to see you, Rachel. Says, did Love Signal witness a timestamp 3:34 yesterday? Now, is this, to clarify, 3:34, is that minutes and seconds? And are we talking about law and crime? Day 122. We should go back and rewatch the rebuking. Let's see. And then Rachel, I'm looking for you if you want to give me a heads up. My stream, hour 3. So we'd be looking at hour 3, date 122, hour 3 and 34 minutes. Let's go see. And I also just pulled up yesterday's long crime stream. We can look at the rebuking, the jury instruction where Love got admonished. If you guys missed that yesterday, it was great. It was a good time. Day 122. And I'm just going to start it right at 3 hours, 33 minutes. So it might not be at the exact point in time that we're looking for a hand signal.
That was damaged. Through investigations, detectives got a lead that Mr. Garlington and Mr. Zachary were involved, and they conducted interviews.
Yes, sir.
I can pause there.
Okay.
Oh, I don't think it was a hand signal, but did she wipe her nose? Oh my gosh. Someone please ask her if she wiped her nose.
I can pause there.
Okay.
Was that factual basis? Were those words read to the court by the prosecutor at the time you entered a guilty plea in 2017?
I don't remember, was it read by the prosecutor because
That's
I took them.
funny. That is funny. Ask her. She looked like she might have been like touching her lip, but it was still close enough to her nose. Like she just went like, but all of that fuss. Yeah, because he does it back. And the reason that is interesting, look, I don't buy into all of the body language conspiracy, people hand signaling. It could be, it might not be, but how am I to prove that? Like, I don't know. I can't prove that this stuff is being done on purpose. But what's interesting is how much Love focuses on, is this your truth? Did anybody help you figure out what to say today? Like, she makes the implications over and over. And kind of like, it just seems like she's telling on herself and the things that she does. Yeah, right? The gang sign reciprocated. Oh, my goodness. My goodness. But that's, to me, it's just it's the fact that Love will project and project and project and project. So if people read into the things that she does, she deserves it and she brings it on herself. That's my take. That is my take. Thank you so much, Rachel, for pulling out the timestamp there. Touche says the state definitely underestimated how well the defense would use the state's witnesses for the defense advantage. And I think a lot of it, I don't think they intentionally plan to be bad with their witnesses. I feel like they don't prep their strategy. I don't feel like they make adjustments when things aren't going the way that they should be going. They just, I don't know. It just seems like an improv class. Like this is just like a trial run and that they aren't taking it seriously and making play calls when they need to. changing direction when they should. They're just like, whatever. It's just a scrimmage. It's not a very major, expensive Rico trial or anything. With tons of defendants on lives on the line, victims looking for closure. It's just a scrimmage. It's preseason. That's really how they're treating this. And then Nancy New says, if Garlington is still standing trial, I wouldn't lock him up before his trial if they want to testify because he talks a lot about him. Yeah, so he's still moving forward with his trial. He didn't accept a plea. So he's just severed from this case. So that's like a, if they put him on the stand, he'd probably just be like, I plead the fifth, I plead the fifth, I plead the fifth. So. And then let me go over to the law and crime from yesterday and find the section with the rebuking and the instruction. And we'll do a little bit of the arguments. We'll see Keith Adams' suggestions for language in this instruction. This is admonishment. Let's see. Got about 30 minutes. It's very awesome that we can just search the transcript for the word rebuke and find the moment. Let's see. So we're going to start right when they come back from a recess. The judge was speaking, but the audio comes in on the court in the middle of her speaking, and they're going to finish their arguments on how to tell the jury that Love should not have been reading this Alford plea, the factual basis for this Alford plea from 2017, onto the record because it's not actual factual assertions. And he maintained his innocence when he made that guilty Alford plea. So we'll see those arguments, and then we'll be able to see her read this instruction to the jury and publicly rebuke Miss Love. We'll put it on 1.25 just to make sure maybe 1.5 just to make sure we get back when court gets back today.
Just to say something.
Poised.
All right.
Judge, I fully adopt on behalf of Mr. Nichols, and I know I don't need to under the rule we're operating under, the motion for mistrial. I understand your ruling. I understand you're going to give an instruction, but I ask that as part of that instruction for an admonishment under 17-875, and I think that admonishment is mandatory, where counsel makes statements of prejudicial matters which are not in evidence. And I believe that this applies to this particular instance under these particular circumstances. So I've asked the court to admonish counsel. Yes, in front of the jury, obviously, as part of the instruction.
All right. Give me a second to get signed into Lexis and take a look exactly at what the statute says. Give me that site again. 17-875. I left out a number.
All right. So let me put a banner on the bottom so people aren't confused what we're watching from yesterday.
Do you have any suggested language? I'm sure you do. That would be appropriate for the court to give as an admonishment.
I haven't, we can come up with something.
All right, well,
pretty quick,
let's endeavor to do that right now.
Zoom some of this.
Go ahead.
Now, okay. Your Honor, given that 17-875 refers to statements of prejudicial matters, which are not in evidence, and the factual basis given or read by the prosecutor in the plea in the 15 SC case, while containing details that are not contained within the factual acknowledgments of 22 SC 183-572, it contains, it's about the same act, which in the factual acknowledgments for this case, the defendant says occurred. He admits and acknowledges that he, Demikion Garlington, and Quandarius Zachary committed a drive-by shooting at this residence, and that they committed the drive-by shooting on behalf of YSL and to increase the notoriety, reputation, and fear of YSL, and that he admitted and was convicted of aggravated assault, participation in criminal street gang activity, and among other charges for his participation in the drive-by shooting referenced in sections 3, 4, and 5. And given that this evidence will be properly before the jury, our position is that these statements, the questions that I asked, which contains the factual basis, the assertion about the factual basis in the 15 SC case, would not be a prejudicial matter. Though the factual basis is not in evidence, the fact of the shooting is not a prejudicial matter, which mandates a rebuke.
Okay. Well, the fact that a co-defendant who may not ultimately testify and who you do not believe will testify has pled guilty.
I don't disagree that that should go, but that was not something that I.
No, I know. I don't think that you intended to elicit that, but yes, I'm going to give a rebuke. Miss Love, I mean, that's just what it is sometimes to be the prosecutor in a case. Gotta have a tough skin. Suggested language, Mr. Harvey or others?
Need for some smarter colleagues to give me some suggestions, which is everybody in these three tables.
And Your Honor, I'm still reading under the annotations of that particular statute.
Yeah, but you know, we also presented this, by the way, as a guilty plea, not as an offered plea. And we read a factual basis from something that's not in evidence. It is so highly prejudicial that we all made a motion for mistrial. A rebuke is in order under 17-875. And I think the court in front of the jury can say, and I hereby admonish the state for bringing up these matters that I have just told you to disregard. And the state should not do that again.
Your Honor, what the annotations say is what the law forbids is the introduction into a case by way of argument of facts, not only not in the record, but that are calculated to prejudice the accused. And
all right, Ms. Love, I'm going to give some sort of an admonishment. And I mean, sometimes you need to just, keep your powder dry and not argue every single thing to the nth degree. I've already said I'm giving it. So, I mean, I can grant a mistrial if you prefer.
oh no. we do not
Okay,
want a
then
mistrial.
maybe stop arguing at this point.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, in terms of her having presented it as a guilty plea, an offered plea is still a guilty plea, so I don't find there to be anything wrong with her having references in a guilty plea, but, we already talked about the full factual basis thing, so I won't rehash that, but, okay. All right, and after I give the instructions, I'm going to ask y'all, I understand that the mistrial motions are preserved, but I am going to ask, since I haven't read out yet what I'm going to say, if y'all have any suggestions that you think would further elucidate, clarify, cure anything, I'm going to ask you for that. And if you have them, I would like for you to let me know that, and we can come up to the bench and consider any other further curative instructions, okay? All right. All right, let's get the jury back out. And I mean, I don't know that we need the witness in here for that, but
will the court prior to
go ahead.
Will the court prior to bringing in the jury, would the court be willing to read the
what
rebuke?
I'm going to say? Well, I don't know what the rebuke. I mean, it's probably going to be something to the effect of after I explain to them what they're not to consider. I also admonish and rebuke you, Ms. Love, to pay careful attention to how you ask questions and to what you put before the jury. Mr. Harvey wants more. What else? I'll consider it.
You should be banned from asking any more questions ever for the rest of the.
Well,
for the
okay,
rest of the
reasonably
trial.
speaking, though.
That may be going a little bit too far. But that's already been asked for, by the way. And that the court, in giving these instructions, intends to rebuke the state for asking those, for eliciting that improper testimony.
So, Your Honor, it wasn't improper testimony. It
Okay.
was the question.
Improper statements of the state. That's the whole point of a rebuke. That's the whole point.
And we would ask that the court just, if the court is going to read, that the court reads only what the court initially said.
I will say you should not have put that factual rendition before the jury as anything this witness admitted to. Mm-hmm. I'm listening.
At the time he pled guilty in 2017, because
I understand.
Your Honor.
Give me just a second. Sorry. Yes.
Let me request that the court consider including in its admonition the following language, if the court deems it to be appropriate. Somewhere in there, the presentation of that evidence that I've described was improper and was not in keeping with the law and the prosecutor's ethical obligations. Accordingly, the state is admonished for their behavior and is instructed to refrain from asking or presenting any improper questions or evidence moving forward.
All right. I'll do a little bit of it, but not all of it. What was that last sentence?
I like the first sentence.
I'm sure you do. Instructed to refrain from what?
Refrain from asking any improper questions or presenting improper evidence.
All right. Well, they're not presenting evidence, so.
And
All right.
and should conduct themselves within their ethical obligations
All
and
right.
legality.
Thank you. I'm not going to do that.
All right, I got some more.
Got some more? All right. I think this is going to be enough. All right. Let's get the jury out. I mean, do y'all want the witness in here for this?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Have you or somebody instructed, maybe even Mr. Wright, the witness to not talk about anybody else's plea to anything? Can Mr. Wright just do that? All right, let's get the jury out. Be in here? Okay,
Your Honor, we do request
all
that the
right.
witness is present.
okay. Somebody let them know that. You can hurry. I mean, I've already said for the jury to come in, so. All right, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've got some further instructions for you with regard to some of what you just heard. So I gave y'all an instruction that if this witness provided testimony that was inconsistent with a guilty plea admission, that you could accept that guilty plea admission as substantive evidence against any of these defendants. But then what we heard was that this witness pled guilty in 2017 to that being a part of that 2015 drive-by shooting. But and we heard kind of a factual basis that the prosecutor in that guilty plea had read before the court, or somebody had read before the court, as a part of what Miss Love was asking questions about, and she was, kind of reading that from a transcript. All right, here's the thing: is that guilty plea, as I think you heard this witness say, he entered that because he believed it to be in his best interest to do that. And this gets into a whole lot of kind of legal terminology and legal concepts, but there are a couple of different ways that somebody can say, yes, I'm pleading guilty to a crime. And one of them is called an Alford plea. It's just named after a case called Alford. But they're essentially saying, I am going to plead and accept that I'm guilty of this crime, but I am not saying that the facts that the state's putting forward are true. I am just saying, I think it's in my best interest to go ahead and resolve it that way. So everything that you heard is, and that is totally legitimate to do that. And let me also say that Mr. Wright, who was representing this witness at the time, he let the court at that time in 2017 know, hey, this is an Alford plea. He's doing this because it's in his best interest, he believes, to do this. And Mr. Sledge was under no obligation after his attorney said that to, even if he got an opportunity to say anything else, to say, yeah, what my lawyer said, to add anything whatsoever to that. So I think there was a question about that, and he didn't, he didn't say anything else. He had no obligation to, he had no requirement to, he had no responsibility to, okay? So basically what I told you about, oh, you can take those facts and those admissions and consider it against him or anybody else in this trial. When it's an Alford plea, you cannot. So none of that I said was actually true about what you just heard about those 2017 guilty plea to the 2015 drive-by shooting. Okay. So let me think what else. Oh, and you also need to completely disregard that anybody other than this witness right here, Mr. Sledge, might have pled to anything that had to do with that drive-by shooting. All right. So just entirely erase that from your minds. And I also, at this point, am going to admonish and rebuke you, Miss Love, to pay careful attention to how you ask questions and to what you put before the jury. You should not have put that factual rendition before the jury as anything that this witness admitted to at the time of the 2027 guilty plea. And I'm going to instruct you to refrain from asking improper questions.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Anything in addition that anybody needs to put before the court right now with regard to those curative instructions? All right. All right. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Hilarious. Hilarious. Oh my goodness. And it's like she made a big motion to pick up her laptop right as she knew the rebuke was coming. Like, oh, look at me, look over here, don't listen to what she's saying, get distracted. But yeah, so that was from yesterday. Court should be resuming in about 12 minutes if they come back on time. And let's see, you guys are saying 11 Alive has a better sound. So the captions have been falling apart. Oh, this is Atlanta News first. Let me go to 11 Alive. Hold on. The captions have been falling apart on Law and Crime Stream. They're either not working, or when they do start working, the captions have been really off base. Not just like one or two words is wrong here or there. They've just been awful today. So if 11 Alive has better sound and no captions, it might be better than trying to watch this with what Law and Crime is currently giving us. So let's see, 11 Alive. And I know it sucks not to have captions, but there really isn't a good choice today for them anyway. All right, so I'm not sure if this is
true.
that much better, but we'll see when they come back.
6 is not entirely true.
Yes.
Number 7 is not entirely true.
Yeah, number 7 is not true.
Number.
So I have this open. This is 11 Alive. And let's try Atlanta News first. Let me find that.
street credibility.
What do you mean? You guessed.
I guess people notice YSL.
Notice what about YSL?
Kind of sounds the
We're on our
same.
business, I guess.
What now?
We'll do what we gotta do.
What does that mean?
Stand up for yourself.
Stand up for yourself. How?
Defend yourself.
And what does that consist of for you? What did that consist of?
I don't get what you're asking.
I don't know. The volume
did you-
kind of sounds the same across all of them. Are you guys noticing a tangible difference? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the banner reminder. But yeah. And I think, let's see if... So Atlanta News First does not even have captions. 11 Alive does not even have captions. Law and Crime has captions, but they've been not great. They do all sound the same to me. I think it's possible that if someone went and played Atlanta News First earlier in the day or watched a different clip from the day for 11 Alive. But what about, which is the Fox one that does? Maybe that stream has better audio, right? I think that's the last one that we haven't tried. Fox 5 Atlanta. And they have closed captions enabled.
Is there any part of number 4 that is false? Read it carefully.
Yeah, and I would say the video part.
So without talking about what part, just number 10, number 11, number 12, of what the fourth portion of your sentence.
I think the audio is the same on this, and it doesn't look like closed captions are popping up, even though they do. I can enable it. I don't think the closed captions are actually generating here either. So this is just, and we can go back to 11 Alive. I did not notice a difference, at least with the most recent testimony. It was louder earlier in the beginning of the day, but so was every other stream. So, but we can do 11 Alive when we come back.
I'll start over. Is it your testimony today that of all the factual acknowledgments?
So, and of course, one sentence, I'm not playing the exact same sentence every time I try another stream. So she could be louder just because the mic is she's closer to the mic that's picking up from the witness stand. But they all sound about the same to me. So that sucks, but I guess for better or for worse, quiet love might be better than loud love, depending on which way you want to look at it. And then Hubba Hubba, thanks so much. When it's the defense's turn, when hell freezes over, what will that look like? Will each defendant get their own case? Yep. Their own set of witnesses, or do they combine their case together? So they can present their own case, but I do think strategically you'll see them, well, not literally see them, but we'll probably be able to tell that certain things rather than bog the jury down and be cumulative or repetitive, I think you'll see some cooperation between the attorneys. Because they understand that brevity is probably favorable to the jury, especially a jury that's already been sitting here for days on end. Let's see. Where was Doug Weinstein's picture from yesterday when I talk about cooperation between the legal counsel? Yesterday, Doug Weinstein had posted a picture of all the co-counsels that were present. And you can see YSL Granny's throwing up some hand signals. I think we've got some hand signals from Mr. Williams here. You know, Harvey's is blurred, but it looks like he's doing something. Mr. Matthews Jr. back here, also throwing up a sign. But I do think, you know, they seem to be understanding. Of course, there might be certain times where, you know, like Yak, for example, he spoke with police and may have said things to the police that aren't so favorable to the other co-defendants. There's obviously areas where they can't all be on the same page all the time, but I do think these are very intelligent and cooperative people that will understand that it would be a good strategy to be on the same page where it makes sense to be on the same page. And then look, they take this picture together. So yeah, right, YSL Granny is slime. This is good. This is a good one. Well, I think that's two fingers back there, right? So I don't know if I have my mouse visible on. Okay, there we go. That's two back there, I think. And you know, Kokomo here, it's like blurry, but it could be two, but maybe it could be three, just blurred. Steel is really red. Shart is like barely visible back here. Right? They're all in on the conspiracy. Yeah, shout out to YSL Trish. Yeah, we don't want her to get indicted. She'll get the nicest plea deal. Right? Be a fly on the wall when the defense is having their lunch. And I think they for the most part, most days are working through all of their lunches. No doubt about that. Yeah, there's a lot in this picture. Do we know, because I called him Matthews Jr. I don't even know if his legal or government name involves a junior. But this is, I believe, Keratin Matthews' son that also practices, they practice together. I don't know first name. And then I also don't know this guy. I don't know this guy that's sometimes sitting at the table with Steele and Adams. And I don't know this guy's name either. So, oh, he is actually a junior. Okay. Good, because I didn't want it, like, I just said it as, like, for context to give, like, he's related to. But we're actually, government name involves a junior. Right, Love's gonna use this picture as an exhibit. YSL Kokomo. Is that Steele's son? Oh, they don't really resemble each other. Alright, you think he looks like a Steele Jr. I'd say the similarity, and no offense, is the height. They're, like, similar in height. Oh, wait, Sir Rock is saying he spelled... Oh, wait. So is this a junior, or do you mean... Let me get on the same page. Intern, not Steele's son. Three for table 3. And yeah, so I don't know names for intern 1 and possibly intern 2. Well, this guy's in court a lot too. I think probably more than... So I don't want to, like, incorrectly call this guy an intern. It seems like the consensus is that this is an intern interning at the Steele firm. Steele. And this is, okay, second year. Yeah, I think he's actually a lawyer, not a second-year law student, and this is the second-year law student then, right? So attorney here, 2L here. There we go. And we'll have to get some names. I'll have to pay more attention if they like ask in reference and, you know, let me speak to my, and then they give a name. But there we go. I think Doug probably had a caption to this. What did he say? YSL legal crew, photo courtesy of Keith Adams. So that's this here. Skylar says, oh wait, I missed it. Wrong one. The dye guy says, I only noticed Shart because of the steam coming off of his head. But yeah, so this is a good time. Tons of people saw this post. Oh yeah, who's the OG? Who's the co-founder? Who's the founder and co-founder of this? Who started it all? They should be coming back. I have the feed up. And I don't know if are we committed to watching on any particular stream? Last call, guys. Because we should be coming back in momentarily. So I have all of them up still. I can toggle very easily. Then be frank about it. It's a little unclear. So Doug raised a concern, is there something we're supposed to know about one of the jurors? And there was a bunch of rumors going on. I think the best clarification will come in the Rule 22 hearing tomorrow. It seems like a juror may have some concerns about being nicknamed online. The judge earlier today made it seem like, look, it might have been smart alecky nicknames, but not anything that would put the identity of the jurors at risk. So it doesn't seem like the judge thinks that there's anything necessarily to worry about. But I do think we had Katie Hingerty standing in for Doug Weinstein today. She's representing Yak. She had asked, like, look, we want to make sure that these jurors aren't like out here watching more about the case, going on YouTube and watching these videos, or going on Instagram and reading about this case. And yesterday, several attorneys, kind of said as much. They would just like to be able to inquire. So nothing definitive has been laid out, at least on the record, that a juror did or said anything. It seems like, according to Whitaker, it was the deputy that brought it to her attention. So that's where my rumor mill stops and starts, right there. Yeah, and I'm going with, we know the deputy is the one that gave the message to the judge, a message. We don't know the details behind it. And that's it too. We never know if there's a problem, or we never know if there's something to worry about with this judge, because that's kind of the way she talks. So she gave us a bunch of adjectives, but didn't really give us a layout of the details, the play-by-play. So here we go. My sound is on, the court sound is not on. So. And Whitaker is thirsty today. If we count the water, she's got 3 drinks up there. And where's Hilton? I think Hilton has a squeaky chair today. I haven't really been able to tell. But it doesn't seem like it's Love's chair that's squeaky. I think she moved it yesterday after most of the day. We got to like 16 chair squeaks with Love. And then the chair went to the middle and Hilton was the one sitting in it. All right, call your predictions now. Are we going to have improved microphones after we get back from lunch? Are we gonna deal with this all day? All right, I'm bored. I want the microphone. Yeah, they're not gonna fix it. We're gonna be stuck with this all day. Either that, or it's gonna come back in blaring, right? It's just gonna like rip into our eardrums. It'll work too much.
Break a little bit early today. It depends. Awaiting word on something.
Break early for the day? Break early for the day, not now. Yeah, no, it really, I remember that yesterday was wild with the sound. And thank you, Jamie, for becoming a member. That means you can use all the channel custom emojis now. Have fun. Yeah, so I think if this is the case, so JR says they are saying online, and this could just be rumor mill, but that the media knows about a juror that they've seen or heard that is watching videos on the trial, and there's one with the daughter that also watches the videos. Now, if they find out that if this witness, or if this juror, if one of the jurors is questioned and they say, yeah, my daughter is watching this and telling me about it, you gotta go. You probably got to go. Oh, we think the squeaky chair is Atkins in the middle. We're gonna have to listen when the sound comes back on. They're in here with us. Juror, disavow. Get out of here. We need you to finish this trial out if you think that if it can. Because remember, that's a manifest necessity issue. It's necessary to call a mistrial if there aren't enough jurors to deliberate and deliver a verdict. You're supposed to have 12. So if we fall, if we lose the 4 alternates, look at her. I wish we could hear what they're saying in moments like this. But yeah, like if we end up falling below 12 jurors, and then it's necessary to call a mistrial, it's not with prejudice, it can be retried. And just imagine doing all this again. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like they reserve Atkins for, some of the witnesses that just have basic, short, kind of yes or no questions. I'm not muted. The court audio is muted.
We can go ahead and get the jury then.
Oh, Mounk Tounk's attorney is not there.
Okay, well, all right, Mr. Sledge, you're comfortable? We'll, I guess, try to get word to Mr. Wright, although he should have heard the 12:45 time. If you need him while you're testifying, just let me know. But in the meantime, you're comfortable just getting restarted without him? Is that all
Yes,
right? Okay, all right, let's get the jury. And somebody try to get, there he is.
Hey.
No problem, we've got everybody now. All right.
And yeah, pretty confident that, especially if they're going to break early, we don't know exactly when, but might not pass the witness to the defense today. And Hubba Hubba, thanks for the super chat, says, maybe Love blocks the camera trying to induce a mistrial by having the camera expose the jurors. She only started doing it after the incident this morning. It's weird. She definitely, like, I think she's just trying to
Glad we
make
can
sure she's not at
resume.
fault for anything,
Thank
but
you.
I don't know.
Your Honor, would the court inquire whether everyone on the far side of the courtroom can hear me using the phone?
Can y'all hear her? Maybe hold it a little closer.
There's your answer.
Hello?
She wants to know if we can hear.
No?
I can't hear y'all either. You can, all right, Mr. Harvey can hear you then.
Thank
I
you,
think we're
Judge.
good.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Sledge.
Good afternoon, Ms. Love.
All right. Mr. Sledge, looking back at State's 444 Yankee, am I correct that you acknowledged number 10 on page 4 of 7 as true?
Yes.
So how was it that you knew that on January 10th, 2015, after the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., YSL Associates traveled to Miami, Florida with co-defendant and YSL founder Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug? Tell the jury how you know that, please.
Because I knew he had a show for the next day and they was leaving that night. I just didn't go.
How were you familiar that he had a show the next day?
By talking to him. He invited me to the show and a video shoot. I didn't go
What made you not go?
because I was gonna stay in the city to protect my family because I was falsely accused of something I didn't commit.
Now, when you say falsely accused, on January the 10th, 2015, to your knowledge, had warrants been taken out for your arrest for Donovan Thomas's murder?
No, the street said it. So I wasn't gonna leave my kids and my family here knowing that if I supposedly did something, they probably would have tried to harm my family. And I'd do anything necessary to protect my family.
Understood.
What if it sent me to prison for the rest of my life?
How did you find out the streets were saying that you murdered Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I received fake DMs from fake page. Well, I received DMs from fake pages.
And what did the DMs tell the jury about? Some of the DMs from fake pages that you received?
It stated that me and Kenneth Copeland just killed Nut.
And what was it? Just saying that? Just Sledge and or Mounk Tounk and Woody just killed Nut?
Yes.
Who was the page allegedly from? You
I
said
don't
fake
know.
pages.
It was a fake page, so it's a fake account. You wouldn't know who it is. I don't even remember the name on the account.
Did they call themselves Death to Snakes, Slimes, or something to that effect?
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't recall.
Do you recall how many of those fake DMs you got?
I received them over years. Even once they dismissed it on me, I still receive it.
Were you and Kenneth Copeland the only persons that were accused in those fake DMs of murdering Donovan Thomas?
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm not offering.
How about as to his personal knowledge?
Thank you. To your knowledge, within the DMs that you received, within those DMs, were you and Kenneth Copeland the only people accused or alleged by some unknown people to have been responsible for that murder?
Yes, on January the 10th.
And when you say on January 10th, you mean that on that day only, you and he were accused?
Yes.
Did anyone within those DMs allege or assert anything regarding YSL as a group?
No, they never said YSL in the DM.
Okay. Did, when you referenced for years you got them, at any point did YSL show up in the DMs that you got accusing you of Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yeah, probably over the years.
Okay. Do you know how many of those you got?
I can't recall. It was so many of them.
Okay. What did you do when you got those DMs? Did you take any action in particular?
I didn't even respond because I knew it wasn't true.
Did you share it with anybody?
No.
And when you say you knew it wasn't true, is that only as to your participation in the murder?
Yes.
All right. Now, were you working as head of security with Defendant Williams' label on January 10th, 2015?
No, I don't even think he was doing shows, but I wasn't going. I don't think he was doing shows, and I think I never went to the shows because I had a responsibility every day to get my kids to school.
Okay. So when were you working as head of security and didn't have to get your kids to school?
When we went on tour and other transportation was provided, I was able to go on tour with him.
And when was that?
I don't remember exactly the day the tour was.
I don't need specific dates. Can you tell the jury the
It was
year?
2015.
All right. Can you tell the jury whether it was summer, winter, spring, or fall in 2015?
I don't remember.
Was it after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
The tour was.
All right. Was that the first, second, third, or some other number tour that you went on with Jeffrey Williams?
I think that was the first tour.
Is that the tour you referred to yesterday?
Yes, the rodeo tour.
Yes. And
Yeah.
was that the tour that involved Travis Scott?
Yes.
Do you have any idea what month that tour began?
No, I don't.
Did you work from the beginning of that tour until the end of that tour?
No, I think we got sent home for some stupidity.
All right. Did you work at the beginning of that tour?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember where the first show was?
No.
Do you remember generally the month that the first show was?
No.
Are you able to say, however, based on what you've just said, that whatever it was after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with a person named Kelvin Treadwell who answers to the name O.G. Bentley?
Yes.
How do you know Kelvin Treadwell?
Around 11?
How long have you known him?
I can't recall how long I've been knowing.
Has it been as long as you've known Defendant Williams?
No.
Has it been longer?
Shorter.
All right. Did you know him in 2015?
Yes.
Did you know him in 2014?
I'm not, I think so.
Do
I
you,
think so.
do you remember how you met?
Shooting the basketball in Cleveland Avenue Park.
All right. To your knowledge, at the time you met O.G. Bentley, was he YSL?
I don't know what Bentley was claiming.
But at that time that you met him, were you still claiming YSL?
Yes.
All right. To your knowledge, did Bentley ever work for YSL as a road manager or in any other capacity? Your knowledge.
I think so.
When?
It was 2015.
Now, when you say it was 2015, why do you say it the way that you did? Was it certainly no other time than 2015?
I just said it was 2015, Ms. Lowe.
Was it only
Which way I said
2015?
it? Did I ain't say it no way, but it was 2015.
Okay. Was it only 2015?
I don't know. I wasn't around Bentley every time that they went on shows and stuff.
Were you around Defendant Williams every time they went on shows as head of security?
No, only when I went.
When did you not go besides when Donovan Thomas got killed?
It's a couple of times, man. I probably been on the tour, but there's a lot of shows that I didn't go to.
All right. How many shows did you go to? Do you remember?
I don't recall. There was so many I don't recall.
During the time that you were working as head of security and touring with Defendant Williams in 2015, to your knowledge, did O.G. Bentley work for YSL?
Could you repeat your question?
To your knowledge, did O.G. Bentley work with YSL during the time that you were touring and working as head of security with Defendant Williams in 2015?
I seen working like carrying bags, helping with the clothes, push the luggage in and stuff like that.
Besides carrying bags, working with the clothes, pushing luggage in, did you ever see or do you know whether O.G. Bentley worked in any other capacity for Defendant Williams during 2015?
I don't recall.
Did you ever interact with O.G. Bentley while working as head of security with YSL?
Yeah, we talked. We did what we supposed to been doing. Yeah, we talked.
Did he ever do anything that you were aware of besides carrying bags, working with luggage, and pushing around clothes?
I don't really recall.
Did you ever use him as part of the security for YSL?
No.
Okay. So, are you familiar with Shymel drinks?
I don't actually know Shymel drinks.
Are you familiar with the name Shymel drinks?
Yeah, by y'all putting it on the indictment.
Is the time or day you saw the indictment the first time you had ever in life heard of or knew about Shymel drinks?
I had seen it, but I didn't know his name was Shymel Drink.
What did you know him as?
They called him Nut, I guess.
What Did he just conflate
When did
nut
you
and
first
Shymel
learn
drinks?
of, and I will call him the other nut. When did you first learn about that particular person? Shymel Drinks, whom you knew as Nut.
I probably seen him at the park on the basketball court a couple of times with somebody I know.
What part?
Captain Home Park.
Did you ever see him at Cleveland Avenue Park?
There's two nuts?
No,
You said it emphatically. Why did you say it that emphatically and chuckle?
I just said no.
Okay. Would you ever have expected to see him at Cleveland Avenue Park?
I wouldn't expect no one that's not all right with us to be in the same area we in.
By us, you
Well,
mean
not
YSL?
friends with me and Jeffrey Williams to be in the same, and other guys who be on Cleveland Avenue. They're not friends with us to be in the same area we be.
Why?
We're not friends. Everybody have their own neutral friends.
So would Cleveland Avenue Park be a place you described as a place where YSL hung out, but not other people who weren't friends with YSL?
True.
Okay. What all did you do at Cleveland Avenue Park with YSL?
I already answered that question ago.
I'm talking about after 2012.
The same thing. We played basketball. They had days at the park.
What kind of days at the park?
They had Cleveland Avenue Day. Everybody in the city of Atlanta have a day.
Okay. When you say everyone in the city of Atlanta, what do you mean?
Zone 1, West Side, East Side, whatever you want to say. Everybody have their own day.
What
they call it.
happened?
It's a reunion.
All right. What happened at the reunion at Cleveland Avenue Park on Cleveland Avenue Day?
You barbecue, you play music.
And who all attended?
A lot of people, I can't tell you.
Did anyone attend that wasn't associated with or affiliated with or considered a friend of YSL?
It's a day. Anybody come.
So even people that you considered opposition would show up at Cleveland Avenue Park?
You said opposition.
Literally,
You gotta
Nick.
explain that to me.
All right. Thank you for that. Were there groups that you personally considered opposition to YSL?
What is the opposition to?
When you and I spoke earlier today about the meeting with Lieutenant Lansco, your lawyer, and me outside of Fulton County, did you tell me what you understood opposition to be?
I don't recall that.
As you sit here today, have you ever used or posted about ops?
Yes.
What did you mean when you posted about ops?
I feel like ops is a person I don't hang with.
And what does ops stand for?
I don't know.
Well, why do you use it?
It's a slang word in the street that everybody uses.
Is it short for opposition?
Maybe.
For you personally?
I guess.
So understanding that, were there any particular groups that you considered ops as it related to YSL? People who y'all were not friends with?
I guess, Ms. Love.
Bless you. Say that again.
I said, I guess.
And who were those people? What groups were they?
I can't name. I can't name who they didn't like YSL because I wouldn't know that. I wouldn't know if you like. It looked like to me you don't like them. That's what I'm saying. So I can't answer that question for you.
I'm asking for
But you asked another question.
Who is it that you consider to be ops of YSL starting in 2015?
I don't know.
Did you consider If Gang ops for YSL?
I guess.
Why?
Because they ain't like certain people that was around us. I guess.
Other than the April 28th, 2015 drive-by, do you know of other conflicts, physical conflicts with If Gang members, between If Gang and YSL members?
What, a fight?
Fights, shootings, stabbings,
I don't know.
anything?
I don't know nothing about no shootings. I know
Okay.
about a fight.
Any kind of conflict?
A fight.
What fight?
I guess when they jumped on Copeland.
When was that?
I don't know what day that was.
Do you remember what month it was?
No,
Was it before or after Donovan Thomas was murdered?
probably after
Where did it occur?
Club Cruise.
Were you there?
I don't recall if I was there or not, but I heard about it.
All right.
I don't recall if I was there or not.
What do you remember happening around that time?
What you mean? Gotta be more specific.
What is it that, to your knowledge, occurred? You said that that was a conflict with ops and YSL.
I'm gonna overrule that.
Could
You
you
may,
repeat it?
you may answer. What is it that you know about that conflict between ops and YSL as it related to Copeland?
I just know Copeland got jumped on.
By whom?
I think it's in under A1.
Your Honor, may I be allowed to ask another question?
All right, she's just gonna ask another question. Go ahead.
Did you talk about Copeland getting jumped with other members of YSL?
No, I heard it in the street, Milo.
When you say in the streets, what do you mean?
Like people around Atlanta was talking about it.
What type of people? Like random people in a restaurant?
Regular people, females, all type of people. Whoever seen it, females and stuff like that in the club.
And did you ever talk about it with Copeland?
I don't remember if Copeland ever mentioned to me, but I think he did.
And in the context of your conversation with Copeland, what information was shared between you?
He said they were trying to take his money. Oh,
Yes.
Assuming facts not in evidence, he has not affirmatively stated that he had a conversation with Mr. Copeland about it, so it's inappropriate to ask what the contents of that conversation was.
Well, he's about to say he said, so
He-
I think it was, but why don't you clarify that, Miss Love?
What did Copeland tell you happened?
I think they were trying to take his money out of his pocket. I don't know. I wasn't there. I just
Understand
what
that
he
you weren't
said.
there.
He just said they tried to take his money.
Okay. And who did Copeland tell you tried to take his money?
He didn't specific say any name to me.
Did he indicate whether it was If Gang or another group?
He actually said, I think he said it was if I'm not for sure.
Did he expect or want you to do anything as a result of that?
No, he never asked me to do anything.
Did he talk about who was with him
No,
when he got jumped?
he never mentioned anyone who was with him that night in the club.
Did he talk about anybody coming to his rescue?
Not that I know of.
Did he mention Bloody J?
No, because I think I'm not sure if he mentioned Bloody J or not.
What did you start to say? I think after he what?
Because he left the club after he got jumped on. So I don't recall him mentioning Bloody J.
Are you aware of what YSL members, if any, were with him at the time that happened?
I don't know who was with him, what was with him.
Did you ever speak with Yak about that night?
No,
Did you ever speak with Lil D Garlington about that night?
no.
Other than when Copeland and Garlington got jumped on, are you aware of any other conflict between YSL and If Gang?
Not to my knowledge.
And as you speak of to your knowledge, are you speaking of things that you personally saw? Are you confining your knowledge to things that you personally saw?
Yes.
All right. Were any other conflicts discussed among YSL members with you?
No.
Are you familiar with or aware of whether, following Donovan Thomas's murder, defendant Williams' stepfather's house got shot up.
No, I didn't know that.
Are you aware of any YSL members'
objected.
homes being targeted following Donovan Thomas's murder?
I think January 10th, if I'm not mistaken, Copeland mother-in-law house got shot up, but that's about it.
And how'd you learn about that?
Copeland.
Did anyone else within YSL make you aware that either their home or their family's homes were shot at or targeted following Donovan Thomas's murder?
No.
How often did you hang or associate with Quandarius Zachary?
Post it.
Man, Quandarius
Look at the
hung a
post
lot.
it.
What do you describe as a lot?
Not every day, but on normal days, like every other day.
Every other day since what year would you say?
I don't remember the year, Miss Love.
Fair enough. Were you hanging together that often in 2015?
Yes.
All right. Did you know who Quandarius Zachary was dating in 2015?
Yes.
The paramour.
Are you aware of whether or not she was ever targeted by any member of IF gang during 2015?
No, I don't know if she was ever targeted by If gang. I wouldn't say that.
Was she ever targeted by anybody?
I don't know.
Did you and Quandarius Zachary ever go out to retaliate against anyone who had shot at or targeted his girlfriend?
No, I never been anywhere with Quindarius to shoot at nobody about no girl.
How many times have you been with Quandarius to shoot at anybody about anything?
The only incident we pleaded guilty to.
And if you would talk about pleas of guilty to you, because we can't talk about anybody
Yes.
else's plea.
Well, you asked me and I told you.
I'm
that's the
asking
only
simply how
incident.
many. Okay. Is it accurate to say that you cannot and are not able to say that the persons charged in this indictment with the murder of Donovan Thomas guilty are not guilty, didn't do that murder?
I can't say if they're guilty or not guilty.
Okay.
That was a confusing question because she messed up what she was reading.
Now, as reflected in number 14 of your factual acknowledgments, can you tell the jury how it is or why it is that the gas station at 151 Cleveland Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia, is one of the multiple locations where YSL associates sell drugs and do not allow other gangs to operate?
Well, from my understanding, I used to hang up there and play the slot machine.
Mhm.
And I sold a couple of baggies, if that's what you want to call it. Me. I don't know if anyone else sold any baggies. If they did, that was their biz.
Did number 14 refer only to you, or did it refer to YSL associates,
multiple.
plural?
They say multiple.
Multiple locations where YSL associates sell drugs
Yes.
and do not allow other gangs to operate?
Yes, I see that.
And is that a thing that you told the jury earlier today
But what I-
was true?
I'm saying it probably was multiple people selling drugs, but
Tell the jury how they kept other gangs from operating at 151 Cleveland Avenue.
I already answered that question. Why would anyone come anywhere and hang with people they're not friends with? I'm not going to hang with anyone that I'm not friends with.
My question is not that. My question is, how did YSL keep other gangs from selling drugs or operating at 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Cause I hung at the gas station, so who will come? I hung at the gas station. Well, me and a couple of people, deceased people, I don't want to speak their name. We hung at the gas stations, and people not friend us not gonna come up to the gas station.
Would you please tell the jury, and I will not belabor it, but would you please tell the jury who those other people were? And I'm sorry.
I don't wanna-
Belabor, put
I don't wanna
belabor in the
speak their
chat.
name. I
Would
don't
you
want-
please tell the jury
No,
their last name?
I don't know their real name. I only know well, Matt, what say, I can't
Government
think of
name.
their right now. Give me a second.
Was it?
Cause I don't want to speak their name in this
Alright.
courtroom, cause they not here to
And they're
defend
not,
themselves.
and they're not on trial.
Right, but
Okay.
I don't want to speak nobody's name who ain't here to defend themselves.
Do you understand nothing bad can happen to?
I understand that, but I still don't want to speak their name in this case.
All right. Will you answer yes or no if I speak their names? Was one of the persons Christian McMiller?
I don't want to answer that question, Ms. Lee.
Your Honor, would the court please instruct the witness
Yeah,
to answer?
you need to answer it, and you need to answer it truthfully.
Yes,
Was one of the persons Darius Ford?
yes.
Thank you. How often did you hang at 151 Cleveland Avenue in Atlanta with those two persons?
Not that much.
What did you use what kind of or type of baggies or drugs did you sell there?
I probably had a personal pack that I was smoking on. If someone came, I probably sold them some out of my pack, like what I was smoking on. I didn't really sell drugs up there, but I have.
Why did you use 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Because I was there. I have sold drugs right there, so that's why I used it.
Is that the only place in Atlanta that you sold drugs?
No, I sold drugs. Look, I've been selling drugs probably all my life, but it don't have nothing to do with YSL. YSL wasn't even thought about when I started selling drugs.
Okay. Did you hide from YSL members that you sold drugs?
What could you ask? What type of question is that?
Did you hide it from YSL that you sold drugs?
I never told them I sold drugs.
That's not the question.
No, I didn't hide it from anybody but the police.
Okay. Is it fair to say it was known among members of YSL that you sold drugs?
What them knowing?
Sustained.
Are you aware of whether members of YSL, are you personally aware of whether other YSL members knew that you sold drugs?
Maybe. Yes, yes.
Okay. Is the picture that I showed you yesterday of you and Mr. McMiller that was labeled and admitted as states 426Y, was this taken at 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, I had pulled up there because I seen him. Yes.
Okay. Who took the picture?
I don't know. I don't recall who took the picture.
All right. You spoke about guns earlier and always having guns. What kind of guns did you personally carry with you in 2015?
I don't remember a gun that I carried, Miss Love.
I don't mean make and model. I mean just generally the types.
In the video, you see I had an assault rifle. So.
How
And
many?
You showed the jury that too.
How
And
many?
this whole courtroom.
How many assault rifles did you have?
I don't know, Miss Love. I don't recall how many I had.
Where did you get your guns?
I paid for them
Where did you get them?
off the streets.
Did you get any from Quandarius Zachary?
Did I get any guns from Quandarius?
Did
No.
Quandarius Zachary ever buy guns for you?
No.
Do you know if Quandarius Zachary bought guns for any other member of YSL?
I know he was accused and arrested for it, so
I'm not asking that. I'm just asking if you
no,
have,
I don't know.
on the night that the house was shot up in the Martin Luther King area off of Adele Avenue, what kind of guns did you, Garlington, and Zachary have?
I didn't have a gun.
How many guns were in the car?
I don't recall.
Since you said you always carry guns, why didn't you have a gun?
Because I didn't have a gun that night.
Okay. What was special about that night such that you didn't need a gun?
I believe I left it at home by mistake, just moving too fast that day.
Why were you moving so fast?
We all move too fast sometimes and leave stuff behind.
Were you moving to protect Garlington? Knowing? Did you have any intention of looking out for Garlington when you left the house?
We was together, but nobody knew anything was going to transpire that night.
Okay. When you went back, did you say, and forgive me if I got it wrong, so you have to correct me, did you say that you left and came back and picked up Garlington?
I left the club.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Did you go home?
No, I didn't make it home.
All right. And when you and Garlington went to pick up Mr. Zachary, did Mr. Zachary live near where you lived at the time?
No.
How far away from where you picked up Mr. Garlington did you have to go to pick up Mr. Zachary?
I don't know the mileage or none of that, Ms. Love. I'm not
asking that.
I
I'm just
don't know.
asking generally.
I don't know.
Was it across town in another city or what?
I don't know. It wasn't another city.
Did Mr. Zachary get in your car with a gun?
Yes.
What kind of gun?
I don't recall.
Was it a handgun or an assault rifle or
I
something else?
don't recall, Ms. Love. I don't know if I think it was assault rifle. I don't recall.
Did you ask him what he was going to do with it?
No, I didn't answer.
Did you ask him whether it was loaded?
No.
Why not?
He better not have a gun.
Why you say he better not have a gun that's not loaded?
Man, nobody in the world better have a gun that ain't loaded. What you doing with it? That
Why do
don't
you
make
keep
any
looking
sense.
to your left in
I'm
the
just
direction
laughing
of
at you.
the defendants? Okay.
I'm not afraid.
Looking at anybody
I'm
over
not
there?
afraid of nobody over there, so let's get that straight. I'm just telling you that.
Did you
That's-
hear me
that's
assert
for
that
me.
you were afraid of anybody?
I'm bringing that to your attention. I'm bringing that to your attention. I ain't slow, Miss Love, no. I'm not intimidated by you or nobody in this courtroom.
As well, you should not be.
Right. No, I can take
What
a
about,
break. Can I take a break? Can I take a 5-minute break?
We just got started.
Yeah, but
Let's just keep going.
okay.
what about the gas station at 221 Cleveland Avenue referenced in factual acknowledgement number 15? Would you tell the jury who it is among your YSL associates that sells drugs at 221 Cleveland Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia?
That's the same question from the same. It's gonna be the same answer for number 14.
So the same YSL associates that sold drugs and didn't allow gangs to operate at 151 sold drugs.
The statement of the testimony. He never testified that people did not allow others to operate.
Yeah, that's what's in the factual assertion that she's going over right now. Go ahead, Ms. Love. Overruled.
Thank you. And to be clear, is that what you testified to a moment ago, that
No.
YSL associates sell drugs and do not allow other gangs to operate at
That's not what he said.
151 Cleveland Avenue and 221 Cleveland Avenue?
I think I said that no one, our friends will come to the gas station where we at. I think that was my answer.
Did you acknowledge that the entirety of the sentence that is number 14 in the factual acknowledgments was true earlier before lunch?
He did.
Yes.
And so does that sentence say the gas station?
It say allowed, but I just know no.
Will you let me finish the question?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Does it say the gas station at 151 Cleveland Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia, is one of multiple locations where YSL associates sell drugs and do not allow other gangs to operate?
If you want to be factual, we wouldn't allow no one who's not our friend around us.
How'd you keep people who weren't your friends from being around you?
We didn't keep no one. They just didn't show up.
You just said we wouldn't
allow because we'll be uncomfortable.
How
So-
did you keep them from doing it then? How did you not allow them?
I'll just tell you, you're not my friend. Why you want to hang around me? You ain't my friend.
Did that keep people from being around you who weren't YSL?
A lot of people. Because I'm not going to allow you to be around me if you're not my friend. I don't trust you.
Do your words alone keep people from being around you that are not your friends?
My words.
Do you ever use anything else, or any show of force to back up your words?
No, I didn't have to.
Why?
I just didn't have to.
Okay.
People respect people. So like if you respect, like I respect you, what you're doing your job. So if you respect me, you just gonna accept what I say.
Understood. Thank you. Are these people that respected you that you did not allow to operate at 151 Cleveland Avenue and 221 Cleveland Avenue people that you would consider ops to YSL?
I couldn't say that because I don't know no op that try to come up to the gas station.
Well, what other gangs did you keep from operating at 151 Cleveland and 221 Cleveland Avenue?
I don't know if they was gangs or not, but if they was gangs, they wouldn't be able to come up there.
Since you said all of the statements in 14 and 15 are true, and you said you did not allow other gangs to operate, what gangs did you all keep from operating at 151 Cleveland and 221 Cleveland Avenue?
I don't know the name of the gang.
How did you know they were gangs?
They probably had a flag on or something like that.
What's a flag?
I guess a do-rag, I don't know.
You guess a do-rag?
Yeah. They used to have their little colors hanging off them. I don't know exactly what it was.
When you say colors hanging off them, please describe so the jury is understanding what you mean. For the jury, not me.
That's what they state. The gang unit state anybody who wear.
Wait a
a
minute.
flag.
Hold it.
I don't know then.
I'm asking you
I
how
don't
you
know.
knew, not the gang unit.
I don't know. I don't know if it was true or they were false. I don't know.
Okay. Regardless of whether they were actual gang members or they were false flagging, how is it that you kept people that you observed?
You asking the same question, Ms. Love, that I already answered. You asking it in a different way. Just move on to your next question. You asking the same question in 3-4 different ways.
Do you think that
Y'all, I need to take a break. My head hurt.
You're probably not the only one, but we're going to wait a few minutes before we break again.
She making my
Wow,
blood
thanks,
pressure
Judge.
go up for real. I got high blood
Take some
pressure.
deep breaths.
Lee.
Everybody take a deep breath. 60-second all
gang
caps
one of the
vent
gangs
rant.
that y'all did not allow to operate at 151 Cleveland and 221 Cleveland?
I don't know.
Did you ever see them operating there?
No, I never seen them in that area.
Okay. When you say in that area, are you meaning in the Cleveland Avenue area?
Yes, I never seen in the Cleveland Avenue area.
Do you know what area If Gang generally occupied?
No.
Do you need me to get you some water?
I need you to just come on, let's get this over with. Because you keep asking me the same questions 3, 4 times. My answer
I'm
not
trying
gonna
to get through it,
change.
okay?
Yeah, my answer not gonna change.
Okay.
I'm answering to my best of knowledge.
Okay. Now, when you were talking earlier about the sentencing acknowledgments that you said you didn't understand on December 28th, 2022, but that you understand today. How did you, when did you gain your understanding of number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the paragraph underneath number 6 that you didn't have on December 28th, 2022?
When I read them myself, I understood them a little better.
And did you review those with your lawyer of 15 years on December 28th, 2022?
I don't remember because at that time I was going to a lot when my mother was sick. So I didn't remember. I don't remember.
Did your lawyer read them to you by any chance?
I don't remember. I don't remember, Ms. Love.
Were you given, did you have to raise your hand and swear that you understood each of those sentencing acknowledgments in section 5 on pages 5 and 7? I'm sorry, 5 and 6.
I most definitely raised my hand because I was desperate to get back to my mama when I took that plea. But I'm answering all my questions, all your questions to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you. So let's talk about getting back to your mother.
I don't want to talk about my mother.
I do not, I'm not. I'm going to not talk about your mom, okay?
Yeah.
I'm talking about what you just told the jury. Were you in Rice Street at the time that you went over these acknowledgments with your lawyer?
I consider this courthouse as Rice Street, so yes.
All right.
I was Rice Street property.
Did you ask him questions?
Did I ask who questions?
Your lawyer?
Yeah, I told him a lot of things that you stated on this paper wasn't what I said, so some of the stuff I didn't agree to.
Did you ask him to come back and tell somebody from the state?
He did come back and tell you from my knowledge.
So while you were asking him and telling him that, did you also ask him what the sentencing acknowledgments meant?
No, I didn't ask that question.
Is there any particular reason you didn't?
I just told you, I was just trying to get my sick mother.
Okay. All right.
Please just pass the witness. Please save us. Please.
Your Honor, let me ask you, I'm sorry, I needed to ask you, what was the offer made to you in exchange for your plea of guilty? What offer did the state make to you?
To get up and tell my truth, right? That's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you my truth, not what my understanding was. When I took this deal, I would be able to explain you my truth because I don't know whoever even stated this stuff to you.
When you say you don't know who stated this stuff to me, please
Because
explain.
somebody you had to come up with it some type of way for it to be on this paper. It ain't nothing that I said to you. That's my understanding. I didn't say it to you.
Did you swear that those were true?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Would you tell the jury whether you and unindicted co-conspirators, along with some indicted co-conspirators, between January 24, 2013 and May 8, 2022, conspired unlawfully to acquire, maintain, directly and indirectly, an interest in and control of United States currency and other personal property through a pattern of racketeering activity, and conspired to conduct, participate in, directly and indirectly, such enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity
You said on what day?
between January 24, 2013 and May 8, 2022.
I don't remember, Ms. Love. I don't remember.
Can you tell the jury whether you conspired to associate with others to illegally obtain money and property by participating in the enterprise that is YSL through a pattern of racketeering activity?
No, I don't recall that.
Can you tell the jury whether, in furtherance of your conspiracy, you engaged in activities that included preserving, protecting, and enhancing the reputation, power, and territory of YSL through acts of racketeering activity, including murder, assault, and threats of violence?
You said, did I?
Did you conspire with others
No, not by my knowledge.
to participate in this enterprise
I'm
that is
asking-
YSL?
I'm answering no to that question. I don't
Okay.
understand it.
Did you and other YSL members act in any way to protect or preserve or enhance the reputation and power of YSL by posting messages, images, videos, and songs that demonstrated your allegiance to YSL and your willingness to engage in violence on its behalf? Your Honor, this is a
Still going to object to leading.
To what?
Leading.
I'm going to overrule that one. What are you saying, Ms. Love?
that these are things we allege that this witness has stated or agreed to. He has, on December 28th, 2022. I'll just leave it at that.
And I'm going to say, it presumes guilt, it takes away the presumption of innocence, Ms. Love reading an indictment and asking the witness. If I'm going to say more.
Well, I mean,
May I
she's
respond?
asking him if he did.
Yes, Your Honor, that,
You said we.
Yeah.
That's not the question. Did Mr. Sledge and others.
Right.
Well,
Inappropriate.
you rephrased it that way, so I think you need to stick to the phraseology that you're permitted to ask, okay?
yes, Your Honor. Did you conspire with other members of YSL to preserve, protect, and enhance the reputation, power, and territory of the enterprise known as YSL by posting messages, images, videos, and songs demonstrating your allegiance to the enterprise and a willingness to engage in violence on its behalf?
All right, that's overruled.
You may answer the question.
Could you repeat it?
Yes. Did you conspire with other members of YSL to preserve, protect, and enhance the reputation, power, and territory of YSL by posting messages, images, videos, and songs demonstrating allegiance to YSL and a willingness to engage in violence on behalf of YSL. Did you do that?
Yes.
All right. At any time, did you remain armed and ready and willing to preserve, protect, and enhance the reputation, power, and territory of YSL through the use of violence?
No, I stay armed for myself. No.
Did you conspire with any other YSL members to do that?
No.
You may.
Did you obtain or did you conspire with others to obtain money, weapons, and other property through acts including robbery, theft, and the unlawful sale and distribution of drugs?
No.
Did you conspire with other members of YSL to obstruct law enforcement investigations and court proceedings through witness intimidation and attacks upon law enforcement officers?
Could you repeat that and make it? Could you say it what I can understand?
Yes.
Because I didn't understand what you said.
And you're going to have to tell me which part you're not understanding.
I
Okay?
don't understand the whole question, whatever you say.
Did you and other members of YSL with you, did y'all conspire to obstruct law enforcement investigations and or court proceedings through witness intimidation and attacks upon law enforcement
All right.
officers?
Miss Love, make sure
Yes,
sir.
that
Badgery.
you're asking about what he did. And he can, I mean, he
I would be-
understood all of the other ones that you asked him. So
Okay.
it's not the beginning of that question that seems to be confusing him.
I'll break it up.
Why don't you?
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
okay, sustained.
All right. Did you and other members of YSL, did you ever,
That's the issue. That's
the
one of the
issue.
issues.
We at
Okay.
YSL. Thank you.
did you conspire with anyone within YSL?
Big.
No.
All right. Did you ever, through witness intimidation, make any efforts to obstruct law enforcement investigations and court proceedings?
No.
I'm going to show you what we have marked as State's Exhibit 435 Yankee.
We're gonna take forever to cue this up. Guys, and I don't know what's going on with Rich Homie Quan.
You may.
So I know Rich Homie Quan is trending, and thanks for the alert that he's trending, but I don't see news. I don't see actually any news. I just see people asking if it's true. So thank you, Dundada. Good to see you, by the way. So I don't actually know, but you know, if you hear that, if you see someone say factually that it happened, I haven't seen verification yet. Just to keep that in mind. And you guys with the nuts, the two nuts.
I've just shown to counsel for the defense as State's Exhibit 435 Yankee. I'm not going to play the sound, but I am going to play the video for you. Short video.
Why you just save the video? Man? They're not gonna answer this.
Because I have to do foundation.
Right. Okay.
All right. Do you recognize yourself in State's Exhibit
Yeah,
435
me.
Yankee? Which
Yes.
is the video?
Yes, me.
Is that a fair and accurate copy or
Yes.
depiction of you?
Thank you for refreshing my memory. Thank you.
You're welcome. Your Honor, the state tender states 435 Yankee is evidence.
It's admitted.
Thank you, Judge.
And we are going to pause. So I'm seeing mentions of Thugger Daily. Thugger Daily did not confirm this. Thugger Daily said he's hoping that this is not true. He's saying he heard something and is hoping it's not true. So there is no confirmation from Thugger Daily. You know, I don't see confirmation anywhere. So hold the horses. Keep the horses corralled until there's actual verification. It's the way it should go. Because otherwise people will see it being said and see other people saying it's confirmed, and they'll agree that it's been confirmed when there isn't confirmation out there yet. So there's no confirmation.
You may.
You lie to your kids, you lie to your mama, but you get in the courtroom and in the investigation room and tell them punk ass people the God honest motherfucking truth. Puss ass.
Mr. Sledge, do you recall when you made that video?
No, I don't know the date.
Did you put that video on your own social media account?
Yes.
Do you recall when you put it on your social media account?
No, I don't recall when I put it on.
Are you able? We're gonna put it up for you and ask you if you can read. We're gonna put up a still shot and see if you're able to read the date at the bottom of the still shot.
You gonna put it right here?
Yes, sir, up
Okay.
here. Up. Can you see it in both places?
I don't see a date, at least you can blow it up.
She's gonna blow it up for you. Are you able to see the date at the bottom of that post?
Yes.
Would you please start with the time and read the time and date?
4:22 p.m. 7/19/2015.
4:22 p.m., 7/19.
2015.
Thank you. Now, what caption did you put with that?
I just said puss that nigga for real.
Why did you put that particular caption with that video about getting in a courtroom and telling the God's honest truth?
You know
I
how
don't
people.
know, Ms. Love. I was just doing something at the time.
Exactly.
It was
Like,
just an Instagram post. And it's a saying that everybody says, so I just posted it.
Which part is a saying that everybody says?
You lie to your kid, lie to your mom. I just put puss ass niggas on the post. I don't know the meaning of why I put it on there. Neither.
Does
I
everybody?
did put it on there.
Okay. Does everybody say only you lie to your kids and you lie to your mama?
It's a saying. I don't hear it a couple of times.
Is that all of the saying that everybody says? You lie to your kids, you lie to your mama?
Yes, a lot of people.
So the rest of it and get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth. Does everybody say that part?
All that go with it. That's the whole point of the saying. Okay. All that go with it.
Why did you choose this particular saying to make a whole video about and post it on your Instagram in July of 2015?
I don't know, Ms. Love. I'm being honest with you. I don't know.
And is that, when you did that, does that refresh your memory about the video that you saw earlier where you said it sounded like your voice was saying snitching bitches?
Yeah, I told you I didn't see me in the video, but it sounded just like me. I said that.
Okay.
I said that to you earlier.
Okay, you did. Do you recognize where you are in this video?
No, I don't know where I'm at in this video.
Okay. I'm going to show you now what has already been admitted as 427 Yankee. And while we're getting that pulled up, are you, did you know that any members of YSL did you know whether or not any members of YSL did any interviews with police around July 15th, 2015?
No, I didn't know that. Oh,
Were
you
you,
said 2015?
yes, sir.
What day? Could you give me a specific day?
Around July 15th.
No, I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
What interviews in 2015 are you aware, and how are you aware of YSL?
Only person I know that went.
Actually, before you answer that, let's just wait, okay?
Okay,
We're gonna
yeah,
pause.
'cause I don't
We're
know.
gonna go ahead and play 427 Yankee.
I just asked her who do she love dead. Motherfucking yak. I just asked her who she love dead, bitch. She don't even know who dead. She like, you crazy.
Did you see yourself in that video?
Yes.
You're smiling. Do you remember when that video was taken?
No, ma'am.
Was it around 2015?
Probably.
Do you know where it was taken?
I think we in a house somewhere, or something like that.
Whose house?
I don't really know who house it is. I just know the people I see in the video. I don't know actually who house we was at.
Tell the jury, please, who all you recognize in the video. And you don't have to point them out. Just tell the jury who all you recognize.
I recognize me, Mr. Williams, Stillwells. I want to say Kendrick and Honor, but I think that was Zachary and Garner, if I'm not mistaken.
Do you see Mr. Copeland in there?
Could you play it back and let me see?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I just asked her who do she love dead. Motherfucking yak. I just asked her.
Yeah, I see Mr. Copeland.
Is he the gentleman with the red hat?
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Stillwell do anything with his hand?
I don't know exactly what he did. His hand, he pointed. Whatever he did, I couldn't see what he did with his hand.
If we play it and freeze it, would you be able to see?
Maybe.
Okay, let's try that.
That ain't Mr. Stillwell.
Who is that?
The Mickey and Gunner look like he throwed up the 3.
He's throwing up a 3?
Yeah, that's the 3 like that. He did like this. That's what it is.
Have you ever seen that sign thrown up to represent a B, a small b, as in Bloods?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how do you distinguish when it's a 3 and when it's a B?
You can't distinguish because it's throwed up the same way. I've seen people throw it up both ways.
All right.
So you can't distinguish.
Did Mr. Garlington say anything to you to make you believe that that was 3 versus the B?
No, I just see 3 fingers like this.
Okay.
So
Do you currently work?
for me,
Yes, sir.
I have my own business.
Okay. And at the time that this video was made, were you working at that same business?
No.
Were you working anywhere at the time this video was made?
What the date is, the 19th or something like. I don't know the date of the video. Could I see the date of the video?
In 2015, were you working at all anywhere during the year 2015?
I told you at one point in time, I started working here at security with Mr. Jeffrey Williams in 2015.
And did you see yourself with money in the video?
Yes,
And was that your money?
probably was. I ain't finna be holding on nobody no money.
Okay. And
Got a question.
how did you make the money that you had in that video?
I don't know how I made it that time, at that time. I don't even,
Do you remember what you got paid as head of security?
no, I don't, it's based on how long it went, so I don't actually know the pay until like, till we done with the tour.
Okay.
Or how many days I ever worked, then I know.
Were you paid by the hour or salary or what?
I was paid salary.
Do you remember your salary?
No, I don't actually remember the exact salary.
The Demikion that you identified in the video, is that another person that you call Lil D?
Yes,
Okay. And was his Instagram name Scarface with an X replacing the C?
I think that was his Instagram.
Did you hear someone yelling black, black in the background of that video?
No,
Okay. Have you heard the term blatt, B-L-A-T-T, used?
yeah.
Where have you heard that term used?
I heard a lot of people use it.
Have you heard YSL members use it?
I used it.
When you use it, what do you use it to mean?
I didn't really never know what it mean, but I used it though.
How did you use it when you used it?
I just said black.
And to what would you be using the word black? To respond to or to identify?
Could you repeat that?
Could you use black in a sentence the way you used the word black when you did use it? Could you use a sentence, put in a sentence for the jury?
I don't think I
Guys,
never
I
used
get
it in a sentence.
we can stop.
I might.
We can do this. T.O. I am T.O. Green has responded to Thugger Daily. Thugger Daily said 100% confirmed, no way, man. And I am T.O. Green says, yeah, bad pill. So this to me, to some people might be confirmation. To me, on a stream right now, I'm not saying this is confirmation. I'm not stopping you guys from believing what you want to make of the information. I know that Thugger Daily has posted something. So we're moving forward, right? Here's the link if you want to explore the thread. But to me, this isn't something I can pull up and give you information. It's a response from someone that may have also heard something. For all we know, it could be true. They could have heard correctly. But we're going to go back to the trial.
Just said black.
Okay. And would that be in response to something that scared you or
Huh?
meeting someone?
No.
In what occasions would you use the word black?
I don't know what occasion, but I use it.
Did you use it in the same way you use slat?
Did I use it in the same?
Did you use it in the same way that you use the word slat?
You trying to confuse me like that. You gotta
No, I
tell me.
promise you I'm not.
You gotta tell me like, cause you saying that I use black in the same term that I use slack.
No, in the same way.
Wait, like yeah, when I see somebody who, yeah, I show love, yeah,
Okay, so is black a way that you show love?
yeah.
Does black stand for you for blood love all the time?
From my understanding, I never knew that what it stands for, but
Okay. So, okay. When did you start using black to show love?
Probably like 2015, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Did you hear other people who are YSL use black to show love?
I think so.
Who did you hear?
I think I seen in a video that me and Zachary was in, he used it.
Is Zachary the only person that you heard use it?
I don't recall if you had anything you could refresh my memory with, then I could tell you.
All right, thank you. Do you remember the night of January 10th, 2015?
Yes.
Why do you remember that night?
I remember that night because I was falsely accused of a crime, not by the state, by the streets.
Do you remember the day, earlier in the day before you learned you were being falsely accused?
Did I know earlier that?
No, sir. Do you remember what you were doing earlier in the day?
I think me and my girl, I think we was at a gambling house, if I'm not mistaken.
You remember which gambling house?
No, I don't remember which one, but I think I gambled all that day.
until nightfall.
Okay. And just generally around what
Reminiscing.
time? From like 6 in the morning till, I don't know, midnight?
I don't recall the time.
Fair enough. At what point or at any point did you leave the gambling house with your girl?
I think I left before the football game started.
What football game are you talking about?
I don't recall who was playing, but I know the New England Patriots were playing because that's who I betted my money with.
Okay, you're a Patriots fan.
Yes.
Okay.
Not a Patriot, Tom Brady.
Just Tom Brady, nobody
Right
else.
now.
Okay. So did you make any efforts to go somewhere to watch the Patriots game?
I went home and watched.
Was it a playoff game or just a
I think it was a playoff game, AFC or something. I don't remember.
Do you remember who won?
The Patriots.
Okay. So you made good money that night.
I ain't make it that night. I received it probably 2 days after.
Okay.
Not that night.
Did you take any pictures of yourself watching the Patriots game?
I want to say I took a picture of the TV and me and my son, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Did you post that picture anywhere on a social media site of yours?
Yes.
Do you remember which social media site?
I only think I had Instagram at the time, so.
I'm showing you what has already been admitted as states 423Y. Is that the photo that you posted on January 10th, 2015 of you and your son watching the Patriots?
Yes.
Is the time and date on the bottom, the time and date you remember making that posting?
Yes.
All right. Would you tell the jury that time and date?
The time is 7:52 p.m., 1/10/2015.
Can we publish that to the jury, please? 423 Yankee.
And here, just real quick here. So with the gang signs, Mark, good to see you. How does the defining any term, sign, or symbol prove up any element of the indictment? So with Rico, they're alleging that the enterprise is a criminal street gang. And then they're calling in experts to testify to facts, expert knowledge that gangs will use common identifiers such as uniform terms, wear certain colors, do certain hand signs. So, the building block here is those little details can establish that the criminal street gang as an organization exists. And they need that organization, that enterprise, to be in existence as an element to prove these RICO charges. So it's like a building block to a building block. And then thank you also for Unruly becoming a new member. Same with Sean Street, who super chatted to figure out how to become a member. You're probably using an Apple device. It's tricky on Apple. Easiest way, there's usually a link automatically in the description of videos that says like become a channel member or join this channel. For some reason that works on Apple, but there's no button for Apple users to just click next to where they chat like everyone else has. Don't ask me why Apple wants to hoard their earnings so badly that they make things difficult for
Correction,
their
Your
users.
Honor. This is going to be 433 Yankee, and the state tenders 433 Yankee as evidence.
Objection or no objection? No objection. All right. It is admitted apparently without objection from anyone.
Thank you, Your Honor. Showing you 433 in just a moment. Could you zoom out to show the picture? Is that the posting that is now on the screen that
Yes.
has been admitted as 433 that you made on January 10th,
Yes.
2015?
Yes.
And what was the caption that you put up under there?
Watching the game. Let's go Patriots.
is going to sound like a silly question, but would you answer it for me anyway? Why did you put this posting up on your Instagram page?
Because at that time, that's when I was watching the game. I do it now. I post when I'm watching the game now.
Okay.
There was no reason to it.
Did you watch until the end of the game? Were you able to catch all of the game?
Yeah, I watched the complete whole game.
Do you know about what time the game ended?
I want to say around 10 something or something like that.
Okay.
I watched the whole entire game.
All right. And you have read the time and date of the post already. So do you remember what happened after you finished watching the game? Did anything of significance happen?
I received the deal around 10 something, and it came across the 10 o'clock news.
Okay. Now, when you say you received the DM, what DM are you talking about?
About me and Kenny Copeland is supposed to kill Donovan Thomas. But at that time, I didn't know.
That you didn't know he had been shot?
No.
Okay. What did you do when that DM came across your page?
When I got my son and his mother out the house.
Where did you, first of all, what were you driving? Did you have your own car?
Yes, I don't remember what kind of car I was in though.
And when you got your son and your son's mother out of the house, where did you take them?
I want to say, I don't really recall what all I did first, Miss Lord, but I got him out the house. I know I got him out the house because we all got in the car together. So I don't recall what I did before I got where I was going. I don't recall.
All right, that's fair. So when you say before you got where you were going, you don't remember, but where is it that you ultimately went?
I went down Mr. Williams' house.
Did you have family, immediate family, anywhere in the city?
What I say? Probably not close enough to Mr. Jeffrey house. Probably was closer to any other one else's house.
Where were you living on January 10th, 2015? Generally speaking, I want the address.
Boulevard.
Boulevard?
Yes.
Okay. And where was your mom living in the city at that time?
I don't remember what address, but the only thing I can tell you is I know the downtown area was closer than Boulevard than anywhere I would have went.
Okay. And so where was it downtown that you went to get to Mr. Williams' home? Where was he living?
I think it was 10th Street, if I'm not mistaken. I don't actually know this. I just know how to get there.
Was it an apartment, a condominium, a high-rise, a single family home, or what?
It was a condo, I think. I don't know, a loft, whatever you call it.
Do you remember the name of it?
No.
Do you remember the name Sky House at all?
I don't recall the name of it.
Okay. Understanding you don't remember what you did before you went to Mr. Williams' house, do you remember around what time you got there?
I know I got to his house probably like 10 something, if I'm not mistaken.
How long of a drive would it have been from your house to his house?
Probably no longer than 8 to 10 minutes.
Okay. When you left out the house with your child and child's mother, did you carry a gun with you?
Yes, I think I did have a gun with me.
What kind of gun?
I don't recall, but I know I had a gun.
When you went to Defendant Williams' home, somewhere near 10th Street, did you take your child with you?
I'm not for sure. It was so much going on, and I'm not for sure. To be honest with you, I'm not for sure, but I know me, my son, and his mother end up at Jeffrey house.
Did you take your son's mother with you when you went to Defendant Williams' house?
I gotta remember, Miss Love. I don't really remember exactly how I went. Only thing I remember, I ended up at Jeffrey condo or lost that night.
Is it accurate, though, that you left out of your home with your child and your child's mother?
Yes.
Did you not go straight to Mr. Williams' house?
I don't recall. I can't. That's what I'm telling you. I don't remember. Put it
Okay.
like that. I don't remember.
And if it was that you did not take them there immediately, where is it that you would have dropped them off at?
I don't no, I don't remember. I don't remember if I dropped them off anywhere. I don't remember.
Okay. Would you have had any reason to drop them off before going to Defendant Williams' house?
No, because I wanted to keep them with me to protect them.
Okay. But you can't remember whether you actually did. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Did you call anyone before you went to Defendant Williams' house?
I don't recall calling anyone before I went to Mr. Williams' house.
It's fair to say you did know other people in the city besides Mr. Williams. Is that accurate?
Right. Yeah, right. But I didn't call anyone.
Okay. So why did you go straight to Defendant Williams' home upon learning that Donovan Thomas had been murdered with your baby and your child's mom ended up there as well, right?
I don't really remember. I just know that I ended up at Jeffrey house like Miss Love. I'm trying to think, but I don't really remember.
Take your time.
But I know I ended up at Jeffrey house that night.
Why did you end up at his house that night?
Like I was saying to you before, I just went to the closest place with someone I can trust.
Did your house on Boulevard, was it situated anywhere near where Donovan Thomas had been shot?
I don't know how far it is. I can't tell you that. But it's.
Do you know whether the place he was shot was closer to Mr. Williams' house or your house on Boulevard?
I didn't know where he got shot at first. I just seen it, the scene come across. I didn't even know it was Donovan Thomas until I received that DM.
Okay. So why did you leave your own house? That's the better question.
Because I was accused and I knew that everybody knew where I stayed at on Boulevard.
Okay. When you got to Defendant Williams' house, approximately what time was it that you got there?
I don't remember the time, Ms. Love. I promise you I don't remember the time.
Would you explain to the jury the atmosphere or, what the mood was like when you got to Defendant Williams' house?
They were watching a laptop, trying to put a video together. I won't think, what is the song called? Javenture?
Who is they?
The person who do the videos for him and him, they were sitting around. It wasn't no commotion or like nothing was going on at that time.
Who all was there at the house?
I don't recall who all was there.
Do you recall any people who were there?
I know Mr. Jeffrey Williams was there.
All right. Who else that you recall?
I don't recall anyone else in this courtroom that was there when I got there.
All right. Once you got there, tell the jury what you did, if you can recall.
I brought it to my brother's attention what they were saying,
What brother?
Mr. Williams.
All right. And then what happened?
We all sat around for a minute and then I don't know what happened. We had to get up and go because I knew he had a time frame that he had to be somewhere to make it to Miami.
When you say we all sat around for a minute, do you remember who the we
person
all
who,
is?
the person who was shooting the video and me and Jeffrey Williams.
To the best of your memory, were y'all the only 3 people in the condo?
To my best ability, I don't remember the other people without. I didn't know their name, but no one else that I can recall in this courtroom was there when I got there.
You're talking about in this courtroom, and I respect that, but I'm talking about anybody. Do
I
you
don't know.
remember anybody
I just
else?
told you I didn't know the name of the people who was there. I didn't know everybody from the label or everybody that hung around Mr. Jeffrey because they were Mr. Jeffrey friends.
Okay.
I wasn't trying to get to know them. Mr. Jeffrey is my brother.
Okay. Do you remember about how many people? Was it crowded? A few people?
It wasn't too many people when I got there.
Less than 10 people?
It was way less than 10 people.
Uh,
I can't give you an exact number, so could we move on, Ms. Love? I can't give you an exact
Please.
number.
we can move on. At what point then, since your child and child's mother were not 2 of the people you remember being there, if you didn't take them, do you know how they got to Mr. Williams' house?
They got there with me. You said other people who was there already. I didn't know you was talking about the people I took with me.
Okay.
I wouldn't count them because they came with me. You said who was there when I got there. My child and my mother wasn't there when they got there.
Okay.
Come on, stop trying to act like.
So, Mr.
Good.
Sledge,
Come on, you can ask this question before I take it. If I could get me a break. Come on, Ms. Love.
We can take a short break.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, we need a short break here too. So I appreciate the super chats. Thank you so much. Look, there's a bit of a difference. And we'll 2 times it when we come back. Well, not 2 times. We can do like 1.5. But I think you guys might appreciate that anyway with how slow this is moving, if we can speed it up. I understand that Rich Homie Quan passing away would be huge news. He's well known. It could be a shocking cause. He's relevant to this trial. He's under subpoena by the state currently. But all of the confirmation, every time someone says it's been confirmed is very vague. So far, the most pointed confirmation I've seen is a message from someone that might know him, but it's not clear in the screenshot of that message if that person has actual firsthand knowledge. There's also 2 conflicting rumors going on in this chat right now, that he was shot and that he possibly OD'd. So it can't both be true that it was confirmed that he was shot and then confirmed that he OD'd and that was the cause of death. So, because this is a channel and I'm reading things out loud, we're not reading things out loud that are not verified. It's okay if you guys want to look at something you've seen and think that that's enough. But that's simply, and anybody can edit Wikipedia. Anybody can edit Wikipedia. It happens all the time. Wikipedia is not verified because it can get changed back and forth. And I get that the consensus is it's being verified by people that know him, that he was hospitalized and it was an OD. And it was a bad pill. But look, they could all be hearing what someone else heard. Everyone was citing Boosie, but Boosie was saying he heard also. So Boosie cannot confirm something if he's saying he heard it. So again, it could all be true. It could all be true. But everybody's saying reportedly passed away and then saying it's been confirmed by an outlet, and then that outlet is saying reportedly. So this is circular, not actual verification. So again, it might be true. I'm not saying there's no way it's not true. But I'm just saying you're not going to have me up here reporting news that I can't verify. I cannot verify. So And if that's an update from Boosie, if he's updated something else. And no, someone in the chat just said Boosie said he talked to his brother as if that was verification. This is why we got to be careful from what we're hearing. Because it doesn't say I talked to his brother. It says just talk to you, brother. So this is not, if we're reporting that Boosie has confirmed that he spoke to his brother to confirm, this is not what Boosie is saying. So this is why we got to be careful about doing this. The internet has falsely killed people before, said people were unalived that passed away. And maybe, let's say he passed away and we have the reason wrong. Like, because there's people giving 2 different reasons for it here. You know? You guys are having a conversation and looking for details, that's fine. But I don't want to, like, someone that's listening and not paying attention to the chat to see somebody say, like, hey, we don't actually know. Maybe they're just listening to me. And if I were to come out here and read something that just says, oh, and then I say something as if it's confirmed and they're not reading the, well, maybe it's not, you know, it's just not a good way to share details about things. So very sad news if it happened, regardless of if or how. It's a sad concept to think that somebody passed away from an overdose, passed away because they took a bad pill, passed away because they got shot. So that doesn't take away from the seriousness of the possibility, right? But there we go. There we go. And no, that's not, his middle name is not Homie. But yeah, so there we go. There we go, you guys. There is that. I do appreciate, thank you, Legally Brown Girl, for, you know, raising awareness that at least there's something being said about it. Saying, this is the super chat, how it reads, rest in peace, Rich Homie. Damn, this just can't be real. And that it just can't be real, or here's what I've heard, reportedly. That is the language that's floating around. Thank you again, It's Me Solid, for the super chats. It might be on Wikipedia. I've said that, you know, I could go and edit a Wikipedia live on stream right now. It doesn't mean that it's actually verified. So just a heads up on that. Thank you, Amy E. Good to see you. Thugger Daly's confirming Rich Homie passed away. He's posting a screenshot from somebody, which could be enough for people to take at face value. I don't know that that's first person verified reporting, at least not of the cause specifically. I'm sure we'll get more information, right, guys? Look. Like, we'll continue to get more information, but right now we just have tweets. That's what we've got. And then Sean Street, and I don't mind if you guys keep talking about it, but you don't have to, you know, tag me in things to try to show me that somebody else has said reportedly he's passed away. It's cumulative, and there's not much I can do to tell you what's true or not, right? I'm not there. So Sean Street here says, so without the unalivings, wouldn't all this be out of the statute of limitations? When are they going to show evidence versus testimony? So testimony is technically evidence. It can be evidence. You know, evidence isn't just hard, cold facts. Evidence is something that could demonstrate the truthfulness of something. But with this case, I get what you're saying. It just seems like we're presenting someone statements that they said at one point in time, trying to get them to say the same thing right now. Maybe they're not cooperating and not saying the same thing right now. So now we're going back to something they said in the past, possibly for an ulterior motive, their own motive that they said previously in the past that's inconsistent with this new thing that they're saying. It's very consistent in this case that is the way they're approaching these witnesses that have taken plea deals. And in the case of Woody, the witness, he wasn't indicted, but he had an immunity deal dropped on him to secure his testimony. But without these unalivings, we've had arguments and we never actually saw them play out. But Brian Steele has been making this very argument that, well, if the jury finds that these co-defendants did not commit these murders, that would be outside of the statute of limitations. So how would it fit if the jury came back with a verdict? And they're going to work on jury instructions and how to figure this out. That's going to be a fun mess, I'm sure. But what if the jury today were to come back and say, They're not guilty of these things that would expand the statute of limitations, but we're going to find them guilty of like a Rico count. What if they acquit on everything except count 1? Right? There's problems here with the logistics of how this works and how they will try to instruct the jury on how to do this properly. I wouldn't be surprised if we have like a week of arguments back and forth, hearings to get these jury instructions right. Because it's a complicated thing for this many co-defendants, this long of a trial, this many things we have to remind the jury that were mistakes that they should have disregarded throughout the duration of this trial. And then the nuances of understanding the different charges and the elements required for each. So this is a complicated issue that this court and the parties have not even resolved themselves. So keep your eyes open for that one. It will be probably boring to watch. It'll take a while, but hearing what the outcome is will be interesting. Thank you so much for your super chat and for becoming a member earlier. FFS is asking me, Kat, can you tell me where you were on the night of June 9th, 2004? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Maybe at home. Home is probably the safest answer. And then where's Woody at? You know, it was funny earlier when Mounk Tounk said the phrase, like, and when Woody got beat up at Club Crucial. I just imagined Woody, like, showing back up and saying he didn't get beat up. Like, just wanting to make sure nobody was saying that. Thank you so much for your support, FFS. And that ill kid, good to see you, says, free Jeffrey. And then FFS says, I'm telling you the God's honest truth. But remember, if you guys missed his joke, FFS says that when you're about to say, what I'm going to say is the God's honest truth, that could be a tell that you're probably about to say a lie. Jamila, this is a great, great, great point. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with what Jamila says here. Who's on trial? I'm so lost at who is this really about? Who is it about? Who's actually on trial? Because we've heard a lot about Quandarius Zachary today. Not one of these co-defendants. So it's like if you're the jury, it's like, what are we considering anymore? What are we considering? You are spot on, Jamila. Thank you so much. Lola Dane says, I believe the state is intentionally asking the same questions to fatigue the witness, making them more inclined to misspeak or give in. It also makes an audio footprint for the jury. Now, what I think is interesting, let me catch back up here. I do want to know when we come back, even though if we want, we can try to speed it up. But you're right that it gets extra things on the record. But one thing I'm wondering here too is I don't think the state trusts the jury to make their own weight of the credibility of something. So for example, earlier, I think the state could have had a big win, at least with crimes relating to selling drugs as an enterprise, right? When they were talking about the gas station, how nobody would come up, you kept people away. If they stopped at like 1 or 2 questions into that, I think they could have had a good chance of the jury interpreting that, all right, you know, they were keeping that gas station on lock. They made it their territory. But Love kept asking questions. She kept asking more and more questions. And Mounk Tounk, some of his answers were kind of like, well, it would be stupid to come up somewhere where you don't like a person. And he was able to kind of reframe it more as an individual capacity. You either get along with people or you don't, so you're not going to come up there, versus it being anything that was ordained or constricted by gang territory. But I think if Love just stopped after she asked 2 or 3 questions, she actually could have really landed on that one thing. And I think she just doesn't know when to stop. I think she just doesn't know when to stop. But yeah, we're going to get back into it. Thank you so much for your super chat, Lola. But yeah, you know, wrap it up, Love. Wrap it up, Love.
Yeah, that was just, they needed, yeah, that was just so much, just, yeah. Not today, it's gonna, I don't know exactly what time, it maybe is.
Okay, this is a little fast.
An hour from now, I'm waiting to hear something. Be ready.
Maybe about an hour until they break, they're waiting to hear. Thank you so much, AK, for the super chat. And Nick Star, I know you're probably not still in here, but if you are, thank you for your super chat earlier. This is an hour and 20 minutes ago, hour 10 of this 3-hour testimony. We are entering hour like 11 and a half. So we're never going to be free, you guys.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon again, Mr. Sledge. Mr. Sledge, before we last broke, you were explaining that you had taken your child and your child's mother to Defendant Williams' condo, and you weren't certain whether they went with you initially or whether you had gone and picked them up and brought them back. Did I get that right?
I didn't say that.
Okay, please correct me where I'm wrong, because
I told you, all I remember is all three of us end up at Mr. Williams' condo and lost whatever it was.
Okay.
That was my answer.
So when you first got there, are you able to say whether they were with you when you first arrived at the condo?
I told you I didn't remember exactly. I think they was with me, but I don't recall.
All right. And if they were not with you, would you have left them and gone back to pick them up at your house?
Yeah, I would if they wouldn't have been with me at the time.
Is there any reason you would have left them at the house and gone to Defendant Williams' condo and then gone back and picked them up?
I don't remember.
And there's no reason right now you can think of that would have happened?
No.
All right. Once you talked about the DM that you received with the people who were present at the house, where were your child and child's mother? Were they in that same room in conversation with you when y'all were discussing that?
No, I don't. I think they went in the other room. I don't remember what happened, but I knew they wasn't in the same section.
Did you talk with that DM? Did you talk about that DM to your child's mother? Did you let her know what was going on?
She knew the DM that came because I said when it came through, I said it out loud, but she never seen it.
Okay. Who all took part of the conversation where you were talking about the DM? Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall. Well, no, I think it was just, I think I pulled Jeffrey to the side and just was talking to Jeffrey because the other people I don't really know was in the house. So I think I pulled Jeffrey to the side and was talking to him about it, like, bro, why they saying this? And
he was like, what?
He was like, I don't know nothing about that, but you telling me what they said.
All right. What else did he say to you after you told him?
I think if I'm not mistaken, he sat back down and started going over the video that he was trying to finish up of the song Javinci, if I'm not mistaken, get as far as he could with the video. I'm not for sure.
How long did you stay there that night?
I don't recall how long we stayed there.
How long did Defendant Williams stay at the computer working on Javinci after you told him about that DM?
I don't recall how long it took him.
Do you remember whether at the time you knew if Mr. Thomas had died?
No, I don't know exactly if we knew. Yeah, I knew because they DM'd me and said that. They said the fake page DM'd and said that.
All right.
I don't know if it was true, but that's what they said in the DM.
Okay. Did you reach out to anyone else other than defendant Williams about that DM that you got?
I don't recall reaching out to anyone else.
Did anyone else come to defendant Williams' condo while you were there?
I can't say on 10th Street. I don't recall. I don't remember did anyone show up on 10th Street.
When you say on 10th Street, did defendant Williams have any other residents that you went to that night?
I think so.
Where was that other resident?
I don't know exactly where it was.
Generally speaking, please.
I don't generally know where it was. I just know that we left there and went somewhere else. I don't know exactly what area we went to.
Is it a place you had never been to before?
I don't remember, Miss Slug. I don't remember. Honestly, true, I don't remember.
Okay.
If I
Mr.
have
Slug.
been there before, that was the first time. I don't remember.
Was it a house, a condo, an apartment, or something
I
else?
think it was something like a condo or loft, or not.
Do you recall how far it was from the 10th Street condo?
I don't recall how far it was, neither.
Do you recall who all went with you when you went to defendant Williams' second residence?
I think it was me, my son, mother, and the video man, if I'm not mistaken.
The video man, do you remember his name?
I think his name was like I don't know. I think it's BLB or something like that.
BLB?
Oh yeah, I don't know. I think it's something like that.
Was his last name Bean, Deshaun Bean?
I don't know I don't know his government name.
Okay. Besides you, defendant Williams, your child's mother, and BLB, did anybody else go with y'all to defendant Williams' other house?
Go with us? No.
Accompany you, follow you, meet you there? Any of those things?
I can't recall because I actually can't recall who showed up and who was there. I don't recall that.
Do I remember correctly that you said you did not go to Miami because you wanted to stay in town to protect your family?
Right.
Why then did you go to defendant Williams' house around 10th Street and then to his other house somewhere else? What were you doing?
If I am mistaken, Mr. William went and got jewelry or something out the other house. And then, if I'm not mistaken, I want to say I borrowed like $300 for him to get me a hotel room for a couple of days because I didn't have any cash I can get to that night.
Okay. Was anybody at the second residence of defendant Williams when you, your family, defendant Williams and BLB got there?
If they was, they didn't come upstairs, not from my understanding.
Okay. What floor did defendant Williams live on? Do you remember?
No, it was very high. I don't remember exactly what floor it was.
Did you have to go through like a gate, like a bellman or something, or ring in a code? It will be made clear in a moment. I'm asking that one question. Did you have to go through a bellman or type in a code to get in that second
I
residence?
think all the condos in Atlanta have a gate that you got to come through for protection, if I'm not mistaken.
All right. So is it fair that you had to do that with both of Mr. Williams' condos?
I guess.
Who else came while you all were there, if anybody came to that second residence?
Once Mr. Williams let me borrow the $300, I left Mr. Williams and went on about my way.
Okay. Where was on about your way? Where'd you go?
Well, if I am mistaken, oh, I remember now. That get what, I think Mr. Copeland was there, and Mr. Williams instructed me to take, Copeland kept complaining about something. Mr. Williams directed me to take him because he said, take him, y'all go down there, y'all, we ain't did that wrong. So I took Copeland to the homicide place, but I kept going.
Who was it that said that, what you just said?
Mr. Williams told us, he said, we ain't did nothing, so take Copeland. I think the police kept calling Copeland phone or something like that, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Who else besides Mr. Copeland were the police calling?
I don't know. No,
Bless you.
I don't know about that.
Okay. Are you able to tell the jury who it is that Mr. Williams was referring to when he said, we ain't did nothing wrong?
I guess me, him, all of us was there. So he was saying, we were telling him that me and Copeland was the accused. So he said, take him down now, we ain't did nothing wrong.
When you first got to Defendant Williams' condo on 10th Street or around there and told him you were being accused, did he give you that advice?
When we got to 10th Street?
Yes, sir.
No, he gave that advice when I told him I didn't know was Ken and Copeland going out of town or not, but he gave that advice, I guess, when Ken and Copeland weren't going out of town neither.
Okay, putting aside Mr. Copeland, just talking about you and Defendant Williams, at any time did he advise you, once you told him they're accusing me of murder, to go to the police station?
I wouldn't have went anyway because I always
Not that question. I just need you to answer the question. Hold up, please. At any time before you got in contact with Mr. Copeland, but after you told Defendant Williams you were being accused of murder, did he advise you to go to the police station?
He advised both of us to go to the police station.
Before Mr. Copeland came in the picture,
not on 10th Street, he did not advise me to go to the police station.
What did he advise you to do, if anything?
He really didn't say too much on 10th Street.
Oh, okay. He just went back to go get some jewelry from the other place?
That was, when we got there, that's where he was getting his jewelry, because I guess he was going to do the show in the jewelry, from my understanding.
How did you, you said Mr. Copeland was already at the other place when you got there?
No, I never said Mr. Copeland was already at the place, but I know he ended up at the place. He wasn't already at the place.
How long after you all got there did Mr. Copeland arrive?
I don't know the time. I'm not good with time and stuff.
Do you know how he got there?
No, I don't know how he got there.
Did anybody else get there around that same time?
I didn't see anyone else, Ms. Love, so I can't speak on that. I didn't see anyone else.
Did you see Quandarius Zachary there?
I don't remember if Quandarius was there or not. From my understanding, I don't remember was he there or not.
How long did you stay there?
Not long.
What does that mean?
I don't know the estimate time.
Did you leave before midnight?
I don't remember the time, Ms. Love.
Okay. Who all was there at the time you left?
You keep asking me the same question that I
Mr.
already
Sledge?
answered. I answered that question for you already.
I need you to answer for the jury.
I said I don't know.
You don't know who was there when you left?
I told you, me and Copeland left together, and my son and my son's mother.
Okay, thank you, but that's not the question that I asked. I'm asking you who all was at the second residence of Defendant Williams when you left that second residence?
I didn't see anyone. I just told you that.
Okay. Was Defendant Williams still there when you left?
Yes.
How did Defendant Williams tell you, besides we haven't done anything wrong, how did he tell you to take Copeland to the police?
'Cause
What
I-
did he say?
I think Copeland stated that the police wanted him to come down.
Mhm. Did Copeland tell you anything about his girlfriend's father's house getting shot up?
The father, I thought it was the mother
Okay.
in law.
Was it
I
a
told you
family
that.
member
I
of
already
Mr.
told you
Copeland?
that in the else.
Okay. So I'm asking you now, during that time, was it during that time that you learned that a family member of Mr. Copeland or his girlfriend had gotten their house shot up?
I don't remember what time it was, though.
Do you remember talking about that with Mr. Copeland and Defendant Williams before you went to the police station?
Not right off the top, I don't know. I can't answer. Like, if I'm not mistaken, I think Copeland did mention it.
At the time, did you have a cell phone?
Who, me?
Yes, sir, you.
You know I had a cell phone.
Well, the jury doesn't, so
Yes,
I
had
need
a-
you to answer
I
for
had a
them.
phone.
All right. Would you please tell the jury what your cell phone number was?
I don't remember.
If I showed you an Instagram post containing a phone number that may or may not be yours, would it refresh your memory?
You said if you show me one?
Yes, one
I-
on your page that contains a phone number. Might it refresh your memory?
Might, but it still probably wasn't my number. I don't know.
All right.
You can show me though.
It's 425.
And then real quick, Peter Ortiz had asked how many defendants are charged with murder. Of the 6 here, everyone except for Huey and Williams is charged with at least one.
Since 2015.
I don't know, Ms. Lord.
How often do you change cell phones?
I don't know, Ms. Love. I don't know how often do I change.
Now, I have bad eyesight. I hope you don't. Your Honor, may I approach? You may. I'm going to show you what we've marked for identification as states 425 Yankee and ask you, do you recognize the person depicted in 425 Yankee?
Yeah, I recognize that's me.
As you?
Yes.
And is that your Instagram account?
Yes.
Is that a picture you posted on your Instagram?
It looked like, yeah, that's me, but I didn't take the picture.
Okay, I'm not asking you if you
Okay.
took it. You understand?
Yeah.
Are you able to read these tiny words, those
No,
tiny
they
numbers?
too- You probably had to put them on hand. Let me.
All right, let's get a
unplug.
computer.
Yeah, I can't see that.
If I blow it up. Is that a post that you made?
It say I made, but I don't remember that phone number. Ms. Love, I don't remember that number.
Do you remember any phone number that you had in 2015?
I don't remember now phone number I had in 2015. I probably had 2, 3 phones. I don't remember.
Do you remember any digits in your child's mother's phone in 2015?
No, not right out. No.
Do you remember any one of your family members' phone number from 2015?
Not that I know of.
In 2015, who else was posting on your Instagram account?
All right, so there we go. So Rich Homie Quan died Thursday in his Atlanta home, according to his family and the local morgue. There we go. So this is from TMZ. And then it's going over some other people that he's collaborated with and some backstory. So we're going to link this article here. Let's see. Thank you, JR. And so there you go. That's something, hearing that the morgue confirmed it, I think is a little bit different than an Instagram where someone's sending their condolences because maybe they possibly heard something without confirming if it's actually direct knowledge. So there we go, you guys. Appreciate you for all the updates. And yeah, they aren't really giving a reason why here. So still no confirmation here on the exact reason. Again, you guys have heard the speculation as to possibly being an overdose, but that is not confirmed through this particular article. So with that, without further ado, thank you so much for all of your, trying to pass information along. It is helpful. I just want to be careful about what I say out loud on a stream. And going back over to Love, which, sorry if you're tired of hearing Love, but we're going to get through this. We were going to get through this
I
part.
don't know. I could say my daughter or somebody. I don't recall. I know my oldest daughter always had my password and stuff like that. So I can't recall.
Did your oldest daughter make the post that you just looked at that's labeled States 425
No,
Yankee?
I think that's my last son.
Uh-huh.
So I probably was around his mother at the time.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know.
You don't know what?
You said made the post?
Yes.
Yes, I don't know. I don't recall making the post.
Okay.
So I don't know who made the post.
And
It's
there's
on
no,
there, but I don't recall making that post.
okay. And there's nothing about that number that strikes any chord in your memory.
I don't even remember that number.
All right.
If you got anything, you could refresh, but I don't remember that number.
We'll come back.
Right.
All right. So when you were at Defendant Williams' second residence and Mr. Copeland arrived, you did not, is it fair to say you didn't see how he got there? You just know he got there.
Yeah, I don't know how he got there. I don't remember how he got there, to be honest with you.
And do I recall correctly, you don't even remember what kind of car you had?
Yeah, I don't remember what kind of car I had.
Do you remember whether Defendant Williams had a car or multiple cars?
I don't remember exact what car Mr. Williams had at the time. He had numerous of cars, like you said, so I don't remember.
Okay. Since he had numerous cars, did you ask him, why don't you take him down there?
I didn't ask him because I knew he had to go. He was going to do had to be, I guess he had to be in Miami at a certain time to do the show. So I never asked him why he didn't take him.
Now, was that show a part of that Travis Scott tour that you were talking about? It was a different show.
It was a different show, I think.
Okay. Was that show a part of any tour or was it just an independent show?
I think somebody booked him for a show. I don't know.
Before January 10th, did you know he had been booked for that show?
Yes, I think we had a discussion about him having a show before January the 10th.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge of where it is that Defendant Williams parked those many multiple cars that he had?
No, I don't have no idea.
Did you have access to drive the many multiple cars that he had?
No, I had my own car.
Do you know or have you ever discussed with Defendant Williams why he needed to rent cars when he had many multiple cars?
I never even know. I never knew Jeffrey Williams rented a car. So
Okay.
every car I seen him, I thought he owned them himself. So I never knew he rented a car.
So would you have any knowledge about a gray Infinity Q50 defendant Williams may or may not have rented or had in his possession around January 10th, 2015?
I never seen that car a day in my life.
Did you ever know defendant Williams to get cars or secure cars for days when he intended to be out of the city in a different state? In other words, renting a car in Atlanta for 2 weeks or getting a car in Atlanta for 2 weeks when he's going to be gone within a week? Did you never know of defendant Williams to obtain access to in any way a car that he did not own?
No,
Did defendant Williams ever talk to you about obtaining or renting cars?
no,
On January 10th, 2015, did you receive any calls from Kenneth Copeland before you saw him at defendant Williams' residence?
I don't recall if I did.
Do you know or have any knowledge why Kenneth Copeland showed up at defendant Williams' residence?
No,
Did any other members of YSL show up at defendant Williams' second residence at any time while you were there on January 10th?
I don't recall or remember.
How did you take Kenneth Copeland to the police?
I drove.
And where did you drive him to?
I don't know. I think it's Central, right down the street by the traffic court house. I dropped them off on that side street right now.
Atlanta Police Headquarters?
Yeah, I guess that's what it is.
Understanding you don't remember the kind of car you had, do you remember anything about the car you drove him in?
No,
How many cars have you had since 2015?
I can't even count.
You've had more than 5?
Yes, you can look it up in the DMV
Okay.
if you want
Why
to.
you have so many cars?
Because I pay for them.
Okay,
That's what I like. I like to buy cars.
all right. Did you go with Mr. Copeland inside the police station?
No,
Why?
because I always was directed by my attorney. If you're not being arrested, you do not have to talk to the police.
Did you tell Mr. Copeland that?
Yeah, but he insists on going in there. That's his business.
Did you tell defendant Williams that?
No, man, no, me and Mr. Williams never had that discussion about was I gonna go in or not.
But it was defendant Williams who told you take him down there to talk to the police.
He didn't just say him.
What did he say?
Both of us could have went in there if we wanted to. I decided not to go in there.
So did you, when he told both of y'all to go, did you tell him, hey, my lawyer told me do not go talking to police?
I didn't have that discussion with Mr. Williams
Why did you tell Mr. Copeland and not Mr. Williams, if I heard you right?
because me and Mr. Copeland was in the car together. Me and Mr. Williams just in this place together. When I was taking Copeland, he was just like, I'm going in there. I said, I ain't going.
How long were you in the space with Mr. Williams before Mr. Copeland came?
I don't recall how long it was, Ms. Love.
How long did you all talk about Donovan Thomas's murder before Mr. Copeland came?
We never really talked about it. When I brought it to his attention, he was so focused on the video at the time. So
Do you remember what defendant Williams' phone number was, the last 4 digits at that time?
I never knew, not saying I didn't have, never knew one of Mr. Williams' number by heart.
Did you know Mr. Williams to have more than one phone?
He's a rapper, I guess. Like,
Did you personally know him to have more than one phone?
yes.
What did you and Mr. Copeland discuss on the way to the police station?
We really didn't discuss. He was just saying, I ain't doing it. I was telling him, I ain't doing it and I don't know nothing about it. So I wasn't going to talk to no police.
Okay. And what did you say in response?
What you mean?
When he said, I ain't do it, I don't know nothing about it, I'm going to go talk to the police, what did you say in response?
If you want to go talk to the police, go talk to them.
Did you wait on him after you let him get out?
No, why would I be sitting in front of a police station waiting on him to come out, not knowing how long they're going to be having him with me and my son and my mother uncomfortable?
Had anybody shot at any one of you all?
No,
Is Kenneth Copeland, forgive me for if you've already said this, but I don't remember. Is Kenneth Copeland one of the people you count as somebody you loved back then?
I already answered that question for you yesterday.
I understand. Can you remind me, please?
You just said you,
Is he one of the people that you counted as someone you loved in 2015?
yes.
All right. And did you have any sense of whether he was putting himself in harm's way going into the police station?
No, I thought going to the police is the safest thing.
All right. Then why didn't you wait on him if it was so safe?
Because he was in good hands.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Did you go back and pick him up?
No,
Did you call him to check on him while he was there?
I think after he got through, he called me.
And what did you tell him?
What did I tell him?
Yes, sir.
I ain't tell him nothing.
Did he ask you to come pick him up?
No, he ain't had someone else to pick him up, I guess.
Okay. Did he tell you anything that he talked about with the police?
No, he never discussed anything he talked about with the police.
Is that the only time that you have taken Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
Yes.
Have you ever discussed with Kenneth Copeland anything that he told police at any time that he talked to them?
No.
Have you ever discussed with any member of YSL, without giving names, anything that they told the police when they talked to them?
No.
To your knowledge, did Quandarius Zachary ever talk to the police in the months following Donovan Thomas's murder?
I don't know. You telling me something.
I am not telling you. I am asking you a question.
I don't never know if Quindare was going to talk to the police.
Okay, so is it fair to say you never had a conversation with Quandarius Zachary about anything he said to the police?
No.
What about Demikion Garlington?
No.
All right. At any time, did you ever gain any information about anything any member of YSL told the police in 2015?
No.
Now, you said that you were charged or arrested for Donovan Thomas's murder. Was that in 2015 or later?
I want to say it was October 2015. I was already incarcerated for a charge, and one morning they came and told me I had first appearance. My lawyer ain't told me nothing about that.
Mm-hmm. And what happened at that first appearance?
They read out what they were charging me with.
Uh-huh. And then what happened?
They sent me back to my dorm.
At that first appearance, is the only thing that happened you were read your charges, or did you hear anybody give what they considered probable cause for your charge?
No, I was confused.
You were confused?
Yes.
At any time, did you have a preliminary hearing?
Yes.
How long after that first appearance did you have a preliminary hearing?
If I am mistaken, I think you go like 2 weeks at a time, if I am mistaken.
Would you tell the jury what happened at your preliminary hearing?
Where are you going with this?
Your Honor, I
mean,
can
is this
approach the
even
bench and
relevant?
tell the court.
Okay, why don't you do that?
Oh my gosh. All right, so thank you, chat, and especially shout out to the mods. Thank you so much for holding it down. I think it's important to share information, and I hope that everybody that's still hanging around, I know some people felt like there was too much timing out going on. It's important not to convey information as being confirmed when we're not actually sure. If you guys want to send your condolences in the chat, that's absolutely fine. If you guys want to talk about what's going on, that's also fine. But just be careful of saying, it's been confirmed that this was the manner of death, and there really is no verification of that. Just, be a bit more critical in your thinking and have some discernment in the way that you say things to make a conversation. But yeah. And if somebody's blocked that isn't supposed to be blocked, let me know, because I can make sure that they're unblocked. But I don't see that. If I need to unblock somebody, I can. That's all. And thank you again. It's me, Solid. I think, well, let me tag you in the chat. I think you might be behind. So you might be hearing this like 10 minutes from now. Are you current in the stream? So thank you for the super chat. And we did just look at the TMZ article about Rich Homie Quan passing away. There was no mechanism of death in that article there. So it was flying rumors. Can't confirm anything in that regard. Thank you for becoming a member, JA Exclusive. Paulette, definitely appreciate this right now. The super chat that says, for being careful with the facts. That's all I try to do. I'm not trying to plug anyone's conversation up. Just want to make sure that, it feels like a bit of tug of war, because if there's a bunch of stuff being said in the chat, and it seems like I'm not getting on the screen to vocally say, hey, no, or hey, yes, that it seems like a implicit, that I'm acquiescing, to use the terms that they use in court. It seems like I might be acquiescing to information in the chat. And I don't want to not say something to not address you guys and acknowledge what you're saying. But I also don't want to read things out loud when I don't know that they're true. So hope everyone can just understand that moving forward. And that's the thing. Yeah. So if people are being timed out because they're cursing or attacking someone else, that's a valid reason for someone to be timed out. So we are going to appreciate our mods. They are here all day holding it down and give a lot of thoughtful insight as well. They're fun. They're not just here to throw wrenches at people. They are people with real insights. Look at Shart's face right now. He's going like between two different emotions, between shock and disbelief and anger. Gwennon says, how did Thug hide these earnings, these drug earnings, taxes? So this is the thing with Rico in Georgia. It's different than federal. They don't have to have pecuniary interest, financial earnings, financial interest as an element of Rico under Georgia statute. But remember, he is a, very successful recording artist. There's tons of reasons he could have money in one place or another. And the state doesn't need to prove financial gain as an element of what they're trying to prove here. So, Positive Q says, what the heck is going on? This question still rings true. She's talking in circles. That still rings true. Clearly, this case is over. And that could be mixed opinions, but I see a lot of people give valid arguments why it should be over and why the state seems to be relying heavily on plea deals and witness testimony tied to that plea deal. Please sit in the loud chair, the squeaky chair. They have a hard-on for Thug, and then take Mrs. Love's microphone. Yeah, so I don't know. And remember, I think Peter Ortiz had asked earlier who's actually charged with murder. Remember that Jeffrey Williams is not charged with a murder in this indictment. His connection to the Donovan Thomas murder is supposed to be, the overarching conspiracy, and that he rented the car that was used in the killing. Same thing, Huey is not, unless I'm wrong, I don't think he's charged with a murder charge either. So he could be under count 1, deemed to be in conspiracy when these murders happen, but he's not directly charged with a murder. But yeah, so, and it's like, it does seem like in some regards they want Thug to ultimately be responsible. Jeffrey Williams to ultimately be responsible for Donovan Thomas's murder. So it's a weird strategy that they focus on him. I think it's confusing to the jury. I don't think it's strategic for them to want to put the focus on Jeffrey Williams so much. I get, all right, he rents the car and it was supposed to be planned out. Show us how it was planned out. Don't just say he happened to rent a car and say that's enough to connect the dots. But, you know, thank you so much, Positive Q. Kay Grammer says, thank you, Kat, for making the stream informative and fun. Thank you so much for your super chat and for being here. Sean Street says, look at Love's hand motions. The poor court reporter. Sean Street says, I live in Philadelphia, and if the DA's office based their arguments on nonsense like this, there would be a 0% conviction rate, and that's facts, on slime. Also, Nore was the first to ever say slime ever. Oh, really? So, but like in a track? Hold on, let me look up lyrics. Slime. Oh yeah, Hollaback Slime. Okay, but when was this out? When did this come out? None of these are giving me dates. Give me a release date. Okay, guys, I'm in the marketing space for day job work, and one of the most frustrating things that has happened this year is the way that like search engines have started to favor terrible results. When you search something, it's like the worst AI generated blog that's trying to give you an answer. So things that used to be easy to Google just seem difficult. Okay, so this is giving me 2015 as a date, which is interesting. Which is interesting. So 2015. But yeah, like, I don't know. Yeah, that's what seems more right. This is what I'm talking about. Like, Google's crazy. I think because it wants to show me something that like people have clicked recently. So if people are going and clicking recent results, Google isn't realizing that it's not giving someone the answer that they're looking for or incorrect information. They're just realizing people are clicking recent things and trying to get more people to click the same thing. So I have a big beef with search engine results. Because like 2015 is just not what I would consider that era, the correct time frame. But that's actually good context. And a lot of the defendants here, going back to this here, a lot of the defendants, the witnesses, are talking about we got it from Lil Wayne. It came from song lyrics. Or it was from walking around, everybody just says, what's up, slime? And that's it. And love is acting like it was a term invented by YSL and used as a gang identifier to show cohesion and build cohesion. And it just goes against common sense. Thank you so much, Sean. Key says, can the defense ask for a mistrial because of the alleged passing of Rich Homie Quan, saying it's prejudiced? No. It will impact certain things in this case. Rich Homie Quan was under subpoena by the state. The defense also might have wanted to have called him for whatever reason. If there's anything that they plan to have brought in or brought him in to testify to, now there's a problem because he's deceased and he can't be called to testify. So this does impact the case, but they can't just, ask for a mistrial unless they find out that the killing was related to something that directly relates to this prosecution. So, but we don't know. That's just a possibility. I'm not saying that that's what happened or a possibility. But yeah, it will impact some evidentiary rulings, possibly. Why are we going back up already? It's spiritually imperfect. This is supposed to be 3 hours. Why are we still here? You just walked away. You should have just asked. These sidebars are cumulative. Thank you so much, Spiritually Imperfect. This is also hilarious. This is how Love's questioning sounds. Did you make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? Yes. Did you put peanut butter on that sandwich? Yes. Was there jelly on that sandwich? Jesus. This is great. I want to keep this pinned forever. This is exactly how the questions sound. Shout out to Spiritually Imperfect. Miss Kim, thank you so much. She thinks she sounds smart. These go hand in hand.
Yes.
After dropping off Mr. Copeland at the police station, did you take your child and child's mother to a hotel?
Yes.
How long did you stay at the hotel?
I want to say for like 2-3 days at the max.
What made you feel that it was okay to leave the hotel?
It wasn't about feeling okay. I left because of me.
Now, what does that mean for the jury? Because the jury doesn't know who you are.
I left because I'm not scared of anyone.
So why'd you go to the hotel in the first place?
Because I wasn't going to be nowhere that anyone probably come shoot up.
And why did you think somebody might come shoot up?
Then I just tell you by the streets and the fake DM, I was accused of the Donovan Thomas murder.
All right. Did you believe that that threat of the possibility of a shoot up had passed after 2 days?
I don't know if it passed or not.
Okay. So what was different in 2 days from the night that Donovan Thomas was killed?
Because when I left the hotel, I didn't go back to the same apartment either.
Okay. Did you move out of the apartment?
No, I didn't move eventually straight out of the apartment, no.
What part of the city, if any part, did you go to live in that was different from where you lived on Boulevard?
I don't really remember. I don't know the area. I just knew how to get there.
Did you go to someone's home or to
Yeah, it was her mother house.
whose? What?
My son's mother house.
All right. How long did you stay there?
I don't recall how long we stayed.
Do you have any idea whether it was months or weeks?
It wasn't months. I know that much.
And what was it that made you, when you did leave there, what was it that made you leave?
I just left.
When you left, where did you go?
I went back to Boulevard.
Did you go back to Boulevard before October 2015?
Yes, I got arrested July the 29th.
Between January and July of 2015, did you travel outside of the city with any members of YSL?
Could you repeat that?
Between January and July of 2015, did you travel outside of Atlanta with any members of YSL?
From January to 15?
From January 2015 to July 2015, when you said you were arrested?
Yeah, I think we went on tour.
All right. How many places did you visit on tour?
I don't recall how many places we went to.
Who all went with you?
It wasn't too many people went with us, but I don't remember exactly the number who went with us.
And when you were arrested in July of 2015, what were you arrested for?
I never knew until I got to the jail, but it was aggravated battery, aggravated assault. It was a lot of charges.
Were you arrested for that April 28th drive-by? Or
Yes,
that drive-by with Mr. Zachary?
Yes.
Did you talk to the police after you were arrested?
That's what they took me down to some of the, I don't know, it's a precinct or whatever you want to call it, right there by the detention center.
Who took you there?
I want to say it was the ATLs.
Do you remember whether it was Detective Dennis?
Detective Dennis didn't take me there, but Detective Dennis was there when I got there.
Okay. Was Detective Gaither there?
Yes.
Did you already know them?
No.
Did you know either of them?
No,
Did you recognize either of them?
no,
Okay. Did you tell Dennis you knew him?
no, I don't recall telling Dennis I knew him. If I did, no, I don't recall telling him.
Did Detective Dennis or Detective Gaither explain to you why it is that they had arrested you?
No, they never even explained to me what they were charging me with. No,
Did Detective Gaither ever tell you that she had placed warrants on you for aggravated assault, aggravated battery, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon?
I don't think she never said that to me. I don't remember.
Did Detective Gaither or Detective Dennis, after you were arrested in July of 2015, ever tell you that they arrested you because of the incident that happened on Adele Avenue over by Mosley Park?
I think on into the conversation they said it, but not immediately when I came in there. I don't remember them telling me exactly as soon as I got in there.
All right. So when I'm asking you if they told you, I don't mean just immediately. Anytime.
Oh
during
yeah, they
that
end up telling me, yeah.
All right. Did you tell them, I don't know nothing about that?
Yes, at the time, yes.
Why'd you tell them that?
I'm not gonna tell them myself.
Why not tell on the people you said you dropped off?
Why tell on them? They didn't ask me about them. They asked me about me at first, if I don't recall.
When you told them, I don't know nothing about that, was that a lie?
You guys are hilarious with the peanut butter and jelly.
And then,
Thank you,
yes,
Violet
it was
Gilreth,
a
for the
lie.
super chat. Was there 1 or 2 slices of bread on that PB&J? Right, did you make one
Now-
slice? Did you fold it?
Did they also tell you that they wanted or they had arrested you for a shooting at the home on Drew Drive, the old Perry Holmes apartments?
No, I don't recall them saying that to me if they did, but I don't recall.
All right. At any point during that interview, did you give either Detective Dennis or Detective Gaither any information about the shooting on Adele Drive or on Drew Drive?
No,
Do you remember how long that interview lasted?
not too long.
Did they ask you if you could read and write English?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whether they asked you or advised you of your constitutional rights? I'm establishing what happened in the conversation, Your Honor.
You didn't even know what to say you were
I'll
doing.
Move on. Did they talk to you about a fight at the club on April 28th?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whether you were asked about the date April 28th?
I don't recall about them asking me about it either.
Do you recall? So if you don't recall being asked, then you definitely don't recall telling them yes, correct?
Yes, I don't recall telling them yes neither.
And you don't recall telling them that there was a fight at the club?
I don't remember. I don't remember that in the interview.
Do you recall during the interview telling them anything about Club Crucial?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Detective Gaither asking you who did the fight involve? Your Honor, this is based on what it's forming a foundation for other questions that I will be asking the witness. Yeah, well, I think they are.
A little bit of leeway, but let's just get to whatever the point is you're going to be making that you
Oh
do
my
believe
God.
to be relevant.
Okay.
All right.
Whitaker, just tell her no.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that you didn't pick up Demikion Garlington at Club Crucial?
I told you I was not finna tell the police anything to incriminate myself.
And ultimately, did you just tell the police, I'm not going to tell you anything, you just need to do your job?
No, I never said that.
Okay.
If you took it
What
that
if,
way.
what, if anything, did you end up telling the police about that shooting?
I never told.
I mean, honestly, it doesn't seem to be, maybe we can talk about it tomorrow and you can, when we're not waste,
Okay.
when the jury's time is not being taken up, and I can,
Yes,
maybe you
yes,
can
Your
help me
Honor.
to understand how it's relevant. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
And honestly, I think we may just break here for the afternoon.
Yes,
Look
Your
at
Honor.
Mounk Tounk.
And maybe you could tell me before we leave, but
Yes, Your Honor.
without the jury being here. So y'all are getting to go a little bit early today. Same instructions as always. Don't talk about the case with anybody, allow anybody to talk about it with you. Try to avoid any kind of discussion, media coverage, any social media, anything about this case or anybody that's involved in it. Have a pleasant evening, and we'll see you in the morning. Mr. Sledge, you need to be back here at 9.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Oh my gosh, and thank you. Shout out to Spiritually Imperfect. The chat is rolling with, Rico question interrogations about anything related to peanut butter and jelly. Ah. In a good way, in a loving way. You guys are so creative. And there you go. That ill kid Jay says, thanks for lunch inspiration, chat. Jiff gang, free Jeffrey. Peanut butter and jelly does sound good.
All right, Ms. Love, if you want to try to explain the
Try to
relevance or
explain.
how it's getting to something relevant.
If the court will permit me, to address that matter more fully in just a moment, I wanted to confirm some details.
Okay.
Oh, the chair squeak. It's her chair. That was her chair that squeaked. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Jay, for the 5. Appreciate you. Oh, did she sit in Atkins' chair? That's why it's squeaking. So yesterday she'd swapped the squeaky chair to the middle. And it only squeaked just now because she happened to sit in the second seat. What is she going off about? Like, Hilton just looks like she's listening. And thank you, Lottie B. Big shout out to the mods. Big shout out to the mods. It is not fun to see people accuse the mods of just blocking people. If someone gets blocked by mistake, just let us know. We can undo something. And it is pretty easy. I'm not going to lie. When the chat's moving quickly, if you are trying to quickly stop a comment and hit the whatever action button, there could be a misclick. So don't be afraid to just say, hey, I think by mistake. this happened. But otherwise the mods are doing their jobs. And shout out to them for it. Look at her head. She's like... But what I don't get is she's supposed to be coming up with, like, the argument she was going to make. So what is her going like this, with Hilton barely getting 2 words in? How is that helping her come up with her argument? So if someone's hidden, like, so say for example, someone gets hidden, it could still be shown. They can still make comments on the static videos. And by the way, guys, if you, just so you know, if you were to block a moderator on a channel, the moderator can still see the things you're saying in the chat. So there's a couple different ways. And if you think, like, sometimes some videos get a bunch of static comments, I might not see a specific comment. You could always, like, message on X as well. I'll check for motions. We can check for motions. Yeah, that squishy sound is from the cushion in the chair letting out air. There must be like a little slit in like the seam. Norma Jean, thanks for the super chat. It says, in the words of Brian Steele, or the thoughts of Brian Steele, this false accusation machine. And Miss AB, good to see you. So we had heard about the Rich Homie Quan news. Sad to hear.
It's not your fault, but I need to go ahead and break. So let's just be here at 8:30 in the morning. Okay. See everybody then.
Okay. So she says she needs to break. Seems like it just came up. I don't know what that is. I'm not making any inference on why she needs to break. But they are breaking without letting... And I'd say that's lucky for Love, because I don't think she would have been ready to make the argument she needed to make in 2 minutes from now. So lucky break there for Love. And we're getting dizzy. We're going on a roller coaster ride with Law and Crime, or Fox 5, or whatever channel this is. And I think that's it for the day. So we have an early day, you guys. 8 a.m. Did she say early tomorrow? I should have just paid attention to the last 2 seconds. Yeah, so they're going to do it at 8:30. All right, cool. I was like, yeah, they're coming in early, but I didn't catch the exact time. Look at you guys. You guys are great. And then thank you guys also. Yeah, that was not, sometimes trying to look something up on a stream while I'm talking, I'm like, I don't want to deal with Google. I was like, 2015 cannot be right. 2015 sounds more like Lil Wayne and Young Thug music era, where they're saying it and YSL fans are starting to say slime on social media. 2015 is 10 years ago, but that's not 20 years ago. So thank you, Sean Street, saying that, slime, like, bro, what's up, slime? We're coming back to the 2000s with that one, which fits my timeline. I'm not great with time, but that definitely seems more accurate. And same thing to Mikey Jones, Slime, Nori, and Capone on the reunion album 2001-2002. So there we go. I think some of the stuff that the state is arguing is just stupid. They're so fixed on the word slime. If anybody on that jury has heard the word or heard someone say, "What's up, slime?" before, it might not land to keep driving that point home. Army Nurse, thank you so much. Army Nurse says, I thought all rental cars have a tracking device. Has anyone said anything about it, especially an Infinity car? I don't think they've tried to introduce location data for the Infinity because they're still trying to identify and clarify that the car model seen was an Infinity and not a different car. So there we go. I don't think, I'm sure if there was a tracking device, they don't have it. Maybe they didn't request it. Maybe it got lost in a hack, but I don't think they have that for the location of the rented vehicle. Okay, cool. And general information here from Keys saying that they don't have trackers. I had a rental car stolen one time and no tracker. That sucks. That sounds like I hope you didn't get held like liable for it, but that's still either way, even if you weren't stuck with any fault for it, that sounds like a paperwork nightmare to be a part of. So that sucks. That sucks. And Spiritually Imperfect says, how did 3 hours turn into 3 days? And are you really making yourself a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? That's great. That is great. But yeah, this is going to be 3 days of direct testimony from a witness that Love predicted initially would be 3 hours. And if you could summarize, what do you think were the main points that she has made in these 2 days so far? That he sold drugs and that he admitted he was guilty for the thing he was charged with and that he hung out with some people at clubs? I mean, there are things that he said, if you listen, like, yeah, it is confirming he has said certain things in the plea agreement were true. And that's technically a kind of win for the state. It's just, we've seen the defense come up there and demolish that small win when other witnesses conceded to something that was on their plea agreement. So it's like wasting all this time to not really move the needle all that much. And every time you might have moved the needle, you drown it out by not knowing when to just move on to another topic. Like, they're not adjusting their strategy at all. And Miss AB, thank you again. I think the court had come back in while I was reading this. But yeah, Rich Homie had passed away. We did end up seeing that finally get confirmed. And it's sad to hear, and it's going to impact this case for anything that they plan to introduce through Rich Homie Quan, if they plan to call him. He was under subpoena by the state. So definitely big news. And I don't know if it's clear that like the defendants found out midday, but maybe they did. And then Touche says, his assertions about lying to police might make Woody more believable to the jury. And that's the other thing too. Like, she pulled up that one picture. I don't know if it was the cactus one and 12 and the cop emojis and then the two pistols. I think it was whatever picture went with that. Love seemed personally offended when Mounk Tounk said, well, because I don't trust the cops. Love's response, I just remember it standing out to me. She seemed personally offended by that. Like, it's not an unheard of thing. There are more people than are on this witness list or charged in this indictment that have said, probably more than once, that they don't trust police, or that they don't feel comfortable talking to police, or that they think police might lie. And she just acted like it was the weirdest thing ever for him to say. Like, just out of touch. Thank you so much, Touche. Joanna says, did you share the sandwich with YSL, the gang? Right, did you all get together at Jeffrey Williams' house? After you conspired to do something. You all met to talk about it after, over a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Thank you so much, Joanna. Fletch says, how can she not even answer what... I don't know. How can Love not even answer what point she was trying to get to with the questions she was just asking? I don't know. That was really funny. Like, what's the point you're even trying to make? And she's like, Your Honor, I'm... Like, come on, you don't even know where you're going. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Thank you so much, Fletch. Jay says, what does she need to confirm? Does she not know why? Exactly. Does she not know why she was asking those questions? And then she goes to sit next to Hilton and yap her ears off. It looked like that was going on for like a full minute before Hilton even got a word in. So what are you trying to confirm? What are you trying to figure out before you make your argument? Like, I really think this is a lucky recess for the day for Love. She can go and figure it out, maybe, what she's trying to argue tomorrow morning. And then Mike G says, Woody said he told Mounk Tounk the lie about being told about the unaliving. That's where her questions are going. That might be the case, but like, I mean, do you think the strategy would be to get ahead of the defense trying to, hey, Woody told you this, right? Oh, Woody the known liar. Do you know Woody to make things up? Do you know Woody to be arrested a lot? And Mounk Tounk might not answer those questions, but the questions can, reignite those ideas in the jury's mind. Yeah, the liar that gets held up a lot and will say anything to get out is the one who fed information to Mounk Tounk, hoping Mounk Tounk would also go say the same thing to the police. And Mounk Tounk and Woody were both initially charged with this murder of Donovan Thomas. So maybe her strategy is to get ahead of it. I don't have confidence that she'll do that well, but yeah, you're right. I think you're right. This is a great point. Thank you so much, Mike. And then Ike. We got Mike and Ike right back to back. Ike says Christoph Waltz should play Brian Steele. I still think this is so stupid, but there are two characters that I think would be hilarious playing a young Brian Steele and Keith Adams. And it would be Tariq and Brayden from Power 2. If for whatever reason there was a reason to do a movie about a young Keith Adams and Brian Steele that somehow knew each other while they were growing up, I just think it would just be hilarious to see these two. And really, because I think Brayden's kind of short. They kind of resemble each other a little bit more. Keith Adams and Tariq, they don't really look that much alike. But I don't know. The way Brayden is always like running to puff his chest out in the show reminds me of the way Brian Steele is ready to fight for his client. When he gets up, pulls the suit jacket off, just reminds me of the same character. And then, let's see. Thank you, Ike. Spiritually Imperfect says, honestly, Kat, I forgot Thug was the one on trial. Well, how could you forget when they keep calling him Thug instead of Jeffrey Williams at any chance they get? But yeah, I feel you. It's like the stuff gets lost in the sauce, and it's already a long trial. You would think that the state would want to be proactive about making sure people can follow along and keep track of who's who. And we get lost and we have the time to ask the chat what we're talking about. The jury doesn't have that. So that's always crazy to me. And thank you so much for all your support and starting off that hilarious peanut butter and jelly line through the chat. And then Steven Satchel says, I'm just happy that the defense will have more time to develop their question. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I think they could have argued it improv. That'll be a good 30 minutes. I think they'll try to start at 8:30 to be ready for the jury by 9. And Love will take all the way till like 9:05, 9:10 to make an argument that isn't the argument she should be making. The defense will respond, and then Whitaker will probably give an assist to the state. Like, we'll see how that goes tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. I think it'll be very interesting. Thank you so much for your 5. And then Legally Brown Girl says, chat, it is true. My son, yep, so we verified now, but my son, aka Chiefer, knows it's 100% true. Talk to his family, and prayers up to his entire family. So thank you for coming back if you weren't in here earlier to come back and to confirm. And I hope nobody took like personal insult that I wasn't trying to address it. I was not trying to not address it. I just wanted to make sure. So thank you so much, Legally Brown Girl. And then, yeah, what do you guys think? And we had no motions for mistrial today. We started off the day with an over-under. And we've got no... Oh, yeah, they've got to do that Rule 22 hearing. So they've got to do the Rule 22 and then whatever Love needs to make her point with before the jury can come in tomorrow. So that jury is not seating at 9 a.m. Like, there's no way. There's literally no way. But yeah, other than that, we are caught up, you guys. Is there anywhere that you guys are going after this? I know I had talked about earlier in relation to the Russ trial with Alec Baldwin. Dolly Talks is going to be talking about, there's a motion to reverse the mistrial with prejudice. But that was going to start at 6. So since we're ending early, instead of, court usually goes till 5:30, there's a lot of time now between that. So I'm going to share the link in the chat if you guys want to talk about the Rush trial later. That just got dropped in the chat right now. Wait, is DWC applying for Rule 22 access? And is he live right now? Oh, there you go. Thank you, guys. Oh, and I think I kind of glanced over this. This says 6th of August, but I assume September. My brain just processed it as September anyway. There we go. And he is live right now. Okay. So this is DWC. There's that. And then AV still live. I see Lawyer You Know is live. It's about the Telus verdict. So if you were interested in the Telus case, I didn't follow that at all. I know he took the stand and gave a narrative testimony. There's that, if you guys want to check that out. And AV is still live. So AV. And then I think I've gone pretty far down my subscriptions. Oh, and if you guys do want to look at the Baldwin, Emily D. Baker is live right now, so EDB. If you want to look at everything going on with the Alec Baldwin trial, the new response to the state, Hannah Gutierrez's new plea. We'll see. So that's live right now if you want to check out something about the Rush trial. There we go. We are all caught up, except no, we're not. Nancy New, thank you so much. Didn't they want to play an interview in court? Do you mean with Rich Homie Quan? Or do you mean relating to Mounk Tounk, like a police interview with Mounk Tounk? I think they want to play a video of Mounk Tounk in court for his plea hearing. I think they do want to play that to show, he's sitting there with his lawyer and things are being spoken out loud. So that might be what you're getting at here. That was the case. Oh, and the bench lunging trial thing is yesterday. Yeah, today. Why did I say yesterday? No, it is yesterday. Okay. Dang, all the results are coming up as just quick bites on it. Was this trial televised? The new one? Okay, yeah, here's it. That's actually live right now. So it's through Law and Crime. Law and Crime is airing that. It's day 2, but if you guys want to watch the trial of the guy that jumped the judge's bench, that's that. I know this is an old hat. This is an old hat. I don't wear it quite as much. I almost always wear my Diane Fossey Foundation hats. I have a black one and a green one from the foundation. And there we go. So I kind of went pretty far down my subscriptions list to see who was live about anything law and trial related. Shout out to Esquire. Thank you for the super sticker. But yeah, we're all caught up. Where are you guys going? Where are you guys going to go hang out? I'll probably hop between a few people just to say hello. And I think at 6, I will tune into Dolly Talks talking about the Rust motion, even though I'll listen to a bit of Emily D. Baker now. So see you guys somewhere in the chat world out here on the other side of YouTube with you guys. You guys all have a good one and see you bright and early in the morning. Take care.